Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to Warden Law. It's round 3 of the Kart Championship here at Warden Law, round 3 of 5 to be precise. If you were with us yesterday, we had some beautiful sunny weather. If you've tuned in today, you might think that we've gone through a time warp and we're already at the Winter Series here in November.
Very good. Excellent.
It's not. It's still mid-April. However, it's turned into winter pure. It's freezing out there. We've got rain forecast for pretty much the whole day. Right now, we've got a light rain that's continuing to fall. That means we've got very, very wet track conditions. I think it's going to make it an easy choice on tyres. We're with you all day. We've got our super heats coming up before the lunch break, and then we go into the all-important finals after lunch. My name is Joe Bradley. You are looking at Karting Live TV, and alongside me is my ever-able assistant, Nick Damon. Nick, welcome to the north.
It's marvellous. I drove past Hull 3 hours ago, and... yeah, I mean, in fairness, yesterday it was lovely and sunny, and I thought, this is it. This is what I came for. And today, well, it's how we expect it to be.
In February.
Slightly miserable. It's quite interesting, because as I said to you yesterday, we're coming up this track 5 times over the course of the season. First one was the IPKC in February. Here we are for the main CKC season mid-April, which you could have had a chance. And the next time we're here is October for the NKC. Then we've got the autumn meeting in the first week of November. And the second week of November, we're in for the winter series, this. So what we're basically doing is missing all the months when we wouldn't get Chilblains. So we know May. It can't come here in May, can't come here in June, can't come here in July or August.
Well, as you can see on the screen, just beyond those trees is the North Sea out there, about a couple of miles away. We're just on the coast here. And because we're on one of the highest points in the area, in fact, just outside the main gates, which are just at the top of the screen there, towards the left of the screen, that mound that you see, that tree-lined mound just under the banner, that is a 10,000-year-old monolithic sacred site.
Really?
There is evidence of human activity there from 10,000 years ago, and it's because it's the highest point in the whole of the Sunderland area. And so
did Neolithic people like being cold then?
Well, you could argue, why would you settle here on a hill off the North Sea? But what I mean is, people have been coming here to this very point
blimey, I'm freezing,
to talk about the weather for 10,000 years and take part in whatever activity they were taking part of. With here we are, we're kart racing. We are motor racing, and still activities coming here, bringing humans and mankind here to celebrate and pay homage and worship the world of motorsport. We had yesterday, Nick, some of the finest racing that you could want to see anywhere. I mean, we see a lot of racing from all levels, from karting up to top level sports car racing, and yesterday's racing, I think, was some of the best stuff we've ever seen.
Yeah.
And you know what? Some things you never see, or very rarely see.
Never seen that.
Is the clerk of the course, Dan Ashton, came up to Park Fermi after that final Bambino race that ended the day so well. And he didn't come up to give them their usual riot act, which is why Dan Ashton would normally come to Park Fermi. He came up here to commend all of those youngsters. And what I did hear Dan say was, I'm going to take that video from that race and use it to show older drivers, adult drivers, that is how you go racing. And it was very apt, actually, because those youngsters really did show the pros how to go on and how to race, how to overtake, how to go for racing moves without touching one another and swapping positions backwards and forwards. We're going to see exactly that again today. Right now, we've got a little bit of the morning warm-up for the parents' Bambinos, who are going to get into a bit of a jog to get down to the grid. Because first out is our mighty Bambinos. The electric karts are out. I think that's a great idea, sending these out so early. The electric karts are completely quiet and will not be waking any of the locality up. So there they are, out on the track. Right, we've just been told we're too loud in the paddock, so we'll try that one. So karts heading round to the grid. Nick, we've got them out there. Yep. You wouldn't know it because you can't hear anything. If you were out there, you'd hear the splosh of the tyres on the track.
We're mighty E-ing to start the day, are we?
We are indeed.
Because that's important. I need to just change something, you see. There we go.
It's groups.
Oh, we've got rain already on the cameras. Isn't that marvellous?
Oh, brilliant. Great. That's the way the day's going to go, viewers. Groups A and B are out for this one. And so it's Ralph Martin on the pole position. He scored 0 points with 2 first places. You score 0 points for a win and onwards and so forth to scoring many points if you come 21st. So front row of the grid, when they line up, we will see Ralph Martin and Oliver Woodall, who we saw race together yesterday. And I've got to say that I have been mightily impressed. See what I did there? Mightily impressed.
Hang on.
I've been mightily impressed with the performance of these mighty karts. If you compare them directly with the Bambino Coma C50, which is the petrol-engined kart, exactly the same. They deliver pretty much the same lap time, but in very different ways. Nick is able to tell us yesterday about the torque curve of a motor, or lack of a torque curve. There isn't a curve, it's just a peak. It's just from 0 to max. And the electric karts perform in that way, whereas the petrol karts, they kind of build up to their maximum power in a different way. But eventually, when they get round to the finishing line, they're exactly the same lap time. And the way that the drivers race these karts, completely in comparison to one another, the petrol kart and the electric kart perform exactly the same. And the drivers are able to do exactly the same, because effectively, it's exactly the same kart chassis. They're on the LeConte all-weather tyres, which means they're treaded, even for the dry. You certainly need the most deepest tread out there at the moment.
I think you need all the tread you could possibly get, and then a bit more.
Maybe a paddle in a canoe would be better suited. I've just been talking there, Nick, about the torque curve on these motors. You're more au fait with the technology of electric motors coming from the world of RC racing.
Mm-hmm. Just big RC cars, mate, these are.
They are effectively, but they're being driven from the cockpit.
They're not autonomous.
They're not autonomous. Yeah,
that went well. For those of you who don't know, that went well. The autonomous driving championship.
I don't know how anyone who's interested in motor racing can find any kind of interest from that,
well,
other than if you're a computer programmer.
Or you've been paid to be the broadcaster.
Oh, well, yes, there is that.
So you get a few days like that.
I'd love it.
Yes.
I'd love it.
It's the best thing I've ever seen. Okay, well, I think we're getting ready to go. So it's got some racing. We're underway.
So light-controlled start here. We've got the red lights coming on. Dan Ashton, our starter, and Clark, the course. I think he's race director, actually. I think it's his title. He's in control of when these karts are released. There's no engines rising. These are electric karts. The mighty Bambino's about to get to D underway. It's the first of our super heats. The grid for this was formed yesterday with the results of the heats. Today's 2 super heats will form the grid for the final, and you will also get championship points. So a little bit of a delay to the proceedings. I think we've got a green flag at the back of the grid, Nick, and we are about to get going.
Here we go.
And away they go. And a great start from Ralph Martin there, who absolutely shot off the line there. That's what we saw. That's what we've been talking about, I should say, about the torque curve.
And they come round the first corner with the... we're getting rooster tails almost off these things. It's fantastic.
Wow. Change for the lead, Nick.
We had wet running on the first day in Wilton Mill. On the first day of Wilton Mill.
That's right, we did.
Obviously, I was about to say it separated the men from the boys, but it separated the boys from the really small boys, didn't it, I suppose, in this particular class. And we did see much bigger gaps, Joe. We saw some of the guys were struggling with the wet weather, but once he got back to dry, because it's basically what none of these kids have is experience.
Yes, as well, and an experience of avoiding puddles as well from this first few corners. Heath Smith has gone off and taken the lead. By the time they came out of the dogleg, he was splashing his way across the curb. And you'll notice as well, if you are familiar with karting here at Warden Law, you'll notice as well that the complete different racing line that these drivers are taking. They will take a wider line through most of the corners, slipping and sliding their way through the back chicane there. And Nick, you're spot on. Already things beginning to space out considerably, which is completely out of character for any kind of Bambino racing. And there's a great example of all the way around the outside. Now, why is that in the wet? Why is that the case? And a kart just slipping off there, just losing the back end. But you know what? They're so spaced out, he didn't even lose a place.
Yeah, I mean, it's you know, these guys, it is definitely a voyage of discovery. The most anyone these kids will have had is a year's experience, and most of them, certainly on these Mighty E's, they've had very little experience. And of course, you know, the more, well, I suppose they're not coming with tons of power, but the more aggressive delivery you'll get from the electric without the clutch, it's going to make it slightly more difficult than it is with the actual Comas.
Were the Mighty guys, didn't they tell us that there's a different setting
I think
for the
so.
wet that actually adjusts that so it's more drivable?
Yeah, this is the point. The spin in front of me. The thing is that effectively, when you are dealing with batteries and electric motors, it ends up being all about the software. Just like with a fuel engine, it ends up being all about the jetting and the mixes. It's all about the software. This is one of the reasons you can make these absolutely even. Because it doesn't matter if you've got a good battery. It doesn't matter if you've got a good motor, because you have the speed controller saying you can get X watts and that's it. So the motor will still go the same amount and within very small tolerances. But of course, you can have a wet map. If it's declared wet, they put down it's declared wet, and you can have a wet map, and the wet map can make the power delivery more smooth.
So how easy is that to program in? I mean, I know you're an expert on Mighty Bambino karts, and maybe it's time to get the guys in from Mighty.
It's exactly the same as you got with Reading Trail cars. You literally
need Johnny. I'm putting a shout out to Johnny from Mighty. Johnny from Mighty, come and see us, please. We've got many questions to ask about these wet conditions.
But the two leaders now come together. But yeah, just to continue, basically on it's as easy as plugging in a Wi-Fi module and just saying, I want the
I see. So it's plug and play.
Yeah, right, all you're doing is just changing the way the software delivers the power.
Ralph Martin there, who's not on shot. Ralph Martin's in the green kart there with the black suit and helmet. He got right onto the leader's bumper there. The leader there on the black and red kart. The sort of orange stripy helmet there, just going off through Brian's Bend and into the dogleg. I'm not sure whether that was a mistake that allowed Ralph Martin behind him to get on terms. He had a spin. The leader had a spin, I'm being told. Thank you, Frank. And that allowed that gap to disappear. But look at that. In an instant, Nick, he's pulled the gap again.
Look at that. But, yeah, I mean, just out of interest, they are running about 22 seconds slower than they were round a lap yesterday.
Yes.
That is not just the wet. They've been a little bit calmed down, I think, on power delivery.
Right. Still need Johnny from Mighty. If you're out there, I know you can hear this. Get yourself up to this commentary box just off beside the scrutineering next to we're actually conjoined with the scrutineering bay. That's where we are. We'd like to ask you lots of questions, and we're not allowed out of our box, I'm afraid, at least until lunchtime.
Well, then probably not even then.
Not even then, no. So, yeah, if you could make your way up, lots of questions. Meanwhile, out on track, Heath Smith leads, Ralph Martin second, all the way around the outside. Now then, I was about to tell you why they go all the way around the outside. The inside line is ideal in the wet. That's the racing line. Take the shortest trajectory around a curve is what you would do. However, because in the dry, everybody does that. There is a layer of rubber there. And here at Warden Law, it's a very well-used track. As the spin there from Ralph Martin, it doesn't really affect him. Oh, I think we've had a dual spin there. Synchronised spinning. As Heath Smith was not that far away. And Heath Smith recovers a little bit less readily. And are we going to see a change? No, side by side. Oh, it's all about where the grip is to power out of the corner. Yeah. I know that's a very quick corner. But here at Warden Law, Nick, I've just finished this thought. The Karting Northeast, based here, got a lot of higher kart activity, layering the racing line with rubber of all sorts. And then when it rains, that inside line becomes very slick because of that covering of rubber.
Yes. Anyway, so I was going to say something that was ages ago. It doesn't matter anymore. So carry
on.
But
I've been trying to describe why people are going around the outside, but then we keep going off on a tangent.
That's called racing.
We get distracted.
It's a racing tangent.
Oh, look, squirrel. Oh, there's a squirrel. That is an actual squirrel.
No, we had an actual rabbit yesterday, didn't we?
We did have
a rabbit on the track.
Yeah, there was a rabbit away.
So this is not what you expect in the dry of the Mighty E's, but they have massively spread out, as we said. In fact, there's a gap between first and 15th, or 16th of a minute and 6, but it's really going back.
Oh, there's a spin.
Oh! Zero.
And that's the leader.
He's all right.
That's the leader. He got it all wrong under the brakes. On the brakes, I should say.
Hang on.
Hang on. That's not what
we want, because there's a very good reason for that. Keep going.
Talk
among yourselves.
So we had the leader spinning off there and going backwards into the... and he spun again. He's really struggling on the brakes, is Heath Smith. And we'll see a change of lead for the first time in this race, inside of 2 minutes there. And Ralph Martin takes the lead. Heath Smith, I was about to say, Nick, it gives us an opportunity to look down the field and see where everyone is. So Ralph Martin now leads, Heath Smith second. It'll be Ollie West, who's way behind, quite a gap, to Ollie West, who's just crossing the line now.
No, West is in third. Oh no, he's dropped. He's
dropped
out. That's why.
Michalski. So we've lost Ollie West, have we?
Well, he's lost some time.
Right, he's come through now. He's regained now. He's come through, and he's got the company of Jack Harper. Let's have a look at that one in fourth place there, just going through Brian's Bend and towards the dogleg. Ollie West, Jack Harper. I was about to say Jesse Plowman was with them, but Jesse's had a spin in front of us.
Yeah.
Alfie Hennell in seventh, and then Summer Upton will come through next. Summer here for the first time in the Kart Championship. Summer, the Uptons are stalwarts of the Warden Law Kart Club Championship. Who's that going off?
Don't know.
The
47. That was Arthur Thompson.
Right, Arthur's in 15th place at the moment.
This is the 51.
Right.
That is Max in third, Max Michaels.
Right, Michalski. That is
Michalski,
Maximilian Michalski.
No. That's the problem with it when you got that much, is Michaels.
Yes, I know. Yeah. Oh, and there's a spin again, the number 57, Jack Harper this time. All of a sudden, Nick, I think it might be a confidence thing with these drivers. They are finding their feet in the wet, and now with what they've had 6-7 minutes, well, they've almost had 8 minutes of time that's elapsed. They're finding they're getting their confidence and now beginning to push, and by pushing, they're trying to brake a bit later, they're trying to turn in a bit quicker, and the kart's just giving up. So they're now discovering that, actually, I was going through this corner as fast as I could.
Yeah, it's that learning process, and as you begin, as you're right, Joe, they would start off very circumspectly, and then, I'm going to push it a bit.
We're on to the last lap, and Ralph Martin has gone. Ralph Martin's got a 8.5 second lead going into the final lap. He's on the number 32.
We got Ollie West just going past now into third. Then you've got a battle of fourth and fifth, which is this one here, which is 57 and 51. And Jack Harper and Maximilian Michalski, they just changed positions again. So
Ralph Martin, who is now just coming out of the chicane.
2 laps to go. It's not saying last lap yet.
I'm surprised there because
7:50.
Right, that's why. Yeah, just crossed the line underneath with 10 seconds remaining. They've become so spaced out, it's like watching a 24-hour car race, this. With Martin leading by, as I said, 8.5 seconds. Heath Smith second. Ollie West is in third place. That is the number 32 there. That is Ralph Martin, our leader. So coming towards the final stages, this will be the last lap board for Ralph Martin, who's now found his feet. Heath Smith, who's had they've all had a couple of spins. I think everybody out there, I think, has had a spin. Certainly, every time I look up, there's another kart pirouetting somewhere. But
they're retiring them. Oh, they're stopping them. They're putting the... Oh, okay.
Right, I'm not sure what happened there.
They pulled the 77 off because his bumper's gone. Okay, I thought the marshal was trying to put all three of them into part four. Maybe it was just the 77 of Nico Moam, who's unfortunately had a bumper detached from the rear. So effectively a meatball flag, but it's done by a marshal pointing at you, rather than throwing meatballs at you.
Yeah, but I would imagine it's very hard to see. Remember, there's no... Yeah, you haven't got windscreen wipers on a crash helmet. You've got and these karts are going relatively slowly in comparison to what they're capable of in the dry. Ralph Martin now just picking his way through the back markers. Oof. You can see how slippery the track still is with Ralph Martin turning the wheel and nothing happening, basically going straight on. That's called understeer. And when the back end comes around, that's called oversteer. Ooh. And look at that. Look what he's presented with. Karts down the field, spinning off in front of him. They're on treaded tyres. They use the LeConte all-weather tyre in this Bambino class, so not exactly a tyre choice that comes into being a factor in any kind of result. And we are into the final few corners now. He's into the horseshoe now, which is that never-ending left-hander. That leads into the final turn. Look at the puddles that are developing here, Nick. That's the way that the weather forecast looks, that's not going to improve. If anything, those puddles are going to grow. And there's the checkered flag. The checkered flag.
Oh, some vigorous waving there. Well done, Mr. Checkered Flag waver.
I think he's vigorously waving, just the fact that he's finished without binning it off into the tyres. Well done, young Ralph. Ralph Martin takes the first of the super heats. Heath Smith follows him in. A bit of a character building super heat for all of our drivers out there. Even the leaders had a few spins and a bit of a learning curve as well. In fact, you know what? I was just thinking there. yes, we saw, I think one or two of the heats at the first round at Wilton Mill was in the wet. But we could be in a situation, if these drivers have only ever raced in the Kart Championship, that could have been their very first. In fact, the Mighty Bambinos only raced in the Kart Championship, so that is effectively, some of those drivers will have never raced in the wet before. So that was really the voyage of discovery. They've had no practice in the wet here. Friday was dry, sunny. Yesterday, beautiful weather. Today, completely wet conditions all the way through the day. And if anything, the only saving grace from that is that it's going to remain wet all day.
Yeah, interesting. Talk about the weather. We have Scott Hunter on the chat. We were happy to please talk to us on either the Karting Live YouTube or the BKC, JKC, CKC YouTube. We're co-streaming. Scott Hunter, strong winds for racing today. John Anderson, looks like a typical English spring day. So basically, they're telling us what we know. The weather's awful. Kim Harris, let's go. John Anderson, there is a special place in Hull for the person who invented autocorrect. Oh, I see. Very good. Because you wrote hell, and it also corrected a Hull. That's an old Hull gag.
That's quite funny, that.
And Michael Burke here, this is interesting. Hi all, it's 6:10 p.m, so it's about 7 minutes ago, here in Bathurst, Australia.
Excellent, thanks for joining us.
I find it if you live in Bathurst, you're probably a racing fan.
You've got to be.
Yeah.
If you're not, you soon will be.
Now, we haven't got a mountain here, we've got a couple of light hills, but what we do have is some conditions which are just as tricky as going around the mountain at the moment.
We've got a monolithic mound outside the front gates.
Yes, absolutely. Now, very good point, yes.
Yeah, near it, it looks a bit like a mountain. So your top 10 for the first...
Looks a bit like a mountain!
Yeah, well, if you're small. The first Mighty Bambino Super Heats, first of their Super Heats, I should say. Ralph Martin takes the win, Heath Smith second, Jesse Plowman was third, Jack Harper took fourth, Ollie West fifth, Maximilian Mikalski was sixth, Alfie Hennell seventh. Summer Upton, a great result for little Summer there on the number 98, the Upton family here this weekend. Stalwarts of the Warden Law Kart Club Bambino scene, and just moving on to the Mighty E, which is a great move, I think. Leicester Fiddlewith, I think is the term. Ninth was Arthur Bath. Hadley Jarvis was 10th.
Sorry, I got a gag there.
Arthur Rhodes, 11th. 12th was Frank Pearson. Arthur Thompson was 13th. Oliver Woodall 14th. Nico Mohan was 15th. And Junior Wright rounds off the 16th.
Myself now.
Yes. Right.
It's a good friend of mine, Leicester Fiddlewith.
Where are we going next? We are going to Junior Max. Now then, this has been the property of two drivers. Addison Smith and Kasper Tomilewski were quite dominant. They shared their dominance, though. That's the thing. And they're going to share the front row of the grid. Now, I was looking at this. I'm just going to get the Junior Rotax Superheat grid up. They scored the same amount of points. They both scored 2 points each. And so the grid has been formed with Kasper Tomilewski taking pole position by dint of having the fastest lap, a 50.42 in comparison to a 50.490 for Addison Smith. So Tomilewski for Cato Motorsport, Addison Smith for local team ST Racing, they will share the front row of the grid for the first of the Superheats. Addison Smith's ST Racing teammate Charlie Very starts on row 2 with Andrew Dixon alongside. Row 3, we've got Leon Barlow and Ben Horner, two of the X-Kart drivers there, so an inter-team rivalry there on row 3. Ben Horner, who's a privateer, shares with X-Kart's James Kell. On 7th and 8th is James Kell and Logan Howes, I should say. Row 5 is Ewan House and Marcel Poppercool. And then moving down the order, row 6, Harry Hurst Grover will be sharing that one with Gregor Reed. We've got John J. Buchan and Emily Cooper, 13th and 14th. And then moving down the grid order, Oliver Fabricas, Jack Robinson, Callum Gosh, Braith Murdoch, Jensen Pritchard qualified 19th, Aston Brown 20th, Max Haller, Riven Welsh, Luke Sawyers, Aidan McDonald, Bella Brown, Lewis Holt, Elliot Foster, Conor Doran, Archie Doughty, Calvin Moffat was 30th, and this huge 33 kart field, Molly Pugh, Matt Scott and Sandrine Gomez rounds that massive field off. They've been released from behind us, Nick, so they'll be splashing their way around, and this is the first time they've encountered a wet track.
And they've a couple of them have gone round. Now, obviously, we go from the equal slowest class to the fastest class, so be interesting to see what their reduction in pace over a lap is of wet. But certainly, there's a few of them here who may have tried slightly too vigorous tyre warming facilities. They're now round the wrong way. The final kart gets released from Parc Fermé. And there's a few cars. We've got a car that's stopped there, the 221. I think it's flooding out. So we got that's a non-run. That's Molly Pugh, unfortunately. So she's not going to make the start, which I think will probably mean they're going to have to do a roll round.
Yeah, we can quickly get that recovered.
No, there's several carts not facing the right way. So no one's going to be in the right... There's at least 5 carts not in the right position now. Now, I don't know what the rules are. You can reclaim your place up to what point, Joe, if you spin or go out of position?
You're going to have to join on the back now as they're formed up now. You're not going to be allowed to... Because you're under yellow now.
Right.
From the last marshal's post, you're under yellow. We've got a delayed start flag already.
Yeah, they're going to run
out.
around, because they've got 2 or 3 carts off. Molly's cart now is often in a safe position, but
can't really see on the screen because of the wet conditions. But that's a green flag with a yellow V, or a green light board with a yellow V. That denotes a delayed start or a false start, as we call it.
Now we got a few seconds to talk about wet weather racing. Whatever happened to those whirly visors?
You know what? They were kind of sort of drifting away back in the mid-80s, because of the Rain-X product, where you would Rain-X your visor, and the once you got into the airflow.
For those who don't know, in the wet weather, you would put in front of you a clear perspex circle going from you.
It was a disc.
A disc, yeah, and it had little kind of grooves in it, which made it like a windmill.
It had veins on it,
and
it spun in the airflow,
and it spun the water off the front of your visor.
I tried one. I couldn't see a thing out of it.
I used to use it.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Couldn't see.
Probably explains why I didn't do very well in the wet. Not my talent, obviously.
I used to love the wet, and I'll tell you another thing about the wet. It's not all about your best equipment in the wet. The wet, I always feel, is a good leveler. So it's not all about who's got the best engine, because the best engine is not going to give you any...
And you don't want the newest chassis. You want the soft chassis.
You want the soft chassis, absolutely.
Because it generates more grip. A stiff chassis generates less grip than a soft chassis. It's just that but obviously it's more direct and even
and if you've got an absolutely outstanding engine, that's not going to be very drivable. If it's going to be punching you out the corners in the same way as it would in the dry, you want a little bit more drivable sort of power curve. Here we go then. Kasper Tomalewski, Addison Smith leading this field of junior Rotax drivers around for their first superheat. Coming towards the line. They'll get underway this time though. Looks quite orderly. I don't see any false start flags, and it's Addison Smith.
Oh, we've lost the 215 straight. Oh, that's a bit. He's got going. That was quite a big one. He's taken out some tyres there, but he's okay. The 215, that was of Addison Smith, our pole man, or the person who led across the line at least, and he's back. He lost about 5 or 6 positions.
He just went skating in on the wet conditions and off into the first turn.
And they come round again. Look, there wasn't the grip as he turned into the first corner. Moving. So we've got more problems at that first the centres. 3 carts off there. They'll probably get going again. 4 carts off there. 5 carts off there. And now they're moving first lap around. So, interestingly, these junior Rotax guys have not decided to take the circumspect first lap. They've just gone for it straight away. The wider line around the Gasworks hairpin seems to be the one that may work slightly better in this wet weather conditions. And they come pouring down now through the first lap. A nasty snap there for the kart in second place. And they're now going to come to complete the first lap. And they've all got wetsuits on. They'll still be very damp as they come through, splash into the post. Right, over the line at the end of the first lap. And let's see who it is who's leading. And it is Kasper Tomalewski, the man who did who certainly dominated one of the races yesterday. 290 in second place. Oliver Fabricus very lucky not to understeer right off the corner in the first turn 1 there. There's Kell, Barlow, Dixon, Buchan, Welsh, Pritchard and Addison Smith, who had that problem on the first corner, coming around in 9th at the end of the first lap, Joe.
Great first couple of laps great first lap from Jensen Pritchard, moving up to 8th place. The
second and third battling out there, and he's up the inside. So it's interesting. The 290 of Fabricus is having a little bit of a problem just judging where the understeer kicks in. He managed to get it back into that position again.
Did you see that though, Nick? The kart on the inside line didn't get the grip, and he just spun his wheels up, whereas Fabricus looked like he's disadvantaged himself by being on the outside, but he had the grip.
Somebody getting a bath.
You need to avoid. You know what? These puddles are going to grow as the day goes on because the rain is continuing to fall. It is continuing to fall. There's a variation on a theme there.
Didn't work.
Didn't work on the outside line.
That was the lead, wasn't it? That was Tom. I think Tom Leslie didn't want to be there, but he ended up there and thought he'd make the most of it. That was probably, I think, too optimistic braking.
You've got
going wide in the gaswork.
You've just got to let the kart breathe on these conditions. You feel the kart like sort of you're losing control. The kart's just sliding. Just let it slide. Here's a great example into the first turn. Braking very, very early. Look how wide the line is there, and then cutting back, and it can get the power on the grip of your tarmac. Still,
I'm not so sure because I just looked watching the 223 of Riven Welsh there take the racing line. It was as quick as the wide line. I don't necessarily think that. I think some of the corners, yes, the wet line is working, but some of them, the traditional. This is what these guys are going to find out of these first 4 or 5 laps, where the grip is, and then up the inside and into the lead goes Oliver Fabricus. So after thinking he didn't know he was having some problems, he's actually got the grip, and he's perhaps been out exploring the corners and working out where he can get the drive.
He certainly has. He came out of the left-hander at St John's, and he was absolutely barreling towards that first centres. They're hooking. You'll see them hook their wheels across the curbing, and it kind of the wheel gets hooked on the inside edge of the curb, and that stops the slide as well. There's a spin off into the barrier, has gone to 220, which is Kasper Tomalewski, our pole position man.
He's had some problems with that hairpin 2 laps in a row. So
absolutely, and that's just brakes, Nick. He may have too vicious a brake. They're damnedest to get rid of that puddle on the inside of that final bit of the horseshoe, aren't they? They're trying to disperse that water. Here they come across the line then. It's 3 laps completed. Fabricus the leader. Riven Welsh second.
Big gainer
James
there.
Kell.
Big gainer. 3 places there. Oh, he's gone very wide. Just about. There is a bit. There is. I think the problem is, I think the middle bit of turn 1's where there isn't that much. You either have to go wide or in. There's another accident about to happen in front of us on the 230 spinning off. So I'm not sure.
That's Emily Cooper.
She's back in again. Got rolling. We've advantage these clutched carts, because in the past we'd have just been stuck, wouldn't we?
Yeah, we would. You and I would have been. Down the inside at the centres.
Fabricus getting the lead. Oh! There was that Riven Welsh who just temporarily got into the lead there, and then Fabricus went, "No, I want it," and I think he got a little bit of a touch, but I don't think it was particularly the reason he went off. I think it was carrying too much speed in the corner, Joe.
Yeah, I think he got caught out on the brakes, to be honest. The leader, though, seems to be settling in now. There's a more conventional line. Hooking his inside wheels on the inside of that curb helped him a lot. Now, who is that in third? The bright yellow and blue livery on that kart there is ST Racing's Addison Smith, who we saw off at the first turn, well off into the grass. I think he bounced off the tyres and bounced himself back on.
He moved six of the bundles of tyres. A significant difference. I mean, they're quite springy, but in some days, I'm surprised the kart's not been slightly knocked out of alignment. They are quite tough on side by side, aren't they? Oh, look at that! See, I told you this inside line is working.
Well, it is
the
working.
inside line is working.
But look how Addison Smith fired off the corner. It's all about traction off the corner, Nick. And that's where Addison Smith looked like he was about to be overtaken by the kart on the inside of him. However, it didn't happen because he's got the traction.
Now he's a lap already,
There's a what, sorry?
I think a couple of karts ahead of them are about to get lapped.
Yeah, well, that's how tricky the wet conditions are, isn't it? And, if you've got no experience in the wet, you are going to be left behind. That's Oliver Fabricus and James Kell now coming together out of the second centre towards the chicane, just turning in, bouncing over the curb there, using the curb to great effect to get the kart to grip, and then off towards the gasworks hairpin. Let's see if Kell can line this up. 2 variations of a line through that corner, and both working as effectively as each other.
In tight in, wide out against wide in, tight out, both the same. Oof! Oh, it's gone round. But I think I don't know whether was he hit or did he go into a puddle?
I think the 290 there of Oliver Fabricus had a kart spinning in front of him. He's got a kart spun in front of him.
No, did you see that?
I did.
I think you're right. The kart spun in front of him.
No, he wasn't. There was a kart on the inside. I thought that was a kart.
Can we see that one again, please, Frank?
It was a kart off the track. Look, the kart's off the track. It's not in front of him at all. I thought that was it. I think he's hit the curb.
It's gone off wide.
That slowed him. And then James Kell has hit him up the rear bumper. Addison Smith, would you believe, is now in second place. James Kell, our new leader, after that little bit of an incident. Let the stewards sort that one out. Results are provisional, as we call them at the end of the race. We are towards the final minute then. James Kell, Addison Smith, Oliver Fabricus chasing back down on the number. He's chasing Addison Smith. Riven Welsh is being chased by Leon Barlow there. That's the 290 of Oliver Fabricus, and that's a change for position as Riven Welsh has gone ahead of Fabricus in that little fracas, and that's the change of position for third place there.
I think he's second. I think Riven's now second.
Yes, he is, and now he's not.
Oh, no, he's not.
No, he's not. He spun off. So Riven Welsh was actually Was he second?
He was second very briefly.
Where's Addison Smith?
Our leader's coming across the line now. So he's got a massive lead all of a sudden, I think. This is the lapped Kart.
Yeah. Now Addison Smith was second.
No, James Kell is leading, and he's massive lead. There's our second and third now, which is Fabricus and Barlow. Who's Barlow? Where's he come from?
Right. So my point is, Nick, Addison Smith was second. He's now fourth.
Yeah.
So the positions are changing. Absolutely.
Everyone in the top 5 has been in every position so far.
Every corner, we're getting a different a variation on a theme of who's where.
And Tom Leski, who led early on, is down in 7th, so he's not enjoyed these wet conditions at all, but he's managed to kind of hold on to something. Up the inside, they prevent an over. I think both to get grip and prevent an overtaking manoeuvre is Fabregas in the 290. That's the all-red Kart. It's the white X-Kart of Barlow, who's come through the field and now looking to get second place. This is the penultimate lap, going through the chicane, and now we're going to see. I think that what they're really trying to find out is trying to work out how to get the Gasworks hairpins. It's catching them out in all sorts of different ways.
Well, it's terrifying, Nick. I can assure you. You head towards that in the wet. Look at that. The carts are sliding sideways on the brakes there, trying to be controlled. And there's a cart going all the way around onto the concrete edge, which is actually the grippiest part. There's a puddle you don't want to hit. And that's our leader there, just coming through the horseshoe. The number 252, James Kell, about to see the one lap to go board. James Kell, who qualified in 7th place, the X-Kart driver, literally splashing his way around here for the first of the superheats. All the way around the outside is his preferred line at turn 1.
Oh, 242's gone off. Leon Barlow dropped a position. He went too wide at turn 1, right in front of our commentary booth window.
And just flicking it sideways there as he went into the dogleg. Here he comes, and we'll just follow this cart around. He takes the inside line. That's the conventional line through St John's, avoiding the puddles on the way down to the first of the centres. Inside line for the braking area, which is where there's less rubber, of course, on the inside line into the corner. Comes out of that one. That's the second centre. Now on towards the chicane through that curving entry. This is tricky as well because you're on the brakes and turning at the same time, which is something you'd never want to try and do. But, look at that. Just a beautiful power drift out of the chicane and then towards the gasworks. This is the tricky one. Let's not take things for granted. Look at that, sliding towards the outside of the turn and just a little bit too much power too early, and the cart can be around pointing the way you don't want it to point, and everything can turn to a disaster. As James Kell then, he will take to the checkered flag readily and be thankful that he's made it and survived that one to take the superheat. In fine style, Oliver Fabricus was second. Fourth, Harry Hurstgrover 5th, Riven Welsh was 6th, 7th is Aidan McDonald, Ben Horn 8th, 9th was Andrew Dixon for X-Kart, and then Jensen Pritchard, the local lad, was rounding off the top 10. There's your result there on the timing bar at the side of the screen. As we continue around, some drivers choosing to go around on a slowdown lap, other drivers coming straight in with potentially a problem. That's certainly a variation which will be sorted out. I think in these conditions it's probably wise to go around once again rather than all barrel into the Parc Fermé off the start-finish straight. So you know what, that is a round of applause to James Kell and a round of applause to everybody who finished that race, because that could have gone absolutely anywhere, and it did. I mean, look at pole man Kasper Tomileski, who started on the pole, ended up in 12th place, way down the order. That will not do his points any good whatsoever going towards the final. We had the ST Racing's Addison Smith recovered to 3rd. That was a fine recovery drive there, Addison. Where was Charlie Very? Charlie Very started on the second row. Charlie, torrid time there, just ahead of Kasper Tomileski in 11th. So we've got more of this coming, so we'll try and make sense of what we're seeing.
It's wet.
Which is no mean feat. We've got our Micromax runners out next. We'll have a quick look at how their grid has formed up, and from taking the results from the 2 heats of yesterday, of course.
While you're looking, let me just say we had Anthea Martin said, "Come on, great racing, Ralph Martin." To which John said, "You might be slightly biased, fair enough." And Michael Burks, you preferred Rain-X in the rain. Well, you weren't around in the 80s.
Yeah, me too.
You weren't around in the 80s, were you?
No, Rain-X was coming in the 80s, and that's why I didn't use a whirly visor. I used Rain-X as well.
I've never told you how I thought, for a brief 2 corners, I thought I was Ayrton Senna in the wet ones.
What do you mean? Brief 2 corners?
Yeah.
Why? Were you, what?
My first ever race in the wet at Batmore Park. drawn grids. I think I started about 12 or something of like 25, 30 carts. So off we all go. So the first 2 corners at Buckmore Park is a big sweep, a couple of sweeping rights, and then a little left. And so off I go. Okay, I've never done this rating before. This is great. I'm going to go. First corner, past 4 carts. Second corner, past 4 more carts. Down the next straight, past 2 more. I'm in third. Next corner, I realise why I'm in third because I'm going way too fast. I literally get the corner. Oh, this is marvellous. So that doesn't quite go onto the road, but I'm spinning very fast backwards, and I completely cream out the guy in second. Spin off, sit there with a busted cart, 2 busted carts, thinking, well, I was good for 2 corners. But I literally remember in my mind thinking, I am an absolute rainmeister. These idiots, I've never done this before. I'm marvellous. And it came to an end. And he wasn't happy, that bloke. I remember that. He wasn't happy at all. I think he called me words I can't repeat on the radio.
I'm still not sure whether I enjoy racing in the wet. Some people love it because, like I say, it's a great leveller. The thing, you know what? If it's going to rain, be like today.
Yeah.
Where it's going to rain consistently. The weather forecast is that it's going to rain. It's actually, dare I say it.
Well, I've got forecast it can stop about 2:30, 3 o'clock.
No,
which you want, though, because you're doing post-race interviews in the rain.
I am.
And you have to be branded up. You can't be branded up with the coach you've got.
I can't be in a raincoat, can I?
Not the one you've got, no. Harry Host-Grover, who came from way back to 5th place. Emma says, amazing drive, Harry Host-Grover, coming all the way back. Coming off on lap 1, well, if you did that, and making the way back to 5th place. Well, that's Emma is a big supporter of HHG.
Yeah, there was a few. There was a few. That's midday, Nick.
What is it at 2 o'clock?
We're just looking at the satellite.
I didn't want to see that
weather forecast. There's 2 o'clock.
I like the much more basic BBC weather forecast, which told me it was going to dry up at 2 o'clock.
No, it's going to start drying at 5 o'clock.
No, I need to dry up a bit early. The last thing I want to do is pack up in the wet.
Yeah, sorry. As I was about to say,
you're apologising for your local weather now, are you?
I'm going to apologise for the weather, but I'm not, because what I was about to say is if it's going to rain, leave it wet all day. Yeah. There's one thing I used to hate, and everybody hates in the paddock, when it's wet, dry, wet, dry, wet, dry. Mind you can go from 0 to hero in those conditions.
Or in my case, 0 to 0.
That's right, 0 to 0. And if you make the right tyre choice, if it's an open, if it's right, we've got a declared wet meeting here, which means you've got to go out on wets. If it starts to dry, which I doubt very much it's going to be today, you would then go to an open meeting, which means the tyre choice is yours depending on the track conditions. And sometimes slick tyres, when the track's just transitioning back to dry, you see people chancing slicks, you see people chancing wets. And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Meanwhile, I can tell you for sure that
just giving you a rain shot there, so you can see it is actually raining the whole time.
It is raining horrifically. We've got the Micromax runners out, and I can assure you everybody's...
That's quite hard, isn't it?
On the tread... What's that, sorry?
The rain's quite heavy.
Yes, it is.
Because our our commentary booth window is just wet now, so you can't really tell when it gets wetter or not.
No.
And I haven't got any convenient place puddles I can get the actual volume. But we're on some slopes. It drains quite well in front of our window.
Yeah, that's on the towards Brian's Bend out of the fastest part of this course.
That's good.
If you slide too wide into the
everyone's
puddle.
getting a free bath night, aren't they?
Absolutely. Alfie Mayer puts it on pole position for the Superheat with Logan Rolfe alongside that Zip Kart factory team against the Synergy factory team on the front row. Benedictus Masiokis is second with local lad Austin Oman alongside. Alfie Garrett and Elijah West are on row 3. Row 4 is Buddy Hugo and Lewis Kokori. George Swire and Freddie Blackshaw are on row 5. Row 6 is Xavier Ramsey and LBJ Stubbs. Chloe McGill and Matthew Lilly are on row 7. Row 8 is Sebastian Crawford with a very fine 5th place, but then a retirement in the second heat. That's put Seb down the grid order. Look out for him. He's alongside Lewis Herbertson. Then we've got Jack Mellon and Victor Poppercool, Jamie Walsh and Carter Jackson, and then Travis Giddings, Ronnie Faulkner and Ruben Sagu is the driver that rounds off the order.
I think the 27
That's Victor Poppercool.
Has had a problem. He just came ground to a halt at the exit of Senna 1. They're going round again because it was no way were they anywhere near ready to get the cart going with a few problems that other carts had. I think 3 or 4 of them I saw spin, so I'm not sure how many got their positions back, but I suppose you're going to spin the warm-up lap and work out where the grip is.
It's not a bad idea, actually, to send the drivers round again just for another sighting lap for them to see. Remember, this is their first superheat of the day. This is the first time all weekend. I mean, we've been practicing all day Friday. We were practicing and racing and qualifying yesterday, and it was perfectly dry conditions. So these drivers have not necessarily seen this track before in the wet. And it's all about local knowledge. It's having driven a track before, knowing where the grip is, knowing where the puddles lie. That is all beneficial to how you go about driving around a racetrack. And so two sighting laps is not a bad idea. And also, Nick, even though they are running in the wet on wet tyres, the wet tyre does heat up to an operating temperature.
Now someone's fallen off in the second lap. Someone's fallen off in the second lap as well over there. I think it might be the 13 might have gone, either is the 13 or the 18. Might be an 18 actually of Chloe McGill, but he's got rolling again. I must admit, the luxury of having a clutch in these wet weathers is just fantastic, isn't it? The amount of times I just sat by the side of the track watching things going. So they have got themselves into some form of order there, as you can see, they're just appearing out of the static image on the left-hand side of the screen. There are a few catching up. There's a few stragglers. I'm not sure they'll wait again for another lap for the stragglers.
Yeah, they've been great job by Alfie Mayer and Logan Rolfe. Alfie Mayer, the pole driver, he's in control of the pace, and that's a lovely walking pace. The stragglers will get an opportunity to catch up onto the back of the grid, I think, by the time they come out. Now, this is where they need to. Yeah, the Dan Ashton does not like acceleration from the final
corner.
Spin
the front line.
Yeah, spinner there, but we are away and we are racing, and it's Logan Rolfe for Synergy off into the lead, all the way around the outside for the Micromax lot.
Well done.
And just slotting back in behind him as they go through Brian's Bend, off towards the dogleg now. It's Logan Rolfe very much in the lead, the number 15 of Alfie Mayer, who's pretty much been, I wouldn't say unchallenged, but he's had a great day, and there he is before they even get to St John's. He had a look at the lead. He's lost it again to Logan Rolfe. Back to the inside goes Alfie Mayer on the Zip Kart, takes the lead momentarily as his teammate Masiokas has a look as well. We've got a Zip 1-2 as Masiokas down the inside. We're three wide almost there, out of centre 2, off to the chicane, Nick. Yep. And I'll let you sort that one out coming out of there.
Rolfe's the loser. He's dropped down to 4th in this kerfuffle we have going on through the first few corners. They're going to come down, and this is where the Gasworks chicane, where it all works out. They've got to decide which loop they're going to go. And up the inside there, the red cart, I think he certainly got in position, went from 3rd to 2nd. And that, just waiting to come across the line and see the colours and who they are. But that was a good move. So I don't think the outside line is the fastest. Well, Pliniak, free bath, and the steam coming off the exhaust as they try to burn, they steam off that water being splashed at them fast. Being in the lead at this point is nothing to do with spray. It's about staying dry, isn't it, really?
Well, as well as that, the spray from your front wheels can completely cover your visor, and for momentarily you can be blinded by the wet on your visor until you keep moving through the air and it blows off. We've got a cracking battle.
Yeah, it's Austin Oman who's come through in 2nd in the red cart. Oh, 3rd place, 12. Benedict Masiokas has spun behind. Oh, that's a beautiful move from the 21 there. You can't really fault that from Oman to take the lead. Mayer in 2nd.
What was I telling you about local knowledge? Austin Oman. Austin Oman's dad virtually lived here at Warden Law. He was the Super 1 champion back in...
Was he up on the Neolithic mound?
He was not that old. He's not that old. But Austin, continuing the family Oman dynasty here at Warden Law and leading this superheat in the kart championship. Let's have a look at this move.
Look at that. Just came in knowing where the grip was, wasn't he? Just knew where the grip was.
Look how he used the curb, though. He used the curb there and he knew where the grip was. And he's still out there scrabbling for grip. As we get a look at, I think that's Logan Rolfe there in 4th place. Logan Rolfe, the 32. Benedictus Masiokas, the number 12, was the cart that we saw spinning earlier.
It's the 11th cart, actually, of Buddy Hugo. He's made some movements through during the course of this first couple of laps. He's up to 4th now, and did look quite racy. I think while we were watching the replay, had a bit of an argument with Logan Rolfe going into the Gasworks, which he didn't win. But the first... certainly breaking away is Austin Oman, as you say, the local lad, and then it's a noticeable gap now to 2nd. This is the closest battle towards the front, 3rd and 4th. 32, Logan Rolfe in the white cart, and then you've got the pinkier machine, the 11. These numbers you can read really well on the screen, can't you? Some of the numbers you can't read so well on the screen.
Chloe McGill is just behind these two. Now that's another local driver, Chloe. Quite familiar with Warden Law.
The line.
We've got a swap of position there out of the 2nd centre hairpins. And that's the number 11 of Buddy Hugo going ahead of Logan Rolfe towards the chicane, and he gets it all wrong on the exit. sliding wide, back end, just lost it, and then slid across the curb. So the number 11 of Buddy Hugo will drop down at least two or three places. 2 or 3 places lost to him there. We'll have a look at this again, and that was just
put so much power on.
I think that was just speed carried through. The back end just gave up. The grip on the back tyres was just like, can't do this.
Oh, more carnage. It's a 32.
That's Logan Rolfe.
Where is that? Where is that on the track?
That's the final turn.
Is he shortcut the final turn?
Yeah, he's gone off, coming out the horseshoe. He's resumed. Let's see where they are. So Austin Oman leads by 2 seconds. Alfie Mayer second. Lewis Kirkcaldy now inherits third place. Logan Rolfe continues coming back onto the track and come through in fourth. Buddy Hugo, after that spin, is fifth. Lewis Herbertson sixth. Chloe McGill seventh. Albie J. Stubbs is up to eighth. Ninth is George Squire. And there's Xavier Ramsey. Great drive into the top 10.
Yeah, despite spinning, some of these drivers were able to actually almost retain position. Let's drop back to the next 3 carts. Just have a quick shifty at the 5, 6 and 7, because every cart's going to overtake every cart. So we'll get back to the front again towards the end. Just over half the race to go. And there we go. And then there is a move as I speak. And it's undone. So it's under and over. And the positions stay the same. And that, I think, that's the 96 cart there. That's Albie J. Stubbs, who was gaining and losing a position to, I think, George. Whoa! And they're both gone. Albie's now lost that entirely. And then, for good benefit, he got a bit of a splashing as well. So Stubbs is the car in the middle there. Same again. Oh, he's just tickled the car behind him as well.
That's the exact same point that caught out the number 12, wasn't it?
Still
exact
rolling.
same point. That point in the chicane where maybe it's a change of tarmac, but certainly a change of grip position.
They're not frightened of that puddle, are they, at all? They're literally going as tight as possible. Position's changed to 12 there, which is that's Benedict Macias on the way back. Okay.
Yeah, but he's just been overtaken around the outside by Chloe McGill.
He still made 3 places up this lap. So the pink cart, that is the 18. That is Chloe 100% right. Yes, that's the Chloe cart, as they say.
Easy to spot Chloe. She's on a pink cart with a pink helmet and a pink race suit. Pink sleeve wetsuit. So, yeah. Easy. I can spot Chloe from a mile off.
Rather than the man in black behind her, they both get equally wet, though, in fairness. Looking up the inside, Benedict, is he going to go for it? He is. He's going to get both of them.
George Swire.
Oh, and he's going to lose the drive now, but good cart placement preventing Chloe coming back at him.
George Swire is that blue and white cart in front of them now as Masiokas has gotten by Chloe McGill. Chloe McGill in the pink helmet chasing them down. And Masiokas for Zip Kart chasing down Swire. It looks like Swire's got good pace though. And I'm looking to see where George actually qualified 9th. He qualified 9th on the grid for this one.
I mean, it's I think a lot of them are just... This first chance in big wet conditions of the whole weekend, that includes the days they'll be here practicing beforehand. It is, this, as we said, a voyage of discovery, and they've all probably had multiple moments the first couple of laps, and now they're beginning to get in some form of rhythm. Now, just at the front, Austin Oman is using his local mileage to be 6 seconds ahead of Alfie Mayer, but Alfie Mayer isn't doing badly because Alfie's a further 8 seconds ahead of Buddy Hugo in third. So the top 2 have got away, and that's the 82 of George Swire making up more positions. So. Good spot there, his movement forward there from Joe. Benedict has followed him through.
We just missed Chloe McGill. We were talking about her with the pink helmet. She's had a spin and dropped to 9th. We're seeing carts disappearing out of our view. Lewis Herbertson there on the 53. He's circulating with good pace with Benedictus Masiokas. And George Swire there on the blue and white cart hits the curb. That slowed him down. Will Masiokas have the momentum to get towards him into the chicane? He has. He's right on his bumper now and into the braking area for the next corner. You've just got to ignore those puddles. They're just huge splashes. The kids are getting covered in muddy water. No, that's a great line.
The concrete's got some grip.
The concrete's got massive amount of grip around there, and George Swire knows that, and he's using it to great effect because look at the gap now. Hooking his wheels over the curb. That's what they're trying to do, and that's why they're going around the puddles. Oman leads by 7.3 seconds from Alfie Mayer now, who has 8 seconds to Buddy Hugo in third. Still Kirkcaldy in fourth, Logan Rolfe fifth. George Swire is the cart we're looking at there. He's in sixth. Masiokas chasing him down in seventh. We've lost Lewis Herbertson. He was right on the tail of the number 12 now, and Herbertson just disappearing. Matthew Lilly ninth. Chloe McGill is the cart with the pink helmet rounding off the top 10. We are on the penultimate lap here, Nick. It'll be the 1 lap to go, but when the leader, Austin Norman, so we should really pick young Austin up to take this super heat
Austin
win.
must be getting very close to completing the lap, actually. So he's 20
I think so.
So it's the...
Yes, he is.
Is he
just coming through the horseshoe, I think?
Yeah, that's it. Thank you. Pick up Martin there. Is that him? 90... Is that 21? Is that different? That could be someone who's struggling, actually. That's Elijah West who's having a struggle. Here we go.
Right, let's see if we can pick up the 21. Number 21.
Well, it's good to get a little bit of a view of some of the other carts, in fairness.
Well, that's Sebastian Crawford, who had a great Austin Norman.
And you've got 13 behind him. They together? That's
here he comes.
There's our leader.
So Austin Norman, I was talking to his dad on Friday, and he said, every time you mention Austin, you mention me. And, hard not to hear at Warden Law, especially. But Tristan Norman is now known as Austin Norman's dad. So, that's how old we are, I'm afraid, Tris. Austin Norman showing everybody the way around Warden Law in the wet here. And a masterclass avoiding the spinning carts as he does so. A masterclass in the wet weather driving here at Warden Law, local knowledge being a thing. And just picking his way past the back markers now, and that's Sebastian Crawford, whose first year in Micromax from Sebastian Crawford, had a 5th place in the first heat and a DNF in the second. And I'm not sure if Sebastian has any wet weather experience here, so he's learning as he goes. But Austin Norman, he's been here many, many times, started off in Bambinos, and here he is in the Micromax class, about to take his superheat win, going forward towards the all-important final. Now, the conditions are going to remain the same all day, as we've said from the weather forecast, so that bodes very well indeed for the drivers at the front. Austin Norman takes the win. Alfie Mayer finishes almost 10 seconds behind, so Austin Norman was increasing that gap and that lead every single corner, every single lap. Alfie Mayer likewise was doing so in second place, so these two were the fastest karts on the track. Alfie Mayer 10 seconds to third place Buddy Hugo. Lewis Kirkcaldy was 3 seconds further back in fourth. The further 3.5 seconds was Logan Rolfe, and then right on Logan Rolfe's tail, pretty much on and off during that race, Benedictus Masiokas through in sixth. George Swire did not hang on to that 6th place. Masiokas making that move eventually on George Swire, who will finish 7th. 8th was Lewis Herbertson, Matthew Lilly 9th, and Chloe McGill, after that spin that we saw, finishes and rounds off the top 10. The rest of your finishers are there on the light bar, on your screen, on the timing
on the
bar.
Light bar?
On the light bar. Sound bar.
Sorry, are you going
bar,
rallying?
Timing bar.
You got or
Not
the
sort of
or
bar
the
we
public
like.
bar,
yes.
or the saloon bar.
So that was the first superheat concluded for Micromax. We've got, if you think that was quite exciting, I know they were spaced out.
What's
there was
next?
Plenty of battles. Guess what's next?
Comas?
Honda Cadets.
Honda Cadets. Martin's giving my range shot that I like. This is but can I just say, I'd like just to say thank you very much to Martin and Ash, who are our camera people, because it's not nice out there, and they're doing a tremendous job. So we really do appreciate the work these guys are doing.
It's a good job. They love it, isn't it?
I think they like it in the sun, but in fairness to Martin is a local, so he knew what he was signing up for. I've driven Ash 4 hours to get this wet.
So we've got the Honda Cadet parents race, Martin, if you'd like to show us.
They're not racing in the rain, are they?
Choice of brolly here being the order of the day.
But again, it's very dark. Again, they're very dark dress, and they're very dark brollied as well.
Why is it that the Honda Cadet parents field they prefer black clothing?
I know.
There's a couple of orange and red in there.
Oh, someone's going for it. No,
predominantly
we
black.
need to get the front of the field. There's a bit of running going on there, Ash. Come on. Forward, here we go, because there's a man with fluorescent sleeves looking to take an early win.
So let's have a look at the grid then for the Honda Cadets before they are released from there.
He needs to get these. You just need to take him over the line. You can't just go off. You do taking the parent over the line.
They weren't really into it.
Well, he's jogged. He's actually given it some.
But they weren't really. Nobody's into it there. The Bambinos love it. The Bambino parents are more involved.
Just more competitive, and they wear brighter clothing.
Do you want me to read the grid down or what?
Go on then.
Right then. Thoughts in me head about what I was going to say.
Thoughts in your head?
Yes.
That's a new experience.
It is a new experience for me. Yes, absolutely. So on the front row of the grid, on pole position, is the 2023 double champion. He won the Vera Tools British Championship in Honda Cadets, and he's our champion, the Kart Championships Honda Cadet champion, carrying the number 1 and scoring the least amount of points in yesterday's heats. He's racing for Project One. It's Ryan White, who has come all the way down from Aberdeen. I know his family are local to the northeast, but Ryan travels. His dad Paul brings him down. He's run by his dad Paul within that Project One operation. He's on the pole position, but right beside him is the Zip Kart factory team of Archie Loveridge. They will start alongside. Ralphie Branscombe on the O plate holder there on third place with Kevin Ivanoff alongside. Ed Spain and Elliot Borker on row 3. It's Ronnie Smart and Archie Cannon row 4. Then we've got Luke McGall and Albie Smith rounding off the top 10 in the first 5 rows. Row 6 is Ricky McIntosh and Riley Blakemore. Ashton Horsepool and Ella Dixon are next. Then we've got Daniel Barton, Jack Wykes, Tyler Banks, Oliver Ratton, Luke Jardine, Finley Thursfield, Dino Rowlands, the first of the novices. 22nd is Otto Amy, Noah Clark, Jane Prakash, Sophie Morris, Jacob Letherby. In 27th, Jaden Patel Scott. We had a lovely chat with the novice driver Jaden Patel Scott, who's absolutely loving his racing here this weekend in the Kart Championship. Freddie Budd is next up in 28th. Then we've got Ollie Knox, and then a plethora of novice drivers rounding off the 32 kart field. James Pearson, Jerry and Reggie Dufficy.
So what are the thoughts you had?
I forgot now.
There you go. So it obviously wasn't that important.
Usually in Honda Cadets, Nick, who, by the way, are about to have a standing start, if you're wondering what's happening, that red flag just means that the grid will be stopped and will be a light-controlled operation.
You've lost a couple again, I'm afraid.
There's been a few spinners. But what I was about to say, Nick, yesterday the Honda Cadets gave us, as usual, some of the best racing you'll ever see anywhere in the world. Trains of karts, 15, 20, 30 kart trains, line astern, bumper to bumper. They will continue round by like a high-speed train, and then you'll see them breaking formation and trying to overtake one another. What have I said?
You said high speed without the following sentence normally.
High speed, yes. Actually, if anything epitomises the term high-speed game of chess, it's the waiting game played by the Honda Cadet field. They just sit there and they wait for their moment and take it very cautiously and circumspect. And we will see exactly how Honda Cadets are about to race off and are in the wet. I suspect they're going to be a little bit more spaced out with the kart sliding around underneath the drivers. It's a little bit harder to stay in contact in the same way that they do. I'm pretty sure they're going to prove me to be a bit of a fibber, but we'll see. We're about to go and get on with this race. The grid is being cleared. I think we've got the cleared grid sign up. We have indeed. The red lights go out. And we are racing, and it's Ryan White who gets the traction down, but from the second row it looks like Kevin Ivanoff, or is it Ralphie Branscombe that goes through all the way around the outside. Now, talking about local knowledge, once again, the number 50 of Kevin Ivanoff slotting into second ahead of his Zip Kart teammate, but then Loveridge coming back at him, and if you looked away and then looked up, it's still Loveridge in second. Kart's bounding over the curbing there as they come out of the dogleg. The number 50 of Ivanoff there absolutely fired himself out of a cannon through St John's. Local knowledge coming into play again, I think, in this one, as Ryan White knows this place like the back of his hand. He's raced here many, many times and already showing everybody where the grip is. Into the chicane for the first time. Just to remind everybody, these heats are 8 minutes and 1 lap. 8 minutes and 1 lap are the duration of all of our heats, unless we tell you otherwise. And Ryan White has checked out. He's only at the horseshoe for the first time, and already he's got about, 2 seconds on the rest of the field. And that's what a puddle does for the number 50, Kevin Ivanoff, from third place. He just hooked his wheel too far to the inside. And if anything, he may have been unable to avoid that with a kart on his right-hand side coming out of the Gasworks hairpin. So across the line for the first time then, Ryan White leads. Got 1.7 seconds on second place, Archie Loveridge. Ronnie Smart it is, now up to third. Luke McGall, fourth. Ralphie Branscombe on the all-plate fifth. Ashton Horsepool sixth. Riley Blakemore, Ed Spain, Jack Wykes and Kevin Ivanoff recovering and rounding off the top 10. Through St John's then. And as I thought, things beginning to space out avoiding the puddles as best you can. Kart's slipping and sliding. See the drivers. What you don't see in the dry is the amount of steering wheel movement as we do in the wet. The drivers applying the steering left and right, just feeling the grip from those front tyres. That's Ryan White in the foreground, and that's how heavy the rain is. Our lens beginning to maybe have to have somebody have a trip out there and give that a wipe later on, Nick, when it gets really bad. But we'll see how it goes for now. Rooster tails of water coming from the track surface, just showing us how wet this is. Loveridge through in second. That's Ronnie Smart catching him a little bit there, maybe lulling us into a bit of a sense of security there. Ronnie Smart, who's with Project One, chasing down the Zip Factory driver. Project One, of course, leading the race in the form of Ryan White as well. So the Project One team sharing information regarding setup, no question, because these karts are very, very quick out there. However, Zip Kart know what they're doing. And right now, Archie Loveridge is their lead driver in this Honda Cadet race so far, and he's in second place.
Yep, coming through now. The white and multicoloured kart.
Oh, got a red flag, Nick.
Oh, red flag.
We've got a red flag.
Then? What's caused the red flag?
We've got a red flag situation. We've got the karts being directed into the Parc Fermé. Not quite sure what the stoppage is about, but
there's a car off on the top left.
When we get some information, we were just presuming that is the situation that necessitates calling a halt to that. So with I think we're just underneath 3 minutes of racing there, exactly on 3 minutes when the clock was stopped. 2 minutes 57 to be totally precise. So whether or not we will rerun this superheat, Nick, I'm not sure.
Only 3 minutes will happen. Done, not sure. And they are running quite a tight. Well, no, they say it's a tight schedule. I think they're trying to get away, so they probably will drift it a little bit towards the end.
So next out will be the C50 Comas, but we've got a bit of a...
Well, we've got a bit of time. So there's something we need to talk about, which we actually do need to talk about and refresh also on the Mighty E's. We have misspoken about the Mighty E's.
The Mighties.
Mighties. And Johnny Stinson's been in contact with us because I think we took what was a conversation we had about what could potentially happen and confused it with what actually happened.
Right, okay.
Because we said that in the wet you could change the power delivery.
Well, I was just wondering if that's what you do.
Unfortunately, some people have thought we said that's what had happened.
All right, no.
And Johnny wanted to say, no. The units have been set and locked since they left Northern Ireland, and they've not been changed because of wet weather or anything else or track conditions. They've been nailed down. So I apologise for any confusion we may have caused anyone listening. It was us thinking about, and we did have a conversation about, well, you could do that, couldn't you? And of course you could do that, but you don't do that. So
that was a question I was asking.
Yeah, that's fine.
Can you change the setup for the wet and reduce the amount of power going to the back wheels?
And you could, but they don't.
But they don't, right. And that's why I was shouting out to Johnny, who's answered those questions.
He has, but unfortunately, apparently a couple of the parents have got a little bit irate, thinking they've had their engines turned down, but they haven't. They're all the same.
All right, so everybody in the Mighty camp, you're all the same.
You're all the same, and the same as you were yesterday morning, and Friday morning, and Thursday morning. I understand why these things...
It just shows, Nick, you should never listen to what the commentators are saying. We're just speculating on rumour and speculation.
We've got hours to fill.
Yeah.
So who else can we upset? We will repeat that, actually, that message also for the next Mighty E heat. I just thought it's probably easy to get it out now. Let's be honest, it's not the first time we've been taken to task.
Can Ash hear us, by the way?
Can Ash hear us?
Yes, he's on the camera, isn't he?
I know, yeah.
All right, I just need to know his lunch order.
So right.
Can you put it on the group?
Yeah,
please?
Can you put your lunch order? Can Ash, you put your lunch order onto the WhatsApp chat?
That's a little bit of an in-house catering going on there.
Good luck to Brady Aitken, says Dan ST32 from Passion Karting.
Right, I'm going to move on to Comas now, Nick, and talk about that. Before we do, though, this lull in the proceedings gives us an opportunity to talk about the calendar. So we're here at Warden Law, just on the south edge of Sunderland City. on the site of the 10,000-year-old monolithic sacred mound just outside the front gates. People have been racing here for 10,000 years.
I've heard that, yes. Started off with, what we read? Mammoths, I suppose? Mammoth racing?
Possibly.
Running away from saber-toothed tigers.
So
seals, penguins. It's quite cold up here.
It wasn't the Ice Age. So we've had, round one took place at Wilton Mill. Round two, we went off to North Wales and Glanigor. Here we are at round three. Round four, we have to wait a little bit for, towards the end of June at Rowra in Cumbria. We basically go from the northeast coast across to the west and on the edge of the Lake District. It's a great drive up to Rowra from anywhere, wherever you're coming from. Rowra, just on the edge of the Lake District. Absolutely wonderful place to be in the world. Wonderful place to go racing. Did I mention, Nick, that Rowra is the track that I first raced a kart at?
No, really?
Yeah.
No, it's amazing.
Yeah.
Just a bit of update. The driver who's being looked at and caused the red flag is absolutely fine, thankfully. I think a lot of time they just said, if the guys had a little bit of knock, they say, stay in the cart, let's have a look, let's make sure both the cart and the driver are fine. So that's excellent news. Now, I assume they're either going to rerun that now, though actually all the carts are leaving Park Fermis. I think that's it. I think that's going to be called after 2 minutes.
That'll be called after 2.5 minutes, almost 3 minutes. Let me quickly round off the calendar for this year. So from Rowra at the end of June, we go to mid-July. Actually, that's not far away. So weekend of the 22nd, 23rd of June for Rowra, and then the weekend of the 13th and 14th of July across to Lincolnshire for Fulbeck, that old school airfield circuit at Fulbeck.
I better start driving up the driveway now.
Yeah, you might have to do that, Nick. So everything concluded by round 5 in July. That's not racing over for the Kart Championship, though, because in September we kick off the Kart Championship Winter Series. Right at the very edge, the last weekend of September, we're back to Wilton Mill for round 1. We come back to Warden Law on the 16th and 17th of November. And remember that the weekend prior to the 16th and 17th of November, we have a 2-day race meeting for Warden Law Car Club for their Autumn Cup. And it is a great meeting to be around, and some great prizes being geared up.
Yeah, fantastic prizes.
Absolutely.
I'm sure now, because of our link up here, you'll get some prizes from Darren.
Possibly. Yeah. Well, we did last year. We had entries from Darren, for the Cormers. Yeah, for the
right.
Bambinos.
Yes, you're right. Well, sorry, you're right.
I
know we got everyone else, but
And then the third round Winter Series.
Oh, it's all going to be wrong there.
That is wrong. Yeah, something wrong with that. Third round Winter Series concludes on the 7th and 8th of December at a venue to be confirmed. We are waiting for information on that. Meanwhile, Nick is laughing because out on track we've got karts in all sorts of angles.
They ended up, but what I liked was the way the guy the nose of one cart lightly mounted the side pod the other, and they were just going, well, they're just trying to push him off. Get off my car! Luckily,
it's very tricky. So what we've got out on track now are the Bambino runners. These are the petrol-engined Bambinos. It's exactly the same kart, exactly the same tyres, the LeConte all-weathers, and as we saw with the Mighty Bambinos, struggling for grip.
Now, interestingly, talking about the weather, which we do, and struggling for grip.
Just because you do that, you don't have to speak that minute, You can just, take a breath and...
I've got some Twitter to look at.
Go on, then.
Not really. Adam Crossfire says, morning all, glad to see some motorsport happening today. Washout at Donington, Santipod and Silverstone
So I hear, yes.
Yeah.
Can't park. So spectators struggling to park at Donington.
Tell all your friends it's all happening here at Warden Law.
It absolutely is.
If it's happening, it's happening in Stockton-on-Tees. We're quite close to Stockton-on-Tees, aren't we?
No, yeah, we're not bad.
How far? 10? 15?
No. What, minutes or miles?
Miles.
30 miles.
Okay. Well, it's still counting as Stockton-on-Tees. If it's happening in Stockton-on-Tees.
Any more?
No, but I just wanted to say that, really.
Okay.
Because I'm worried. I've noticed sometimes once you get going, it can be hours before you stop this weekend.
Who, me?
Yeah.
That's my job. That's my job. Can I talk about the grid?
Go on, then.
Only opportunity. Standing start, as ever, for these Bambino runners. Noah Wicklow finds himself on pole position after the heats. This is the first of the super heats. Will Wainwright alongside. Benjamin Shivar and Logan Hodgett share row 2. Arthur Bowers and Henry Hales row 3. Jack Swan, Ollie Wester row 4. And then we've got Jess Bailey and Hendrix Fallat. Calvin Simon with the best helmet out there. John Stevens alongside. Max Ahmed, Brady Ack and Ray Thorne. Riley Aston Wilkins, Arlo Gamble, Max St. Hilaire and Santo Amico round off what is a 19 kart grid. We've cleared the grid. We are racing racing down to turn 1, and that's Noah Wicklow, the red, white and black kart of Noah Wicklow. Now, I know Noah has been here before, and we splash our way through turn 1, and a kart off. That's Wainwright off, one of the front runners, off towards the right there, and that was just unfortunate there. The track got a bit crowded, and Will found himself being run out of that was unfortunate.
He got nudged around. It wasn't deliberate.
Well, that was rear wheel
to
front wheel, so it wasn't really. I think that was Benjamin Shivar.
Yeah, also having a tricky start was the 57 of Henry Hales. I saw him off on the grass, but I think he got round. He probably only lost a couple of positions, but he was really sick. I imagine in his helmet, he was going, and then he got it back. The kids do that anymore. So good lead for Wicklow, isn't it? Wicklow, sorry.
Yeah, Wicklow leading. I'm trying to fathom who that is in second place. I think that's Logan Hodgetts.
May well be. He was good yesterday.
That's Shivar leading the pack in third. So Benjamin Shivar with the green helmet, just looking over his shoulder. Great interview with Benjamin in the paddock show coming up at lunchtime as well. Look out for that. And that's Shivar off. Shivar slides wide. He spins backwards.
Well avoided.
Oh, and he's going to rejoin right in the mid-pack. He was avoided very well indeed, as you say, Nick, but that just shows just how little grip there is still.
Yeah, I mean, he just reversed it in, but luckily no one hit him, so that was the good news. Right, so they're going to come across to complete the first lap any second now, and it's been a bit of a... Oh, and Wicklow's lost it. Wicklow's lost it on the start-finish straight, so he won't be scored in the lead, because you can see him recovering there on the right-hand side of your screen. Wicklow lost it, spun, going too wide. So it's Hodgetts from Hales, from Fallat, from Wong, from West, from Wicklow, who was leading right up to... Oh, and now who's off in the corner there?
I'm not sure what the number on that kart was. That went off, spearing off towards driver's left.
Is that 15? I think that's Hendrik Fallat who's gone off there on the right-hand side. So it's Fallat.
There's so much rain on our window out of our box because that kart is just outside of our box. We can't even see the number on that.
It's the 1-5. Yeah, it's Fallat.
So Hodgetts gets off and into the lead. The number 57 of Henry Hales, though, he's chasing him down there. That's the 67 of Jax Wong, who finds himself now in third. But this is the lead battle right there.
Yeah.
Through the second centres, splashing the way through.
Hales is a fantastic cover from Hales. He was off the track going into corner 1.
He's got the lead.
But he's just, obviously now he's actually not on the grass and he's on the tarmac. He's having a much better time.
Henry Hales has just driven into the lead there, and he made that look so easy. Great traction, great power, great line, and he leads into the Gasworks hairpin for the second time.
Going well, Wicklow making a place up there. So Wicklow's now running into, well, he was up for a tiny amount of time there into fourth place. Top two going around the horseshoe. They're looking. Let's just drop back to the next pack. Cause I think Hales has got. He stays pointing the right direction. He's got a bit more pace. Yeah, those fourth and fifth. He's got the bright green helmet, which I think is Jax Wong. Let's see as they go across in the second.
They cross the line now, Nick, while we gather the field up. Henry Hales leads by a second.
On the line.
Logan Hodgetts second. Jax Wong, Ollie West. Fallat has dropped out.
I think Wicklow spun for the second time on the final corner.
He did that twice now.
Yep.
We know there's a lot of water there. And Wicklow pops out in 13th place, Nick.
Yeah, interestingly, these karts are having a problem with the final corner. With the paddock bend isn't the final corner. Having a real problem with that. We've not seen anyone else have, but somebody actually stopped at the far end now. Because obviously it's a worry. I don't think it happens too much these days, but in the past, obviously you could drown your engine, couldn't you? Because you get the electrics all over and that'd be it. But these days, with much better waterproofing, probably not a problem.
We're at half distance now. 4 minutes have gone. 4 minutes remain before we see any sight
Wong
of
in the blue cart, and he's just lost a place. That's your recovering Benjamin. No, it's not Benjamin Silver. That's Ollie West, isn't it? In the 20.
Yeah.
So he's come up to third. That's a third-fourth battle, Joe.
Oh, West getting it all wrong there and across the curb. He might lose out a bit of momentum. He's looking over his right shoulder, but it was across his left shoulder, which was where Jax Wong was. And Wong has got the chance to overtake again, but the switchback happens. And Ollie West retains that third place. Side by side through the horseshoe, though. On the inside, the green cart, that's Ollie West. On the white helmet there is Jax Wong, who's just lost out. They've swapped which side of the track they were on, and they've come back together at the final turn, but then space out again. Ollie West fighting for the grip there as they came out the final turn, and he slid very wide indeed over the exit curb, and this is going to allow Wong down the inside. There's a big massive puddle on the inside which you don't want to hit. That's it there. It's growing by the minute. Side by side again. They've switched back though to the other side of each other, and Ollie West continues in that third place.
Oh, Wong's just went with a little bit too much pace into the exit of Brian's into the dog leg, but then 2 corners later, there's a minor mistake elsewhere. So it's a 67 with the white helmet of Wong, who was actually ahead of West for about 150 metres, and now looking to get the inside again. Quick glance over the shoulder from West. Sees that Wong is going to sit behind him through the centre one. Looking at the tighter line, will he get the drive? Sort of. Now you can only do an over and under at this point, but no. Inside line. Oh, and West's got a bit of a squiggle on, but he's looking behind him. No, Wong is still there. I think West has got a little bit of basic extra pace, which is helping him out here. Wong takes a very conservative line through there. Probably haven't seen the big moments that West had the previous lap. And they come to the gasworks hairpin again. Let's see how much we can see and how much is water on the lens, which is a very long way away from anyone can wipe it. So this is almost like a let's see how wet the track is, and it's very wet.
It's going to get wetter though. It's only 10:15 in the morning here, and by midday the rain is going to increase. I mean, it's steadily been downpouring. We've not seen any sign of any kind of stoppage of rain falling from the skies.
Pluie, as they say.
And look, I mean, even the Bambinos are putting up plumes of spray. That's how wet we are. And look at this. Ollie West has now consolidated that third place. He's basically joined up a few corners where he hasn't been bashing over the curbs, and he's raced smoothly there and pulled a gap to Jax Wong. It's Arlo Gamble behind these two. Benjamin Shivard just coming through now in 6th. And then the rest of the field coming through.
There's a little bit of scrappage further down. Just let these carts go through the frame, Frank, and we'll see there's a bit of a battle down about 8th or 9th.
I tell you what we need to pick up. We need to pick up 6th, 7th and 8th, because we've got Will Wainwright, who started on the front row. That's the bright yellow cart, number 21, that we're going to pick up in a minute. He's chasing down Benjamin Shivard. These two were front runners. Wainwright was the cart that we saw off of turn 1.
Right, there's the 72. That's going through, and then we have there is the 78. That's Shivard in 6th. And then someone just had a spin. Wainwright had a spin.
Oh, Wainwright was coming back so well. That's the yellow cart we've been trying to pick up. Now, Wainwright was in 7th. I think he's about 11th there.
He just literally spun. He saw his head come into this shot.
Yes.
Face not going in the right direction. But now there's 4 of them. There's 5 of them, all battling over, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th. And they're coming into, they're on the penultimate lap.
There's one back for Wainwright. One position back.
There's a possibility they might just tick it in time. I think they're going to. No, the leaders aren't going to tick it in time.
No, are they? Where's
Hodges?
Where's Hales?
He's got no Hales. There's 2. There's 2 to go. Hales just made it.
He's across the line there.
He's so far ahead, and they come into the gasworks. 3 different lines for 4 different carts. Oh, again, I get the impression that Wainwright is pushing really hard after getting a little bit fired up by that bad luck he had in the first lap. He's really trying round the outside, and he's going to get one of them, is he? Looking like he's going to... and they've gone again. Synchronised. And a big wave. Excellent.
No, that was because they had a coming together there, Nick. They just crowded each other out and then contact the rear of that pink cart in front of him.
Wainwright went in, took it, and then they both spun. Because you've got a short wheelbase and limited grip, you're going to go round.
He ran out of space, basically. There's Calman Simon
in the 12.
The best helmet on the grid there.
He's full centre. He's got JPS sort of side pods.
Hasn't he got the Marlborough sticker on the front of the helmet as well?
It's very much a JPS livery, isn't it? Black and gold.
No, he's got a Marlborough sticker on the front, so that's Senna's McLaren days.
That's
it is, yeah. So it's a full homage.
He's just literally gone full.
Ayrton Senna.
No Tolman, I noticed.
Ayrton Senna winning his first Grand Prix in conditions very similar to this Estoril in 1985. Yeah. So
today I'm going to Estoril this year to do a 3-day bike track day.
No, not in the middle of a race.
It actually says John Player Special.
He's got tobacco advertising all over that helmet and cart.
Officially, we shouldn't show that.
A 7-year-old.
You do realise we shouldn't show that. And actually, given the one of the things you have to say when you talk about a stream is whether it's got anything that's offensive or anybody else, But I don't think we'll have to say smoking images for that somehow. It's just a 7-year-old homage to a driver who passed away probably 23 years before he was born. Yeah.
It's the 30th anniversary on the 1st of May. How can you not know that?
I did know that.
Henry Hales has taken the last lap board, Nick. and he starts his last lap in fine style. It's been a great drive. He's just about to come through St John's now, the left-hander.
Yeah, there's plenty of time.
Let's pick him up now as he makes his way around that last lap, heading towards the first of the centre hairpins while we continue watching that.
On the 57, is he now? Homage. Is he going through the first one? Right, so he's going through centre 2 now.
No, that's the 72. That is Arlo Gamble.
That's right.
And it really has been a
just going underneath. Yeah, this is a 57. Just going underneath Ash's camera right now, and then moving out towards the chicane. I think that's the right one.
It's been a bit of a masterclass, hasn't it?
Yeah, I think that's 57.
Yeah, there he is. Henry Hills. He got off into the front of the field, and he just basically left everybody.
Yeah.
Logan Hodgetts has had an equally good drive in second. Both of these drivers, they've got 9.7 seconds the gap from Hales to Hodgetts, and 5 seconds from Hodgetts to Ollie West.
And the rain's got harder, by the way. It just suddenly started pushing. It just suddenly started giving it a bit more.
It was forecast. So checkered flag will fly any moment now for Henry Hills, who comes out of the final turn, heads down between the banners, the Kart Championship banners there flying. That just shows what sort of day it is. Great win. The first super heat for the Coma C50 Bambinos then. Henry Hills takes the victory. Logan Hodgetts, an equally fine second place. And then we wait a few seconds. There's Ollie West on the green helmet and green overalls. Jack Swan chasing him down. That's third and fourth. Arlo Gamble on the 72 will be happy with that. Arlo qualifying quite down the order, actually. Nick Arlo Gamble was started 17th. And there's Arlo Gamble, who knows his way around here at Warden Law. He came 5th. Calman Simon, a big fan of his, as he is a fan of Ayrton Senna. He finished 6th. Will Wainwright finally got going again and came through all of those drivers that he lost out to with that spin, including Benjamin Shivar. So Will Wainwright will finish 7th. Benjamin Shivar recovering to 8th. Noel Wicklow, the early leader, finished 9th, and then Ray Thorne 10th.
How do you know you're in Britain?
Because we've had about 3 or 4 seasons in 2 days.
Because the coming of the rain brings the comments. We love talking about the weather. So Adam Crossfire says, blimey, looks really tricky out there. Puddles pretty bad for guys and girls. Dave Nichols, racing start delayed down the road at Teesside. So we're about the only event racing here today. Dino Rowlands Racing went out there in the Honda Cadet, so wet and cold I wanted to go straight back in the tent.
Don't blame you. It's pretty nasty, isn't it?
And it's like, and I'm sorry, a message from the other page is good luck, Fred Budd. I don't know I think Fred may have been out, but thank you for that. We just we can read all your messages on the YouTube. We can. The interactivity is great, and we're glad you're watching your favoured racers who are battling not just their engines, their tyres, their setup, their talent. They're battling that unceasing enemy, the elements.
That's the challenge, isn't it? All sorts of conditions. These karts will be on wet tyres. Our next group of karters out will be the Rotax Junior Primo class. Now then, round 1 saw maximum points in heats, super heats and finals from Daniel Hartley. Round 2 at Glanigor saw again Daniel Hartley, maximum point score in the heats, super heats and the finals. Here we are, not so much maximum, but we have got Daniel Hartley on the pole for the Junior Primos.
And we do currently have, I kind of think that they're going to have the karts going in 2x2. It's raining that hard. Into the arc. And we go, Edward Pickering is a long-term fan of our variation and said hello from Japan.
Hello, Emma.
Edward,
sorry.
He's been watching the RC channels and the karting channels for at least 15 years to my knowledge.
Oh, quality. And he's in Japan. What time is it in Japan then?
It's about 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
And good luck from, go on Ben, watching from Sydney, says Shamrory Kid.
Tremendous.
So,
from Sydney.
So basically, we are an international sporting event when everyone else is hiding in the rain.
Yeah, well, I hope you like the pictures from Warden Law here. It's typical English spring weather, raining. Daniel Hartley on the pole position, as I say. He had a bit of a character-building day yesterday, having to follow people around for the first time in this championship. He's still on pole position, though, with the point score. Taylor Dixon alongside. I got my Bellas mixed up. Bella Fairclough does not drive here regularly, I was told. And thanks for the information about Bella and bringing us up to date. Last time he was 2 years ago in a cadet kart. So well done. That's from Bella's dad.
Too many Bellas.
There is a lot of Bellas in karting.
Interesting that you, one of the things you can do when you get to do karting is, obviously you've got juniors who are about 16 or 17. Most seniors are under the age of 30. Because then they go 177, don't they? And then we've got the various age groups here, and you can get to see the kind of the metamorphosis of name changes, can't you?
Evolution of name changes.
Yeah, because you've got some. There's a lot of Alfies, and then there's a lot of this, and you're going, oh, right, okay, and you can almost see where they are from the. And there are a lot of Bellas around the age of 11, 12, 13.
There is, yes. Now I don't know whether that they get Bella as a shortened from Annabelle or
Twilight.
Of course it is.
Twilight.
It's Twilight. We're on to you. We're on to you.
So the parents, 13 years ago, when they're having these babies, it was
Twilight
like it was just
of course.
in the Twilight.
I've never watched Twilight.
Interestingly,
you have.
How many Harrys are there? I don't know. How many Severuses? But so they're a bit older now.
I've got time.
Can I just make a point about this? I've got a daughter who is now 21, so 13 years ago she was 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and despite the cinema ratings, of course, she was watching Twilight. And you know with a young child, the damn thing's on the whole time.
The grid is Daniel Hartley, Taylor Dixon, Bella Fairclough, who kicked that conversation off, but interesting. Stanley Clark alongside Bella on row 2. We've got Ellis Daly and Maya Simpson on row 3. Leighton Kelly and Laurie McVeigh are on row 4. Alfie Forrester and Eddie Stewart, row 5. Riley Mason-Lewis and Tyler Davis are on row 6. We've got Oscar Pitt and Thomas Butcher on row 7. Then we've got Sophie Caldwell, Zach Kay in row 8. Row 9, rounding off the 18 kart field, is Ethan Bath and Ewan Stevenson.
This is a very spread out field, and they've had 2 laps. So this Rotax Junior Primo was called for full starts twice yesterday, and they are massively spread. And someone else had a spin. There's no way he's going to get going because there's somebody else off the track. They've had no end of problems getting these going.
That's the number 43 of Taylor Dixon at the front of the field. There's no Daniel Hartley there.
Well, there's people off the track over there.
Right, that's Bella Fairclough on the yellow cart.
And it's not running.
So we've got Taylor Dixon, who's taken up the responsibility.
Someone's off at the side of the track who's got. I think that the water now might be getting in the electrics. It's so heavy.
We have got puddles across the track now. They're not just in the edges of the track. They're forming across the track because of this heavy rainfall. You can see the rainfall there. That's how heavy the rain is coming down. These youngsters are still out there plodging their way around. We've got people who have gone off, one of which is Daniel Hartley, the pole position driver.
Lost the 83 as well of Tyler Davis, who's looking at his engine like it won't start. And the thing is, there are electrics involved in these karts, and they are well protected. But at some point, they get drowned.
Is that his engine running? Has he got it?
He's got it going. He's got it going.
Yeah.
Was he didn't have any grip?
He's been pushed off. He was trying to get it going there. There was a bit of exhaust.
I saw the exhaust, yeah.
Exhaust gas. He's going to be pushed out of harm's way. Meanwhile, the field are just forming up towards the gasworks, so plenty of time for Anth to get him out of the way. That's Anth, worker here at Karting North East.
This has been a difficult one. There's a lot of spinach going on. There's 3 karts not joining in at the moment because they've spun off. I'm not quite sure.
They're just tippy-toeing their way around, just hopefully being able to drive round the track and get out of and get onto the back of the field. We've got Tyler Davis out the way, well out of harm's way now. It's a bit unfortunate for the youngster to.
They're going to try and get this one off.
Yeah, I think so. So we've got a different front row. Bella Fairclough and Taylor Dixon now forming the front row. Bella Dixon on the bright yellow cart, Taylor Dixon on the purple and red. We're going to get things underway. We are started across that river forming, causing tricky conditions under braking, and Dixon all the way around the outside. Bella Fairclough slotting in behind him through Brian's Bend, splashing their way through Brian's Bend and onto the dog leg. Taylor Dixon hanging on to the lead. Bella Fairclough, she'll want to get by. Look how racy she's looking. Oh, and she stops herself, literally like hitting a brick wall, hitting that puddle, wasn't it?
I mean, I think, and I'm going to say this now, I think we might be getting to the point where this is going to be difficult to continue.
Don't say that.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying. I mean, it's not.
It's tricky, isn't it?
It's very, very tricky. And I think people are going to have to start thinking about, the middle of the tarmac actually might be the best place to be.
Yes, on the crest of the...
Yeah.
And look
On
at
the
that,
crown,
Bella, all the way across the curb there. That's the way to go. It looks spectacular with the muddy splash, but it's quite effective. Taylor Dixon has found his way around and leads into the gasworks, leads out of the gasworks. Bella Fairclough settling in behind him there, and all sorts of stuff happening behind these two who have just left and checked out.
Yeah, some great driving by these two youngsters. They've and up the inside, beautiful there by Bella Fairclough to take the lead. She's got a slightly wobbly exhaust. I mean, that might be a problem. I don't think she's lost the mounting. I don't think it was a very heavy hit, and it gave its full amount of springing it could do. 1 and 2 come down towards us. Bright yellow Fairclough up the inside. I think the inside line is better than they think it is.
No, but then Bella's got the traction on that grippy outside
I think that's
line.
more because Dixon didn't decide to force the issue.
No,
because it's
he
hard.
did. It's not about that, Nick. It's about the lack of traction on the inside. He just can't get the power down. They're both going flat. The spin, and that's where you see Bella just shooting off. It's very disconcerting, isn't it? Because you think, oh, he's got the move, and then looking from over there like I normally do, I just see that happen. Oh, he's in the lead. Oh no, he's not. And that's the same thing there.
How much opposite lock did Bella have on for how long? Then he was like, oh, I'm on the bump stops, keeping this thing in position.
It's like rally driving out there.
So basically, this is now rally cross. We should get Murray Walker and go to Lynn.
Oh,
he's gone. No.
Taylor Dixon, just as we were saying how tricky the conditions were, turning into a rallycross event. Taylor Dixon.
Too much curb. The ditch hook didn't work there. The ditch hook took him out.
He didn't get it far enough across.
Yeah.
It was on the curb rather than over the curb. Oh, Taylor has left Bella Fairclough in the lead of this Junior Primo race.
By quite a way.
Well, I'm going to tell you exactly how much she's in the lead when she crosses the line, which she's about to do, because that's the final turn she's on. All sorts of things happening in the background, which we'll pick up in a moment. Yeah. At any moment, anybody can make a mistake and lose the lead. Bella Fairclough crosses the line in the lead. 1 minute 16.5 is the fastest lap of the race. We haven't had the second place Kart through. Yes, we have now. That's Taylor Dixon, 3.6 behind. Maya Simpson, it's an all-girl 1 and 3 so far. Maya Simpson trying to get on terms, 8 seconds further back. Laurie McVeigh in 4th, Stanley Clark in 5th, Ellis Daly 6th, Alfie Forrester, Sophie Caldwell, Eddie Stewart splashing his way around in 9th. 10th is Zach Kane. Then we've got Oscar Pitt and Ewan Stevens and Thomas Butcher. Daniel Hartley is not on the order there, so I'm not quite sure.
Points, that's for sure. The blue car in the focus mode is a 16 of Ellis Dealey. Scored 6 across the line. Not sure he still is, and he's gone. Behind him, Kart went.
Sorry, Nick, quite a few karts not coming up. We've only got 13 karts.
We lost 4 just on the warm-up laps.
I see, right.
They're parked by the side, yeah.
So they didn't click over the timing.
They never started the actual start,
right.
yeah. So we actually they didn't roll. If you look at the kart in the distance, there's the kart park just coming into this chicane there, 3 or 4. So there's 3 of these karts going into the Gasworks hairpin now. It's the 47 of Stanley Clark coming up the inside of Laurie McVeigh. I think it's gone too wide. That hasn't happened. It's like viewing through a net curtain.
Yes,
isn't
it is.
At some point, one person has to walk down there and clean that, and I hope it's not going to be me.
Well, I'm hoping when we get this heat out the way, Eddie Stewart's going to pop in and do a heat. That'll enable you to nip down there and wipe it with a cloth.
I do need to go to the toilet, to be honest. So
yeah, so do I. Do you want to commentate with Eddie?
Eddie. Right, down the line we go. Let's see where they're scored as they come underneath us now. So the bright red car. Oh, the braking's really hard there. Yeah. And that was the 47 that was leading there, Stanley Clark. He's now lost the position. No, he hasn't. You're absolutely right. Again, that outside line's got that drive, but you have to avoid the big puddle.
Yes. Which is getting narrower. That outside line is getting narrower there. You might have to go through the big puddle to do that next time.
I know this actually looks like must be awful to race on, but actually looks quite a lot of fun, to be honest. 79. Sorry, the 78 goes back past. Oh, no, 79. That 9 and 8 number is not very clear, to be honest, but for old eyes. But they are having a marvellous. I take it they're teammates because they're in the same sticker kit.
With BSR, that Alfie Forrester, the number 79, is with BSR. So
and they swapped again. Are they going to swap again? Is it up the inside? Goes Forrester? Nope. It was held there by Stanley Clark. Just at the front, Bella Fairclough now has a 5-second lead. And then Dixon has 12 seconds over Maya Simpson in third. And we're a couple of seconds back to this next battle, which is going on past this secluded view.
Yes, we've got through the stained glass window.
Yes,
through the stained glass window.
To the church of kart racing.
That's how horrible it is.
They're certainly looking for it.
So, are they the same livery, Nick?
They look very, very similar to me.
So Alfie Forrester's with BSR.
Oh, and a mistake a little bit too wide by.
Yeah, they
is
are.
That Simpson, the 96 ahead of them, because it's constantly changing so much. I think
it's Maya Simpson.
Yeah. Oh. Ouch! Is she carry on going?
Yes, she will. Yes, she will. That looked a lot worse than it is. That looked a lot worse than it is. Just hit the puddle on the left.
Puddle's
she didn't.
dragged her.
Yeah, and it drags you in. That looks a lot worse. Like being on a that fairground ride. What's it called? The waltzer, where you're just getting spun around. But she'll be fine. She continued. Maya Simpson, tough girl, continues on and gets back on with her race. We'll find out just what position Maya comes back round on. But it's that puddle on the outside, Nick, that's causing the problem.
To the left, yeah. I mean, it's so deep. It's like hitting a brake, effectively.
Well, the puddles are coming from the left and right as you get towards turn one. That's right in the braking area as well. We might be able to. There's that puddle again for the number 15, Bella Fairclough, just coming through.
So
there's the 47. He's in fourth. Stanley Clark.
Fourth. Everyone's now kind of spread out a little bit. So Clark goes across the line now. Let's just drop back one to the car that's following him, which I think is Forrester again, isn't it? There we go. It's Forrester now. He comes down the main straight. Let's see. There's now a move to it. They were following Myers. They're now definitely avoiding that bit of puddleage.
Yes, I think they saw what happened there when they got that one wrong. And you know what, Nick? You're only talking about a couple of centimetres.
Oh, gosh, yeah.
And there's Maya through, just in front of us, so I can report that she's absolutely fine and well.
6th place. Must have been a shock when you're trying to turn, go straight or at least turn slightly right, and it just gets pulled left.
It is quite a shock because all of a sudden you're turning 90 degrees left at speed, and then spinning and pirouetting out of control.
So I think we're going to get two more. Bella Fairclough is about to complete the lap. Oh, she spun. I can see her in front. So just we pick up a leader who's coming down the straight now, and straight start finish now. Bright yellow. This is bright yellow Kart. That's our leader. Across the line, she literally spun on the entry into Paddock Bend, but she's got such a lead, it's probably not going to affect things. So the lead, which was 8.5 seconds, despite spinning, is now 9 seconds. So I think everyone's having a bit of a moment at this particular point. This is Bella leading away.
She's showing everybody the way around here, isn't it? And considering I got me Bella's wrong, and Bella Fairclough there last time here on a Honda Cadet, a completely different beast, that junior Primo. It's exactly the same kart as the junior Rotax class. However, the junior Primo is all about the 12 to 14-year-olds. You are in the junior Primo class just purely by your age group. Nothing different on the kart. Same engine, same chassis, same tyres, same everything, same power. It just stops the younger kids getting racing with the big kids.
So, now we've
got a spinner in front of Bella there. And she takes avoiding action in great style.
And that was the Tony kart. I don't know whether that may well have been. Is that Oscar? Was it?
No, Oscar's. No, that might have been Maya Simpson. If it was a Tony kart,
I think it's two out there. There's two out there.
Here's the last lap board then for Bella Fairclough, who has shown everybody how to drive a junior Rotax Primo around Warden Law in the wet. She avoids that horrible puddle on the left-hand side, and then continues through Brian's Bend there. Avoids that puddle as well. Into the dog leg for the final time. She'll be delighted to see the checkered flag at the end of this lap. However, still a lot of jeopardy. Still a lot of jeopardy out there. Takes the outside line through St John's. Avoids the puddles on the run down to the first of the centre hairpins. It's an off-camber hairpin that. The road seems to drop away from you on the outside. Just controls the slide into the second centre. Not quite a hairpin, and then accelerating through that curved entry towards the chicane. Bouncing off the curbs there, taking it gently through and accelerating gently out onto the curb, say gently, flicking the back end out on the power, and then into the braking area. Braking area all the way around the outside of the Gasworks hairpin there, and just correcting the slide in beautiful style. This is where she was caught out a couple of laps ago, and she'll come out of the horseshoe now. That never-ending horseshoe. Very wet indeed, and into the paddock turn on the right away around the outside. And it's a checkered flag for the first junior Rotax Primo superheat for Bella Fairclough, who chooses to come straight into the paddock, and I don't blame her. Get out of these terrible conditions. Second place driver Taylor Dixon crosses the line 12.5 seconds behind, and then we've got Stanley Clark about to take the checkered flag there being waved, and you can just see how difficult the wind is just picking up that checkered flag and twirling it and tricky. There it is, just getting wrapped up on the flagpole. So Bella Fairclough takes that very fine superheat win. Taylor Dixon in second place. Stanley Clark takes third. Alfie Forrester fourth. Laurie McVeigh fifth. Maya Simpson finishes sixth there, crossing the line. Behind Maya with the bright orange helmet was Ellis Daly, then Zach Kane. Then we've got Eddie Stewart. Eddie on the number 45, sporting his new white side pods and nose cone, just to save a bit of weight. Oscar Pitt will finish in 10th place. Thomas Butcher 11th, Ewan Stevenson and Sophie Caldwell. We lost a lot of drivers there, didn't we, before we started this one, in these very, very tricky conditions. So we, as ever, move swiftly on. It's the Intermax class next, the fastest of the cadet categories. It's the 950 chassis with the same tyres as we've seen on. They're on a Mojo tyre, same size, same dimensions as the Micromax class. Same engines, just with a little bit less restriction on the engine breathing. It reduces the power at the top end. A little bit more restriction than a Micromax. So as you move up the age groups, you move on to a little bit quicker kart. But the Intermax is slower than the Junior Max, and but is quicker than the Micromax. As we get older, we get onto the faster karts. A big hello to Andrew Wilson, our official Warden Law Kart Club commentary team of Andrew and Helen. They're listening in the warmth of a log fire, I would imagine. I've just got this vision, Andrew, that you're there sitting with your feet up with a bowl of snacks, feet up, log fire burning, dog at your side. I don't even know if you've got a dog, but dog at your side, absolutely pouring down a rain. And there is Daniel Hartley's kart. Snap chain for Daniel. That's put him on the back foot for the rest of the day. He and his dad wheeling his car disconsolately into the Parc Fermé in front of us, and hopefully Daniel's head won't drop too much. He knows what the job entails now. He's going to have to go out and win the second superheat with a DNF because of a snap chain there. Unfortunate. Happens to the best of us. Happened to me a lot. We've got the Intermax karts leaving the Parc Fermé, the collecting area, and making their way around. Their first look at the track conditions here. They've been eagerly watching the other classes, so they'll have some form of idea. It's Riley Murrow who starts from the front of the pack with perfect results from the heats. Max Gilman will start alongside. The second row is JJ Lowe and Jensen Sale. Drew Davidson and JJ Plowman, the first of the novices, 5th and 6th. Fourth row of the grid is James Fabricas and Sebastian Clark, with Jensen White and Fraser Anderson on the 5th row. 6th row is Adam Turacek and George Ralston. And then we've got Jack Moss, Sandro Kemp and Jensen Walker. So 2 novices, JJ Plowman in 6th, George Ralston on the number 199 in 12th.
Well done. I feel much better.
Oh, great.
Do you want to?
I will do that after this one, eh?
Yep. So here we go. Looking to... It's interesting that the Junior Primo has been the one who had the most...
Do you want me to nip down there and do the...
Can do, but... Yeah, probably, yeah.
Yeah.
But
keep on top.
Yeah, the Junior Primos, interestingly, are the ones who seem to go around the most often. They've gone around every single one of their heats. Most people have managed to get a reasonable start. Now, whether they're going to give people a second lap anyway, but this is very much these 950s in order to take the start this time around.
The Intermax about to go off and go racing, I think. Dan Ashton is happy with that and sets them on their way.
Great jump there, right from the front, from the 138 of Riley Murray. He really went for it too much. He's looking behind his shoulder to make sure he hadn't jumped the start, I think.
Splashing way through Brian's Bend and into the dog leg for the first time. Then 2 karts already beginning to break a bit of a gap. Heading down towards St John's. It's the number 138 of pole position driver Riley Murrow with Max Gilman going with him. We expected, it's the 191, is it? James Fabricas.
Yep.
So he was the one who shot from the cannon.
No, and he's now taking the lead. Look at that.
Fabricas from the 3rd row of the grid now leads for the first time into the chicane.
Obviously a big fan of these conditions. Fabrica's a bit of a rainmeister. Comes straight through from 5 to first.
Absolutely
Coming to the hairpin, which I believe now the camera is now so wet we can't use it. So it's focusing on the water rather than the track. That's probably remote cameras, especially remote cameras which are very, very remote. But we'll sort it out. Don't worry. And you can see the track.
Oh, he's off.
Oh, he's gone wide. Too much confidence. Can he get back on again?
Yeah, Fabregas going wide at the horseshoe.
Oh, fantastic! Free showers for all. You can get 3 points in your licence for doing that some of these days, you know?
Yeah, I know. You always could. Not these days.
Oh,
off we go then.
Second and third, very aggressive going there. Oh, is that going to stop? I don't think they come into that knowing for certain it's going to stop.
That was Adam Turicek there, getting it all.
Oh, very wide came back in again. It's amazing some of these lines that don't cause the problems you think they're going. That was the third place man. Seb Clark, I think, had that problem.
That's Turicek down the inside, is it?
No, didn't quite make it. And he's definitely not made now because he's not facing the right direction. I'm liking this. There's unrivaled. There's just unbridled aggression in this one, isn't there? Just really seeing what they can do.
Well,
it comes in again. It's the curb. It's hard enough with 4 wheels on the not saturated tarmac. You start sticking wheels on other bits of the track, and you're asking for trouble.
That was Turicek who spun though, Nick.
Yeah, and he was asking for trouble.
Yeah,
because he went on it. So more changes around there. There's the car in the middle of that pack getting a little bit beaten up. Just trying to see the number. Obviously, that's the 158 again. That's Jensen White having an issue. Has now got that place back again. And they go round. Rooster tails coming from all the wet tyres here in this junior primo class, and now another change of position. I mean, it's just non-stop change of position. A lot of them because they're taking different lines. So suddenly, Kart A will go up tight and get in, and then Kart B will go wide, and the change won't take. They've got four mainly orange karts at the front, which is always fun. And they are currently running in second, third, fourth, and fifth. Slightly breaking away, it's Sebastian Clark, who's got past Riley Murray. So Clark at 151 leads, and this is the battle for second, third, fourth, and fifth. The leading, was it third? No, it is. So out in front is Clark, and then we've got Murray in the 138. I would say in the orange-sided cup, there's the blue helmet. White and blue helmet is Murray now coming from the back. It's the 191. That's Fabregas trying to come through. Fabregas some great speed. Oh, that's going to be a penalty because he's taken out completely the Jensen White car he took out. I think the 158. I think he did. He just poleaxed him. Now, the other thing I think probably is he's going to may well get a bumper penalty for that clunk. But that is different. There's a 138 to the 158. I think that was actually Murrow in the end who actually got hit. So Murrow got hit from second by Fabregas. And that's just gone off, and that's Fabregas again spinning out. So that's there's no harm. Nothing deliberate. No one's trying to do that. It's just what happens, you know. Now I think we've also had a change to the lead because the lead has spun at some point, so they're all facing the wrong direction. And I'm not sure whether actually back in the lead may have gone Clark, but he's not in the lead as much as he was. He wasn't in the lead at one point earlier on. So it is Clark. Now it's Fabregas in second. Third place is Turicek, and Turicek now comes in. That's never going to stop. Oh, it just did. In the blue side pods, Turicek white helmet coming into the wide line through Brian's Bend. Gives him the drive now through the first part of the dog leg. That's the lead just ahead of them. So it's 1, 2 and 3 on frame at the moment. And they sweep in a little bit too much curb again. Actually, that pointed him far too much wide, and suddenly they little come together there, but he got away with it. A little bit of a kind of tyre to tyre, and now into second place goes Turicek with the blue side pods, but then he just gets eased gently out as he tried to brake for the second centre. Did not quite enough there from Fabregas, but I think there was more kind of different lines than anything else. And they go sweeping now down round to the Gasworks hairpin. That's enabled Clark in the cart ahead of them to just get a little bit further ahead. You can see him there, pinky helmet, as they go through the Gasworks hairpin, and now they are with 3 minutes to go. They're going to come back and complete another lap. This is the long left-hander of the horseshoe, avoiding that big puddle. They have managed to reduce the size of the big puddle over the last couple of laps, and they come round through Paddock onto the main straight. See a little bit of air between them. The lead now for Clark is going to be round about second, I would think. 1.5 seconds. And then it's back to Fabregas. Behind Fabregas, there is a train of karts. Again, mainly line astern. Anderson, Ralston, White, JJ Lowe, Sale and Plowman. So with the first three, let's just, as we move now, Martin, you can just let them now go through frame a little bit, and we'll just run them through, and let's see, get an idea. It's a good shot though, get an idea of the gappage of all of them. Let's just pick up and run with a couple in the middle there, going into the hairpin now. That's it. That's the 192. Sorry, that's going into the centre one now, in the centre two. That's the blue helmet. Oh, and a spin behind them. That's how tricky it is. So there's the 140 with, this is JJ Lowe, who I don't think currently is in 7th, but we'll find out now. And the 148 behind him is, so JJ Lowe is 148, and ahead of him was the 199 of Benson. Not at all bothered about the dampness. And he he came in there, he just gave it absolutely full lock, right hand down, and eventually it turned. It's you kind of ease enough speed down, and you get that friction circle to say, right, I can now stop going forward, I can start turning side by side as they come through Paddock Bend, completing their 6th lap of the Intermax 950 Superheat, and there's a little bit of a gainage there, and he comes sweeping round in front of us, and it's going to pop out and see if we can get the inside line. But no, so that's still the 169 and the 138. So that is Gilman and Murrow. So we're actually down at 9th and 10th now. Don't forget, Murrow was in the lead till he got poleaxed a couple of laps ago. He's dropped down to 10th. Behind Murrow is JJ Plowman in the blue and yellow. I get the impression the way that Murrow's going backwards, he may have a little bit of damage after that coming together. And so the 171 pure white helmet just going in the inside, with 49 seconds to go. So we'll get 2 more laps. So they battle away. Murrow is probably pretty upset about everything that's happened during this particular race. As he goes into boards the hairpin again, watching the rest of the field, honestly, they have done that. You can see them there sort of spreading out generally. So let's try and move slightly forward through the field. Just pick up and move forward the next 2 forward. So they're just kind of a gentle way of doing it. Go down the straight now, that's fine. With these 3, they're okay. This is the, I think the battle for 3rd, I think it is. It's the 191, yeah, it's 4th. Fabricus in 4th, and behind him you've got White, and behind him you've got Sale, as they go up and around Brian's Bend. Very different lines. That wide line getting more and more popular as they use it. But Fabricus has been in several different positions during this race, and currently it's in 4th. It kind of looks more like a boat going around that corner. You need a tiller or a rudder rather than a steering wheel sometimes. A little bit of a curb there, raise the nose very slightly off the ground. I can tell you now, the rain has just kicked up a bit. When it rains normally, it's like you can't hear it, but it just puts a bit of acceleration onto the precipitation. You can hear it in the comms booth, which won't do too many problems. Oh, look, it's been cleaned. You can see again. I don't know how that will last. Thanks to Joe for that. So there they come. Accelerating beneath now, and on the final lap. So this is the last lap of the Primo race. As we've seen, I think, quite a lot within these wet lap races, there's actually a huge amount of action, but it doesn't tend to be overtaking action. It tends to be people just slightly losing it, and then eventually people get into their comfort zones, and it all sort of spreads out, and everyone gets into a little bit of space. As you can see, it's a couple of seconds of space, but it's kind of enough for you to plough your own furrow. And of course, fast in tends to be slow out, and slow in tends to be fast out. And where's our leader? He should be coming across the line any second now, I think. That's 158 of Jensen White. So just a bit further ahead will be Sebastian Clark in the 151. I think he's going around the horseshoe now. Just kind of a guess. I think that's his Kart. And I think that's him going over a line. I could be completely wrong. And there goes our leader across the line, and he's just taken it. Sebastian Clark, nice result. He got there very happy about it. He didn't get off fist bump. So there's the top points. He's got a bumper down though, so he's going to have a 5-second penalty. So Clark is definitely getting a 5-second penalty, which actually doesn't matter because he's 10 seconds in the lead. So he had a bumper penalty on Clark there. I can see that was down. As they're crossing behind us, you've got also with a bumper down is the 112 of Turacek. So he's going to drop down to 8th. So there's a couple of bumper penalties out there. which, as you know, if you watch karting regularly, means you get 5 seconds added to your time. So the final result was, it was Seb Clark who won it, Fraser Anderson was second, James Fabregas came third, Jensen White was fourth, Adam Turacek was fifth, Jensen Sale was in sixth, and JJ Lowe seventh, Max Gilman eighth, Riley Munro, who started well and had an unfortunate incident at centre 1, is in ninth, Sandra Kemp is in 10, Jensen Moore came 11th, Drew Davidson was 12th, and JJ Plowman and George Rawson didn't get the trip and retired a bit early. And the rain currently, I'd say, is at about intensity 3, perhaps 4 from what we've seen. We have seen a little bit of 5, but it's certainly, what's the word for it? Wet. So, what is next up? I need to navigate over to the computer and find out what's going on here. So it's Superheat 1. And it's, I think, is it? It's the second heat of the mighty Bambinos. So this is the end of the first round of Superheats. We're only about 15 minutes behind, which is pretty good going, actually, considering the appalling weather. And there we go, and they're ready to run. And so, oh, look at this! It's Fluorescent Umbrella. He's leading. We're going for absolute full whack speed there. No, it's people, not karts. Ash, it's the people race we're after. The karts. So good result there for the man with the umbrella, with the S on it. So well done, sir. You get 2 bonus points, which you can't use because they're just from me. And they aren't actually. Well, I couldn't find, by the way, where your various grids were. It's just open things. So computer-wise, Mr. Bradley, who's done an excellent job of cleaning the lens and cleaning himself.
Still a few drops though. Look how wet I am.
Yeah, no, it was clean. It was genuinely clean for about 4 seconds.
Was it really?
Yeah.
I tell you what, it's not just wet out there though. It is freezing cold, and you kind of become a bit disconnected. Those youngsters have been subjected to some horrendous conditions of racing. Not just from a competitive competitions point of view, but from 2 seconds, from a point of dealing with the elements and the cold. I mean, kids coming off absolutely in tears with the coldness on their hands. But that's what the sport's all about. I remember. Having the similar conditions. It was the middle of June, actually, a race in Felton I was doing. And I was absolutely in pain from frostbite, I think I got up in Northumberland. We're a little bit further south here at Warden Law, though, and conditions that prevail are pretty much in for the day, I'm afraid. The forecast is for this kind of rain to continue all the way to tea time before we see any sort of lightening off, I think, was the last forecast that I saw. We'll continue checking the forecast, seeing if there's going to be any kind of improvement. Right now, though, we're about to go ahead with our it's our second Mighty Bambino heat. This time it's groups B and C that are out for this one. It's a light controlled start, and here we go. We're about to go underway and get racing, and there they go.
So they're away, and there they go. And it's a
we've
good
got a
start.
kart off,
We've got a
Nick.
kart off on the paddle pulled across. And there's another kart spinning in the field. The 16 and the 81 have gone round. And they're now rolling again, and back they go. So back to the front of the grid, and it looks like an early lead.
Yeah, we've got
the 49's gone ahead.
So the 49
doesn't exist.
That doesn't exist
because we can't read numbers.
Got the 45 off. That's Jensen James Williams.
It's probably the 40 actually, I think.
Yeah, the 40 is Oliver Woodall, which figures from starting on the front row of the grid, and then we've got the 72. Is that behind him?
Now, the important thing to say right now is all these karts are at absolutely full power, the normal power they normally have. They are not in any way retuned for wet weather. They are locked down, leaving Northern Ireland, and they're all the same, and no one can change them apart from the people who are in charge of Mighty E. And I'm saying this because we speculated about something earlier today about what you could do if you wanted to do it, and people thought it was being done.
No,
and there's
it's
been a
not.
bit of consternation. So no, these are all the karts are exactly the same. They're all exactly the same amount of power as were yesterday in the dry, and we apologise for any inconvenience caused.
Yeah, we were speculating about the technology, the kind of technology that we're seeing in Formula E, isn't it? Where the cars are continually adjusted and set up for varying conditions. The conditions are very, very wet here. I don't have to tell you people out there.
Really, are they?
Oh, they are. They are horrible. And we are continuing to race. The rain has turned a little bit lighter, actually, so we're seeing those puddles begin to...
No, it's not.
It kind of has... But that one's growing, isn't it? Yeah.
That was what's called northeastern wishful thinking, because everything visual tells you the only times the puddle to get smaller is after about 5 laps when they've managed to drain them most by carts running through them.
Yeah, that's true.
So into the lead is...
well, it's still Oliver Woodall. Woodhall. And Woodhall is...
so we've got second and third on camera, which is West and Maximilian.
Yeah, he's pulled out 3.5 seconds to Ollie West, which Ollie West is the green helmeted driver there, and behind him is Maximilian Michalski.
Now, this is an interesting situation here, Joe, because there is a massive advantage here in this mixed grid situation, because half of these guys have been out before today, and half of them haven't.
Yeah, the Group B has.
So you've got they have a. I mean, it's nothing you can do about it. It's just one of those things. It's just life. But they have a huge advantage over the Group C teams because they haven't had any wet weather. So they're coming to it first, but the others have got 15 minutes of experience.
It's a good point. And Ollie West.
Oh, I say that. They've all gone wrong.
Yeah, Ollie West and the number 51 of Maximilian Michalski, a bit of synchronised spinning there. I think Ollie West was distracted by that kart regaining the track there. And then he went on the brakes.
And then Michalski was distracted by West.
Like what happens on the M25, everybody starts braking out.
And somebody else has fallen off. They're all having a little bit of an issue at the Gasworks hairpin. But the net result of that, I assume, is a massive lead for Oliver Woodall.
Yeah, Oliver Woodall has pulled out. No, actually, it's gone down to 3.2 because Jax
Wong's got a bit of pace. Now, Jax, of course, has done one heat already.
Jax Wong, fastest lap of the race there. Henry Hill's regaining ground now. Henry Hill's on the 67.
Didn't Henry win the last one?
He's been out before.
Yeah, Henry won the last one from positions behind. I think you'll find that most of these people at the front are Group B. Tandy in 7th, I think, is the first person I'm absolutely certain hasn't been out before.
Yeah,
but he's a long way behind in 7th.
That's the number 28 there.
I mean, this is interesting. Tandy was Felix Tandy definitely was his first time out. He's the guy who won last time out, and he is within 3 laps.
No.
Tandy won the last event in GYG.
Oh, I see. Last time out. I thought you meant the last heat.
No, the last time out. I'm saying he is 15 seconds behind the top 6, who I believe all have been out before today. So we're not just picking a random guy who happens to be in Group C. This is the guy who was the fastest guy at the last event.
He won the final at Gleneagles.
And I think that's indicative. There's nothing you can do about it. Whilst it's unlucky, it's not unfair. It's just the way the things have been drawn. It's all random. But it just shows the advantage of a bit of track knowledge, even for these youngsters.
Bit of an unsafe rejoin there. We'll let the steward sort that one out, I think. As we continue then, Oliver Woodall continues to lead this race from Jax Wong. 3.2 seconds is the gap. They're about to come round and complete 3 laps. 3 laps completed with 3 minutes, just over 3 minutes remaining. And we'll see what the gap is down to now with Woodall just crossing the line there. The gap is down to a second. So from 3.2 seconds, Jax Wong. So let's go forward a bit, Nick, from that one. That's Ollie West through in 3rd, Maximilian Michalski through in 4th, Jesse Plowman 5th, Henry Hill 6th. And we'll try and pick up our leader, Oliver Woodall. That's Jax Wong now. He's doing the chasing, and he's doing a great job. The blue and black livery is chasing down the orange and white, red, white and black, isn't it, of Oliver Woodall. And that gap has come down from 3.5 seconds, and only in a lap and a half, it's now down to a second across the line. And I think, Nick, that's even underneath a second now.
Yeah, because Woodall is lapping 2 seconds. Sorry, Wong is lapping 2 seconds a lap faster than Woodall. So Jax has definitely got the idea of what's going on here. Woodall, now he can hear the he can't hear it, of course, it's in my tea, he can't hear a thing. Now he can sense that Wong is behind him. He's just put a bit of a spurt on again, isn't he?
He can't, because he can't hear any engine.
Exactly, I'm saying he can hear he can sense him, or he can look round and just hear a whine.
He can hear the splosh of the tyres.
Oh, it's gone.
And the leaders are off. Both leaders are off. That's going to give Ollie West a chance to take over the lead. And it was a spin by Oliver Woodall, and then Jack Wong seemed to go off in sympathy, didn't he? He was totally distracted. Remember, these are only 6 to 8 year old drivers, so it's easy to distract them. And that's allowed Ollie West to chase down Oliver Woodall. Oliver Woodall, though, has hung on to the lead, and he's got a lead. Let's have a look. Yep. So he crosses the line now. Ollie West 2.7 seconds, so it's ebbing and flowing like you wouldn't know. With a 1 minute and 35 second lap that time, there's a chance that it's going to be 1 lap to go next time by.
I think it was a bit slow because of the spin, but yeah, it's going to be close either way, whether it's 1 lap or 2. But he didn't actually lose that much time with the spin, to I think he didn't. I think he found a bit of pace. He went for like a 1:30.
Yeah, he actually didn't. Ollie West did a 1:34, and he didn't have a spin. And Oliver Woodall, who did have a spin, just he lapped 1.2 seconds slower. That spin cost him 1.2 seconds. Because he basically backed it into the tyres and pulled away. That was all it was. Kept on sort of progressing. That's Ollie West. Maximilian Michalski is the yellow striped overall driver. And Ollie West, the bright green helmet, bright green overalls, into the chicane. Michalski chastening. These two are battling for second, up ahead of them by about 2.5 to 3 seconds as a move down the inside of the right-hand curve of the back straight, and there's the leader off again. Oliver Woodall off again. Ollie West off. Ollie West off. That's allowed Michalski through. And again, Ollie was distracted by Oliver Woodall regaining the track again. Now, that's delayed things enough for potentially
10 seconds to go. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4... I don't know. That's really close because our timing is about a second behind reality because it comes through the internet.
7:58, the official timing.
Right, another 2 laps to go.
So 2 more laps of this. And you know what, Nick? It's 2 more laps where literally anything could happen.
And probably will.
The leader has had a spin, consecutive spins at the gasworks hairpin.
Still leading.
So that heavy braking area into the gasworks off the curving back straight is really catching drivers out, especially the driver at the front. However, it hasn't affected his race position whatsoever. He's still maintaining the lead. Jesse Plowman, I've got to say, just put in the fastest lap of the race at 1:32.6. Now, Jesse Plowman...
That's mainly because he kept pointing in the right direction the whole entirety of the lap.
That's the cart there with
the stripy cart, yeah.
That's the cart there with the pink stripes on the front fairing.
So, as you can see, he's got a bit of pace on him. Well, sorry, Jesse could be...
It's Jesse, Jesse. I'm not sure if Jesse is a boy or a girl, but with pink fairing...
don't know. Stereotypes. Let's not get there.
Still don't know. People out there,
tell you what,
maybe tell us. Please come and tell us.
Oh, he's got it again.
He's done it again. 3 consecutive laps
and
for Woodall
into
the tyres. His hand's in the air. This time, he's gone into the tyres and he's not coming out like he has done. Oof. You know what? He's gone in faster and faster each lap. I think his hand's in the air. He's just alerting.
Is he like wedged in there? Is that the problem?
I think he's stuck. Yes,
he's underneath the tyres, right?
That's Jesse Plowman who's going to come through in second. That's our new leader, who will now take.
Michaels, is it?
That's a Maximilian Michalski, who's about to take the 1 lap to go light board.
Because of this situation, they're going to end up winning an 11-minute race.
What is the race time?
We're 9.5 already, and there's a final lap to go. Right. Yeah. So it's just because the people keep falling off, but they actually end up with an 11-minute race, which is just about the maximum you could possibly run in 8 minutes, isn't it? Really,
it's kind of a car race lap time, isn't it? 1 minute 30. You know, you get that sort of lap time around places
There's
like
Michaels,
Donington Park.
And actually, no, Jesse Plowman dropped right out of it. It's
not Michaels, it's Michalski.
I know. So Michalski. So it's Hales now, who won the last one, and now he's second in this one. So he's looking good for a pole for the final. And then behind him, it's Ollie. I shouldn't have said that, should I? Really? That was a real curse to commentate. That was.
That really was. Yeah, Henry Hales has just spun through 180 degrees and he's pointing in the right direction. He's got to regain safely. That's allowed Ollie West that second place from him. Meanwhile, just up ahead is Maximilian Michalski. Let's pick Maximilian up, Nick, because he's had a cracking race there. He's hung on to the Kart there. There he is with the bright yellow stripes on his overalls. He circumnavigates that very tricky Gasworks hairpin, and then now he's off and around the horseshoe and towards the final turn there. Paddock turn, all the way around the outside he goes. It's Maximilian Michalski who will take the Superheat win.
What I love is that all these kids are absolutely au fait with the celebration of the victory. There's no one who just goes past and goes, I'm so cool. Oh, I've won, it's waving. It's like, ah. Now I'm kind of like, oh, I'm not too sure about that. I just think it's fantastic.
No, he knew fine well. He won the race, didn't he?
He turned the heat off.
Yeah.
He has got a bit toasty, hasn't he?
Yes.
Should we talk about Aston Martin?
Honestly, out there, I wouldn't
Aston
say
Martin
that.
might know, yeah, good
People
point.
hate us to start with, Nick, for getting everything
very good
wrong.
point, yeah. But we've corrected both those things now. All these mighty E's are at the same power as they always are.
Yes, we have. So, Michalski takes the second of the Mighty Bambinos Superheats. Ollie West was second. Jack Swan was third. Jesse Plowman was fourth. Henry Hales recovered to fifth. Oliver Woodall recovered to sixth there by the looks of this. That's because he was a lap ahead of everybody else. Or was he? No. Felix Tandy threw in seventh. Arthur Rhodes is showing 6 laps, but there's Arthur Rhodes. I'm saying this, I thought we'd finished. We haven't. We've still got drivers out there who are finishing and heading towards the checkered flag. So as it stands, Felix Tandy 7th, Arthur Rhodes in 8th. We wait for Kai Ergensoy to come through the final turn. Here he comes now. And then we'll see the Uptons, Ollie and Summer finishing in 10th and 11th. Nico Mohan finishes 12th. Jensen James Williams in next. And then Arthur Thompson, Eva Garrett and Christian Doshi.
We've done a 13-minute final, effectively.
Yeah, they have almost 13 minutes to complete that one. I can tell you, everybody, that we have concluded the first round of Superheats. The next race out will be the second Superheat. Yeah, we are incredible, only being 15 minutes behind schedule. So that means we're going to go forward with the Superheats. We're not being told anything else other than we're going to go through our Superheats, the second of our Superheats now, and then go for a lunch break before the finals. We'll let you know how long the lunch break is going to take. But for now, we get ready for the next Junior Max race. This is the Junior Rotax Class 125cc engines.
We have some comments before then.
Oh, excellent, yeah.
Mr. Gaz Bury has commented. He says they need powerboats, not carts. I think he's not wrong on that one.
No, he's not wrong at all.
Adam Crossfire, where's the meow guy from Kota when you need him for the Mighty E's? Which is a little bit unnecessary.
I don't even know what that means.
Do you not remember the Formula 1 at Kota a couple of years ago? There was a guy who was standing next to the... What are you pointing at? Oh, there's a car coming out. There was a guy who was standing next to the effects mic.
That's a track inspector.
Going, meow, meow. And it was being picked up and going
really?
out on the broadcast.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't remember that.
So there's a track inspection.
I think so. I think that car has got a couple of officials out there looking at the puddles and just checking.
It's a nice Mondeo, about 10 years old, I'd say.
Just checking.
If you're looking to buy a Ford Mondeo, there's one going around right now.
Did we get... I'm just going to check. Go on.
Be interesting to see what the drivability of e-carts are like in the rain compared to engine braking. Well, I think they've all been, as we've just seen them go out there, they were having equally the same number of issues with the same part of the track as the Comas were. So I think the idea of making the electrics very, very similar to the ICE has worked quite well. Oh, hang on. Right, there's now a conversation going on. There's a conversation going on.
Right, we are having an inspection. So as the track inspection continues...
Shall we find out what the track's like actually out there?
What do you mean?
Well, we can talk to a driver. You haven't looked behind you for a while, have you?
Is Eddie here?
Eddie's here.
Eddie's here. Let's get Eddie in. So we are having a track inspection with the officials out there. We've got a bit of a conversation going on there, but we're going to talk to a driver. So, Eddie, I popped to the toilet a little while ago, and I was absolutely freezing, mate. Tell us, how bad is it? How good is it? How great is it out there?
It's bad. It's very slippery. It's you got to get on every single curb to just try and make it around the circuit. And all the puddles, they just drag you in or into a spin. You just got to try and find find the exact right line, and if you're just a bit off of it, you're going to be in the wall or in the grass.
Just going to remind everybody who you are, Eddie. Eddie is the number 45 in the junior primo class here, and has just been out for his first superheat. And we saw a lot of action, Ed. Did you have any spins?
Yeah, I had like...
Honestly, mate, don't be afraid to tell us, because everybody had many spins. So how many did you have?
2 or 3.
2 or 3, yeah.
They're all in the same place, though. As the
Where's
puddle.
that then?
After Gasworks, there's the big horseshoe, in the horseshoe.
Yeah.
On the final corner, the one just before that. It's hard to describe, but there's like a big puddle on the wet line.
Right.
That if you get into it, it will just drag you sideways, or even to make you spin.
And that just makes the cart unstable, and the back end comes round, and the next thing you know, you point. Do you get no warning? I wouldn't. I mean, the way that Maya Simpson, you probably didn't see that Maya Simpson hit the puddle into turn 1, and that fired her off. She got no warning. Do you get any warning whatsoever when you hit those puddles?
No, not until it's too late. You don't really. You don't get the what's going to happen if I do hit this. What's going to, yeah.
And what I did notice was, as I came back from my pit stop, the drivers were coming off from the Intermax race, or the Inter-Rotax, and they were freezing cold. Their hands were cold. I mean, it's cold out there, and especially when you're wet and the airflow across the kart. Is that uncomfortable? Is that another challenge altogether? Like
yeah.
The fitness level and the coping with the elements?
Yes, it's definitely, if your hands are cold, you can't really grip the steering wheel as much. And if you do get in a spin, or you can't really react as fast. But you're going to see that's maybe if this continues into Superheat 2 and the final, and not really in Superheat 1, I'd say.
Right. Sorry to tell you, but the weather forecast is for the rain to continue like this. I'm sorry to say that to everybody out there. Is it it's a completely different challenge in the wet from the dry, though, isn't it? It's a completely different way of driving your kart in the wet, and is that what's that process of just switching it on and thinking, right, I've got to forget what I did yesterday. I've got to do something completely different now. Is that kind of the situation?
Yeah, because the wet line is very different to the dry line, because the rubber on the circuit is the dry line, obviously, so the water is going to be sitting on the rubber. So you've got to do everything you can to avoid the dry line. If you see the dry line on turn 2, there's a big puddle there. If you hit that, your car's straight in the grass.
Yeah.
No way out.
And we see people driving around the outside, which is quite kind of quite stark, actually. It's like, wow, what they're doing all the way out there. But like you say, is that because the inside line is so slippery you just slide?
Yeah, the inside line is, in turn 1, it's not so bad. There is quite a lot of grip in turn 1, no matter where you go. But on a few corners, gas monkeys in particular, the outside is definitely a lot more grippy.
Did you just say gas monkeys, by the way?
Gas monkeys. No, it's
Brilliant.
Gasworks.
You know what? You may have just renamed the Gasworks hairpin. I think I prefer gas monkeys hairpin. We all know why. In fact, we're going to contact gas monkeys and say we're going to, sponsorship business here, sponsorship deal at Warden Law, renaming that. Eddie Stewart reckons gas monkeys, and it worked really well. I like that. Do you think it's a good? I've always thought, Ed, that the wet, going out in the wet, is a good leveler. It's not about having the best engine. It's not about having the best kart. If anything, an older kart is probably better. Is that still the case with modern day Rotax Max karts? The softer chassis is better for the wet.
Yeah, that's definitely the case. If you've got a stronger engine, you're going to be better on the dry than you're on the wet. And it levels out all the karts, and it makes you probably the same speed as front runners, and it's down to driver and grip.
Now I know you only have the one engine, but I've seen people go for their less competitive engine for the wet, and that's not just because they want to save their best engine. That's because their less better engine is perhaps more suited to the wet. And I mean, are these Rotax Max karts so powerful that if you in these conditions, do you have to be delicate on the throttle pretty much everywhere, like you come out the corners? I mean, we're talking about like driving a Formula 1 car, aren't we, about being delicate on the throttle and stuff, but is that the case in a Rotax Max Junior?
Yes, it is around most corners. If you can't just nail it out of the corner, and the rear end will go around with no notice or anything.
Wow, so literally everywhere on the track, you can't just nail the throttle. You've got to be very delicate.
Yeah, very delicate. The only place you might be able to nail it is a start-finish straight into turn 1, but anywhere else, it's very delicate.
Right, brilliant. Do you like racing in the wet?
Sometimes, if the car and I feel like I've got enough grip with it and I've got enough confidence with it, I can drive with it and I like it.
Mm-hmm.
But when it's all sliding all over the place, especially on a new circuit, I've never driven in the wet.
They've also, all the races we've had this morning, Ed, have been a bit. It's like buying a lottery ticket, isn't it? It's like you go into a wet race like we have today, and it doesn't really matter where you come out the other end, as long as you finish. I think is the most important thing, I would think, because cars are spinning off everywhere. You're hitting puddles. I bet you're just glad to finish, are you?
Yeah, the main goal is to stay on the tarmac, and if you do that, then try and get faster and try and get faster. But if you go on the grass in the wet, it's slippery, it's sticky. You're not going to be able to get out of it.
Mm.
And Marshall, I don't think they can give you assistance, can they?
Yeah, no, I don't think they can. So if you do get stuck, then you are, certainly in car racing, you're allowed to be moved out of harm's way. And in that process, if you rejoin, then you're all right. And I'm pretty sure it's the same rule.
Yeah, I think it is. I'm not sure. I'd rather not try it.
No, don't try it, Ed. And if you are going to try it at a place where you're not going to end up on a muddy grass bank and you can't pull out of it.
Exactly, yeah.
I'm going to turn to Nick now and suggest he perhaps pops his head out and sees if there's any update on what's happening. We're still under a delayed start. We've had a track inspection. I can see the marshals are still on their posts. So that means we haven't sort of delayed to have an early lunch break, say.
Are they leaving? Are they leaving their posts?
Yeah, I think they are actually, yeah. So I'm not sure whether a decision has been made. This might be an early call for lunch. We've still got the carts in the collecting area, and they're our junior Rotax class. Ed, that's the grid for the junior Rotax class. I think we're going to have a chat about that now. Yesterday, now this is the junior Rotax class that from completely exactly the same as your junior Primo kart, isn't it? Exactly the same engine, exactly the same tyres. The Primo class is about drivers aged between 12 and 14. We've got Nick with a bit of information, Ed, so if you just hang about.
Big information.
Yes.
They are, because the tracks are not quite ready to go, we are going to take lunch now.
Right, Ed.
We're taking lunch now, and then they're going to try and see what the situation is in half an hour. So we're going to go to lunch. So as we're going to lunch, two things that means: could the cameramen lock off and come in and get dry? And secondly, it means that we have a chance to play our pit walk. First of all, thank you very much, Eddie. To be honest, the feedback was probably even better than the race commentary. We wanted someone actually been out there in the wet and seen what it was like.
It's all. Can I just say, Nick?
Yep.
In my experience, it's always been a massive advantage when we go to a red flag and a delay to have a driver pop in and actually give us the insight of what it's really like out there. So I do appreciate that, Ed. I don't know if you want to get away. We've done we've got at least half an hour. If you have time, pop back for the restart, and we'll have a look at this junior Rotax grid.
And just like to say thanks. I've been to check with Matty Street, obviously one of the teams. He's down at Brands Hatch with one of the junior sports car people, so they're having an interesting day as well watching it. They're also delayed by the rain, so it's great fun. But we are now going to show you the grid walk, pit walk, paddock walk. Well worth watching. To be honest. Don't tune away because it's got some fantastic stuff in it. And let's go and see and talk with Joe to the wonders of a very dry Warden Law. Well, hello and welcome to Warden Law, absolutely on the north-east coast of England, quite close to Newcastle and Middlesbrough. Is that correct, Joe?
Sunderland is the closest city.
Yeah, I wasn't going to mention that, though. We are here for round 3 of the Kart Championship, and we have brilliant sun, but unfortunately it's Saturday, and I think if you're watching now live, you know it's got significantly worse. Give us an idea of that, so how those changing weather conditions are going to affect the racing today, Joe.
Oh, massively. For a start, everything other than the Bambinos, which run on treaded tyres, means a switch of tyres. I mean, and this track here at Warden Law, it's the sort of track that even when it's not if it's rained, the track seems to just stay greasy, and you've got to stay on the treaded tyre. And I hope that if the rain does come, it stays all day. It doesn't keep going away and coming back, going away and coming back. That's a nightmare, absolute nightmare. For us, though, Nick, we're in the entertainment business.
Absolutely.
And if things are getting a bit stale, which, in fairness, in the Kart Championship, it very rarely does, but if it does, add water.
Absolutely. Now, the other thing you need to add to any kart championship day is a paddock walkabout, where Joe will go and talk to the various contestants, entrants, and of course some of the dads as well, and find out how they're tackling the North East Premier Karting Club and Track.
We're going to start with a pretty sad story, really. Our junior Rotax grid is going to be one down because this fella here, Lewis Sumner, has got his arm in a sling under there. Lewis, commiserations. You're not out of here at Warden Law. You must be pretty disappointed about that.
Yeah, it's going to be a disappointment in the championship because I am 5th in the run-ins. But hopefully we'll come back stronger at Rara and hopefully finish out well at fullback as well.
So what exactly have you done?
I was just running about and I got tripped up onto this side here.
Yeah.
So, and then I somehow broke it.
And what have you broke exactly?
My collarbone.
Ow. And is it painful? I'm not going to touch it before you say.
It was for the first sort of 4 days,
Right.
but it's been fine now.
So when are you going to be next out in a kart, do you think?
Probably start of June, maybe. Just do a bit of testing, try to get strength back into it because it really has lost a lot, I feel already.
Yeah, that's so you're going to have to train a bit, aren't you? You're here with X-Kart, that's your team. But you're still here showing support to your teammates and stuff. Must be killing you, is it?
Yeah, it's a shame to not be out, but it's good to always come and support.
So are you, you're familiar with Warden Law, I know that. You've been here a few times, yeah?
We actually only did one test day.
Oh,
5
right,
sessions
okay.
I've done. So,
Right. Are you able to sort of lend a hand and assist with the younger drivers?
yeah, I've sort of been looking over the data and the GoPro footage from Friday and sort of giving my feedback in. But we've got some very good driver coaches here.
Yeah.
In the X-Kart team.
So, stupid question time, everybody. Do you kind of like this role, sort of semi-driver coach, or would you prefer to be behind the wheel?
I like to be behind the wheel, but I also do mechanic. I can't do that with one hand.
Right.
But I do like to mechanic as well. But I can also driver coach,
Yeah.
which is quite different.
Are you right-handed?
Yes.
So he can polish, guys. He can still polish and clean as long as somebody sprays the clay. That's an idea, isn't it? Keep you busy.
Yeah, it's all right.
So you'll soon get through this one. I know it's going to be a bit of a sickener for you, having to watch all your teammates out there. But I'm sure best of luck. Get well soon, I think is the term, and keep that smile up. And we'll see you next time out. I'm pretty sure. Thanks, Lewis.
Thank you.
Number 16, Micromax driver here is Sebastian Crawford. Now, Sebastian Crawford knows Warden Law like the back of his hand because this young man was our 2023 club champion in Bambinos. You're a bit older now, though, aren't you, Seb? So you've moved up to Micromax. You're enjoying the Micromax so far?
Yeah,
Yeah. Is it good? Is it faster?
it's a lot faster.
A lot faster. Wow. So last year you won the club championship here on your Bambino. Tell us how did that feel?
It felt really good because on the start I dropped down to 5th and then I got down to 6th and then I ended up winning and it felt really good.
You made some great television for us because that was in our Autumn Cup coverage, wasn't it? That was great to watch. Did it feel great when you actually realised that you were actually the champion?
Yeah.
Yeah, really good. You want to do that again, I bet.
Yeah, I had to watch it about 1,000,000 times.
Yeah, that's great. Now, Micromax, like you say, a little bit different, isn't it? So, what's it like round Warden Law? You said it's faster. Warden Law's a really quick track, isn't it?
Yeah, because when you're going around the corner, it's a lot different because you're carrying more speed through the corners and it's harder to control.
Is it harder to control? Yeah, now you're on a different tyre and everything. Hey, look at these brand new slick tyres here, Ash. Seb's going to go out of these in time qualifying this afternoon. So, in comparison to your Bambino, which was on the treaded tyre, what's it like through turn 1 here? It's massively quick there, isn't it?
Since you need to get the tyres warm, and with the Bambino tyres, since they're treaded, you don't really need to get them as warm.
All right.
But you still gotta get them warm to have more grip. But you need to especially with the new set, you need to scrub these in a lot.
So what do you mean? How do you get those tyres warm enough and hot enough?
I would stamp on the brakes to rotate the car, and it would slide my tyres. And obviously, when you slide in your tyres, it gets them really warm.
Right. And do you do that deliberately? Right, like when we see you guys go out at the green flag, is that what you're doing?
Yeah. So what normally happens is when I've got scrub tyres in and I'm doing it normally, I don't normally stamp on the brakes. Like, I'm not like sliding my tyres, but like that's what I do to get them warm.
So there's a lot more to think about, isn't there, with a Micromax than the Bambino? The Bambino, you didn't have to worry about that. So, how do you sort of get your head right for the race? So you're about to go out in time qualifying. When do you start thinking about that?
When I'm on the grid.
Right. And then do you go through, do you have like a set pattern of what you do?
No, I just go out and hope to win.
And concentrate, yeah? Right. So, how are you enjoying the Kart Championship? Because, last year in the Bambinos, in the Club Championship, now you're travelling the country. Is that any good?
Yeah, feels good because you're in more competitive events.
Right. And are you learning more because you're in with quicker lads and lasses?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So you're getting quicker, aren't you?
Yeah.
Do you know how I can tell you're getting quicker?
I'm doing fast laps.
Exactly, Seb. Exactly. Mate, have a great day. Thanks for talking to us. And that wasn't too bad after all, was it? Your first media interview on telly, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you're going to do some more for us across the year? Great. Sebastian Crawford here, guys. One of the youngsters who I've seen many, many times out on track, but only now am I meeting the JJ Lowe. Pleased to meet you, JJ. I've seen you race so many times. You're here in Intermax. You're running the Thule Motorsport sticker kit. Are they here supporting you this weekend?
No, it's just like Dad and Lad and my friend from Thule.
Right, okay, so Thule Motorsport in the background, are they?
Yeah, so.
You're on the end of a phone, are they?
Yeah.
Right. So how is your dad a good mechanic for you then?
Yeah, best one.
Yeah, he's got to be, has he?
Except from when he puts the wheels on wrong way around.
What, has that been done?
Once.
All right. And how long ago was that?
Like a year ago,
Oh,
2
right.
years.
So he's learnt a big lesson, hasn't he? Right, JJ, you are no stranger to Warden Law. Here we are, round 3 of the Kart Championship already. Looking forward to this track?
Yeah, up in the top 3, fast pace and that.
Yeah.
So I think I'll do good.
So, when you're in the top 3, like you are so far, I mean, you're running the top 3, does that put a bit of pressure on you? The expectation is for you to do well.
Well, because it's Dad and Lad, there's no pressure and,
Right.
and it's just fun, yeah. And if I'm in the top 3, I'm just quick, so
Right.
I don't really mind. I just got to get quick, haven't I? So
Oh, mate, that is so refreshing to hear that you're here and you're enjoying your kart racing, you and your dad. That's because everybody gets so intense about it, don't they?
so that's why this weekend we're just doing, Dad and Lad.
Yeah, brilliant. And I'm glad to hear that it's all about, firstly, having fun. What do you think of the track here then? How do you think, where's Warden Law up there on the scale of 1 to 10 in enjoyment?
Probably 3.
Oh, so you're not keen on this place then?
Oh, I thought you meant 1 to 10.
Yeah, right. So 10 being the best, 1 being the worst.
Oh, 7 then.
All right, 7.
Because we don't come often here with teams, and I'm quick here, and I just enjoy it.
Right. So what is it about the tracks? I've talked to drivers and they've said it's physical. It's there's parts that are really hard on your neck and stuff. Is that what you find, JJ?
Yeah, because when you see it, it looks like a bit easy, but when you actually race, it's so bendy, and you've got to put some effort into it, really.
Right. So you've got to use your strength, yeah. Yeah. Where is your weakest part on this track? Where do you think? Is there? Have you even got a weakest part on this track? Where do you think I could do better?
Taking too much curb coming out the chicane.
Right.
And it costs me a bit, but everywhere else I'm fine.
So when you hit that curb too hard or too far across the right, does that cost you time down that curving back straight, as we call it?
Because once I make a mistake, people just get on the back of me and I lose time. And if I do that on a lap, that lap will just gone to like load of rubbish. So
Yeah, and then do you find you're having to defend, and you've got your sort of your head full of other people? Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, great stuff. So I think you've already answered this question, JJ. You're expecting to be in the top 3. Will you be unhappy if you're not?
If I don't get at least a top 5, like I might be a bit down, but like I've still had fun, and I've still been quick.
Great stuff.
Yeah.
Best of luck to you and your dad, JJ, and it's a pleasure to meet you. Have a great one here at round 3 of the Kart Championship. So Jaden Patel Scott is carrying the number 88, and it's on a black number plate. Now, what does black number plates mean? That means that this young man is a complete beginner in not just in Honda Cadets, but in karting. And Jaden, I was asking you and your dad earlier, how many races total have you done?
Probably be about 6.
6, is that all?
That's about it, yeah.
Wow, and you're here in the Kart Championship. It's a big national championship. And I mean, you cadet guys are complete nutcases, aren't you?
It gets a bit hectic sometimes, yeah.
You've never stopped smiling, actually, since I've come to chat to you. So you obviously love it.
Clearly.
Yeah, clearly, yeah.
Yeah, it's really good. I love the experience. I love the karting. I love the danger of it, really.
The danger?
Wow, it is dangerous, isn't it?
So it absolutely is, mate. But you're not supposed to know that at your age. How old are you?
I'm 11 currently.
Or 11, okay, yeah, I suppose you're getting, yeah. So, what do you mean, the danger? You actually enjoy that bit of, like, what, facing the danger?
Well, yeah, I guess so. It's just, you're out there and you're driving and you just think to yourself, right, you either go for that move up the inside and you're sending like a dive bomb up the inside and you're thinking, this is risky, you could make contact, you could hurt yourself, you could fly out the kart, but you're okay in the end.
And it doesn't put you off?
Why would it?
You've got it in your blood, haven't you? You've actually got a passion for this race thing.
Really do.
Yeah, you do. So you know what? When you're actually just driving the kart, is that fun as well?
Yeah, it is. I love the speed. The kart, this is really good too. So,
right. What fascinates me about you cadet drivers is, you know, you see a train of cadets like bumper to bumper, and I see people tapping their helmets. What does that mean? Do you know what that means?
well, I believe it just means like trail with us, like, come on, let's push, let's go together. Or if they tap the bumper too, they do the same thing.
Yeah.
And they'll say, bump draft me, and we'll both get closer to the other packs.
Right. And have you experienced that out on track?
Not yet, but I guess I could do it.
Well, I mean, as a novice, you're just still learning those intricacies of, like, track craft and racecraft, aren't you?
Yeah, I am. Still just in there, just kind of. There's a bit of a learning curve. Everything is, I guess.
Yeah. And
Especially this.
You've only done 6, so I've got to be fair to you. We're not expecting anything. We're just expecting you to learn every weekend.
Yeah.
And keep smiling. Your dad's in the background there. Is he your mechanic?
He is.
Is he any good?
He's good. Yeah.
Do you ever break down?
We don't tend to. I mean.
Well, then he's excellent, then, isn't he?
He is.
Yeah, some Formula 1 drivers wish they never broke down.
Yeah, well, that's unfortunate for them, isn't it?
Yes.
Obviously, they DNF out the race and then they lose points. Simple as.
So, Jaden, are you going to be in for the full season? Are you doing all the rounds, all 5 of the Summer Championship?
So I've missed the last one at GYG, but I did Wilton. I'm going to do the next 2 too. Right. So we're going to have obviously 4 of the 5, but yeah, hoping to just get up there.
Yeah, well, I think you're doing the right thing. I should have asked your sponsor, actually, shouldn't I? Who's your dad as well, I suppose. Are you thinking about the Winter Series as well? That's a 3-round championship later in the year.
Not too sure about that yet,
Right.
but we'll have to see, I guess, as time comes.
Yeah, get Dad to mention that to the bank manager, eh? Jaden, it's been an absolute pleasure and delight to talk to you. Keep sticking there, mate. We were all novices once. I remember carrying black number plates, and when's the 6 signatures coming then? That must be soon.
Not too sure yet, but hopefully it's soon. We can move up to proper plates.
Yeah.
Proper,
What
the
colour's,
yellow.
what colour's your number plate then? When you're off the novice plate?
It's yellow and red.
Right. And you're looking forward to that?
I am.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You don't get picked on out there because you're a novice, do you?
No, you don't.
No.
Everyone's friendly.
Good
It's
stuff.
Kart community.
It's a mate. You have been a pleasure to interview. Good luck to you and your dad. Have a great weekend and keep learning, and do keep smiling. That's a great smile he's got there, isn't it, guys? So you'll find racing drivers have to be looked after. And some of them have palatial facilities to relax in and recover and basically sort of get in the zone in readiness for their session. And one such racing driver is Benjamin Shivar, who has just clinched our Warden Law Spring Championship, and here he is, one of the main front runners in the Bambino C50s. Ben, thanks for inviting us to your motorhome. This is quite nice, isn't it, where you're staying?
Thank you for asking me that.
Yeah, well, so do you sleep here as well?
Yes.
Yeah, is it okay? What's the catering like? Is the cooking okay?
Yeah.
Yes. What's your favourite food that you've been served this weekend? What's your favourite food?
Pasta and the toast.
Pasta and
Toast.
pasta and toast. The food of racing drivers. Now the pasta, I know, for energy, isn't it? Yeah. So Ben, I want to ask you about the spring series here last weekend. You won the championship, didn't you?
Yes.
So Warden Law is one of your favourite tracks. It must be.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you like about it?
On the turns and the straights.
The turns and the straights. Yeah, that's. Do you like the fast turn one?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you like racing people or just driving?
Racing people.
Right. What about Glanigore? Now, we watched your race on television. All of your heats and your finals were absolutely brilliant. Was it good for you?
Yes.
What was the best bit?
The best bit was when it was the last lap.
The last lap? What happened on the last lap?
It was a battle on the last lap.
What happened?
Uh,
Where did you come?
Fourth in the final.
Fourth in the final. So I bet, knowing Ben Shivar as I do, you'll want to win today instead of coming fourth, don't you?
Yes.
So how are you going to do that?
By overtaking.
Overtaking everyone. Right. Is your dad here looking after your cart?
Yes, he's over there.
He's over there, is he? Is he any good?
Yeah.
You haven't broke down or anything?
Sometimes.
Oh, well, surely not. So you want to thank your dad for winning the championship, I would think, isn't it? This is an opportunity to tell all the viewers out there how brilliant your dad is.
Yeah.
And are you going to thank your mum for the catering? Yeah, and the toast and the pasta.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good luck, Ben. It's always great to see you here. I couldn't believe how small this fellow is. He drives like he drives on the track, and then I meet him at the podium, and it's like, how are you doing that? He's brilliant. I tell you what, keep this name in your mind. Benjamin Shivar. That's him right there. He's going to be a star of the future, I can tell you. Thanks, Ben. Thanks, everybody.
So much. Thank you.
Brilliant. So the Kart Championship being at my home track here at Warden Law gives me an opportunity to catch up, and I never really get the opportunity to catch up to some of our local drivers. Jack Moss here, for instance, was the 2023 Micromax champion. Jack, however, this year, you can't rest on your laurels. Here you are in Intermax, slightly different car. Tell the viewers, what are the slight differences, if any, between this Intermax kart and a Micromax?
So first of all, last year when I was in Micromax, I was running the Kart Republic chassis.
All right.
So now I'm running the Lando Norris, and I'm just getting used to it. And I also got used to the speed because it's much faster than my old Micromax.
Right, and when you say it's much faster, is it like faster at the end of the straight, or what exactly do you mean by that? Tell the viewers.
Yeah, well, it picks up much quicker, and by the end of the straight, I'm going like at least 5 or 10 mile an hour faster than I was in my Micromax.
Right, and is it really that noticeable that it's much quicker? Yeah.
It's a lot more noticeable because it's took me a while to get used to it.
Right, okay. You're also you're on the same tyres, aren't you? You're on the same size tyres. However, this meeting here is the first time we've been on the Vega tyre. Now, have you practiced on Vegas yet?
I've never practiced on Vegas before.
Oh, right. So when you go out for time qualifying, first time on Vegas, what information have you been able to get about this new tyre?
To be honest, I haven't heard anything about Vegas before. I've always run Dunlops and Mojos.
Right. So it's going to be brand new for you. What are you hoping for? More grip?
Yeah, I hope for more grip.
More grip, more speed. Now, you're running here with True Performance Motorsport, which is Ivor Powell's team, isn't it? Yeah, I think you've been with Ivor's team for a couple of seasons now, haven't you?
Yeah, I started last year. I think it was in 2023, and I still had my old micro.
Yeah. Now then, you're with Ivor's team. However, your trusty mechanic, where's he gone? Is your dad, isn't it? What's your name, sir?
Andy.
And Andy, you're running, Jack, and you know what? When I see that, I see, people running their children. That kind of, for me, epitomises what this sport's all about. It's an activity that you can enjoy together, and you've got, and this is the important bit, you've got equal responsibility. He's the driver, but it's quite a responsibility putting these things together, isn't it?
It is. It's my responsibility to get it on the track. And if it goes wrong on the track, the buck stops with me.
That's right, and not just from a sense of speed and competition, but safety as well.
Oh, definitely. I think that's the main priority: safety.
Yes.
When he's out there, making sure everything's right. So I have to make sure it's 100%.
Yeah.
No mistakes.
No mistakes, because the driver's going to be right down your neck, isn't he? If there's anything wrong. Yeah. Do you find this? Do you get a pressure from Jack?
To be honest, no. He's quite good at giving feedback.
Right.
So I know he's quite relaxed about it. But if I make a mistake, he will let me know. Generally in the car afterwards.
But I think overall it's about Jack and yourself, mainly Jack, coming off the track smiling to a point. I know there'll be times when he's disgruntled, I would imagine.
Yeah, we always have the times when the head's down and he needs cheering up, but it's all about that smile and not the competition, the friendliness, the mates he makes here.
Yes,
it's all about that as well. Not just purely racing, the whole package.
Yeah, exactly. Thanks, guys. I tell you what, though, you've got quite a responsibility carrying your surname, haven't you, Jack? That's quite a motorsport embedded name you're carrying there. So Sterling Moss, Jack Moss. You may have inherited something from the name. Do you think a little bit of speed?
I don't know. I hope so.
I think maybe. Thanks, guys.
Was, Jim Clark.
You're a Jim Clark fan, really? You go back that far? Have you been up to his museum?
No, I'm also a fan of Ayrton Senna.
Yes, I saw him race. I actually saw him race a kart and a Formula Ford. But let's not get into Senna here, even though it's the 30th anniversary coming soon. You're on a Lando Norris kart. Is he any good?
I like him much better than my old Kart Republic chassis.
No, I meant Lando Norris.
Oh.
Any good?
Yeah.
You rate him? Yeah. He was pretty quick in a kart, wasn't he? Yeah. Great stuff, Jack. Thank you, guys. Have a great weekend and keep smiling. Welcome back to Warden Law. A bit of a prolonged lunch break for the weather conditions here. Weather conditions pretty much everywhere in the UK if you're a motorsport fan. Problems at Donington with British touring cars, problems at Teesside's karting club. Brands Hatch, that's pretty much everywhere up and down the country been affected by the rainfall. Well, we're about to get things back underway, and it's the second of the superheats for our junior Rotax field. We have got rain forecast to start reducing, so we've had a go and great work from the staff here at Karting North East to reduce some of the puddle sizes and get some drainage off the track. The rain has been coming down so hard, it's been like King Canute pushing the surf back at the seashore. But we have had an effect, and there are less puddle, or the sizes of the puddles have reduced, and that's going to continue because the rain is going to lighten up towards tea time. So we have got rain still falling, but it's falling in a much lighter fashion. Kasper Tomilewski and Addison Smith are leading the field round. It's going to be a single lane start, so single file start under Battenberg flag conditions, which are showing now out on track. The drivers have been sent out for a couple of sighting laps just to find out where those puddles are and have disappeared to, if at all.
Some of them have disappeared, and some of them think there's not much you can do about it.
Absolutely not, Nick. And there's more that if the rain keeps falling out of the sky, then it's...
Where else is it going to come from?
It's going to drain away perhaps quicker than it is falling out of the sky. That's the equation we need.
Yes. The drainage versus the plurage. Oh, do you know what? It's actually got harder. I'm looking at look at that puddle. It's got harder.
I don't want to look. I actually don't want to look. All of that. Just pack it in there. Here we go then. Kasper Tomilewski, Addison Smith.
Have they actually started?
No. We're in single file order. They will be gathering themselves.
Oh, they're gathering now for the start under Battenberg.
Kasper Tomilewski's job is to gather the field up. He's been given instructions, which he's carrying out perfectly. Addison Smith behind him. Charlie Vary's next. Andrew Dixon, Leon Barlow, Ben Horner, James Kell, Logan Howes, Ewan House, Marcel Popical. It was a strange one, wasn't it, the superheat for the junior Rotax the first time out. I mean, Tomilewski finished, I think, 12th, didn't he?
Yeah, he spun. I think he crawled back a little bit further. I think it was, from memory, 7th or 8th. But yeah, he was leading, and then he just had several rain-affected incidents.
Well, he's gone. Where's he gone? He's gone. He's not at the front. That's Addison Smith.
He's off some's off the side of the track halfway through the horseshoe.
Oh, my goodness.
He had a bit of a floodage situation on the engine. Right, they are now officially going, I believe.
No, we're still under Battenberg.
Yeah, but the clock should be counting.
Right,
the
clock isn't. We're still under Battenberg. We've lost Kasper Tomilewski. I don't know what happened to Kasper Tomilewski, but those two yellow and blue karts, that's SD Racing colours.
The 242's died as well in the water. That's Liam Barlow.
So still, all right. We've tried to stem the flow a little bit of quite literally the tide, but that does not mean the conditions are any better than we've seen earlier on.
Also, Joe, these carts have been outside the whole time.
That's right.
They've been undercover and they've had sort of coverage, but they've not been sitting in the awnings keeping dry.
They've been sitting under an umbrella.
So it doesn't massively surprise me. We've now got 3 or 4 carts that have succumbed, I would say, to the weather, just not running. And beneath us, the 242. Liam Barlow is being wheeled off the circuit. There's another cart that's been pulled back into what would be the pro kart collecting area. As the rain is coming down harder than it has been recently, but it's not really the issue. The issue is to keep the water clear. As you can see, they splash through the various puddles. It's looking, some of it's, there's been a lot of work on the worst parts of the track. Somebody else succumbs to electrical issues coming into the centres.
You can see there the puddles at the chicane, Nick, rain still falling steadily.
I think the idea of the track work was really to reduce the rivers.
Yeah, it was.
Which they have successfully done, barring the one at the exit of Turn 1 going up towards Brian's.
Yeah, that's still there. However, it has been massively reduced.
One of the light bars stopped working.
No, Battenberg lights are out, which means...
it's not there.
Oh, right, it is there, yes.
So some of them have stopped working, some of them haven't.
So we've gone green. We are racing. Here we go. Addison Smith leads the field towards Turn 1 in single file order, and already a move down the inside, and that's Andrew Dixon on the 225, who moved in front of Charlie Vary and into second place. Everybody through Turn 1, Brian's Bend and into the horseshoe. Charlie Vary comes back at him, and second place, Andrew Dixon finds himself in 5th place now. Just couldn't find any grip at all coming out that horseshoe, Nick.
Tom Oleski is at the back of the field with engine problems. He's just got rolling in 29th place. He's not up to speed yet. He's trying to complete some laps, but it's not been his day today in these wet weather. Some of it down to exuberance earlier on, but now he's at the back. Anyway, up into the hairpin, the 2.52 of James Kell, I think, now moves into 2nd place.
Yeah.
And behind him, the 2.37, Sveri.
Did we mention that the duration of this heat has been reduced to 7?
We didn't. We have now.
Right. So 7 minutes and 1 lap now are our super heats.
Tom Oleski has ground to a halt. Coming out of centre. Whoa, that is still very wet.
That's an absolute tragedy.
And up
for
the
Tom
inside.
Oleski. That's James Kell having a look down the inside of Addison Smith. And that was purely, Nick, off plodging through that puddle and then finding himself with nowhere to go into the final turn.
There's not a lot of subtleties in some of the steering inputs, are there?
No, you've got to be really harsh. Yeah, yeah, get maximum lock to just get that grip working, get the tyre to grip, and then you can wind the lock off. Nigel Horner, engine supplier for ST Racing, the HRS engine, well known here in the northeast and at Warden Law. In fact, this is the birthplace of HRS, if I'm not right, Nigel.
Interesting, they've all gone for that very tight line through centre one. That's close to 5 seconds. He gave him a right old punt at the backside there, didn't he? That wasn't deliberate. That was just different speeds. But
that's what you've got to be careful of. James Kell, what Nick's talking about is a potential bumper penalty. If you hit hard enough, the front bumper drops off, and that's there to penalise if you come in. 5-second penalty is administered.
Apparently, there's a new penalty. If you hit another car really hard, you get a Lance Stroll penalty.
What's that?
Your dad has to pay everyone £1 billion.
Addison Smith,
nice one.
Just slides wide
work
again.
I just want to be in and out. No, he just got it. Just dived up the inside.
James Kell, Addison Smith sliding wide like he did. However, he powers down the main straight. He's got the outside line to James Kell, who slides wide. Will he come back on that drier? I say drier, grippier, let's say. And he did. See that again, Nick?
Yeah. You've proven your point now on 7 occasions.
7 at least. James Kell leads the race. Addison Smith and Charlie Vary, 2nd and 3rd. James Kell splashing his way through St John's. Looks over his shoulder, and Addison Smith isn't really there. There's about, two carts lengths there?
I mean, that inner line now is absolutely where they're going through centre one. I think he was going, obviously knew veer over the left to take. He wanted to check that Smith wasn't there, and he's well lost. So I think these two are teammates. I know there's some very similar sticker kits out there, but I think the 215 and 237 are teammates.
ST Racing teammates.
Smith, now behind them is a big gap. As we see someone go off, we get the intake of breath from Sam Bradley. She's now doing sound effects for the entire show.
Yeah, she's over my shoulder. That's why that came out.
Why I man?
No! Addison Smith loses
nothing
it
from Sam there. Didn't get anything from her, and it actually happened.
Let's have a look and see what happened. I think his rear end just gave up on him there. It's as he comes through. But he comes into our picture. He's already pointing the wrong way.
It's always awful when your rear end gets up on you. When your rear end gets up on you, it's never a good day.
He's just pushing, isn't he? Addison was just pushing round the horseshoe to get back on terms with James Kell, and the grip on the rear end of that car just gave up. That's Charlie Vary, who's got a bit of a lonely 2nd place now, losing the company of Addison Smith. There's James Kell disappearing, the ex-kart driver off towards centre one. There's Charlie Vary. Let's wait for Addison Smith, who's recovering. He's a lonely 3rd. There's the battle for 4th. It's Harry Hurst-Grover who's lost out to Oliver Fabricas, Nick. Oliver Fabricas through.
Has Grover always been in the playing cart? Has he put new bodywork
on? I'm pretty sure that's the first time we've seen him in the all-black livery, Yeah, all-black livery on that car, just going into the chicane. And then on towards, a little bit down the order, is the 229 of Aidan McDonald. There's a spinner at the chicane. Still splashing their way through that first apex. That's Addison Smith. He's recovering. Trying to catch Charlie Vary now out of the final turn. There's that battle for 4th. Now then, if anything, Oliver Fabricas has pulled a bit of a gap. Maximum speed optimised down the straight, even in these conditions.
Fabricas has had some good wet weather pace, actually. He hasn't always managed to keep the kart pointing in the right direction and not hitting other karts, but actually in a bit of clear air, this man here, the 290, is looking one of the fastest machines. But has he got bump penalty? He's just had a basic attack angle that's quite low. It looks quite low. I say he may well have one.
the way they're clattering across the inside of the curves, they're just hooking their wheels.
But he's really moved away from Harryhurst Grover almost immediately. And he comes round that hairpin. Grover now is going to be... We just dropped back one more to the black cart. That's Harryhurst Grover. And I don't think he's pulling away from Ben Horner behind him. I think Horner's in the 272s coming towards him. So he's got no sticker kit, so he'll be a kilogram lighter than some of the others.
Yeah, absolutely. It does count. And carrying the number 2, he's the vice champion from 2023 in the junior road tax class in the Kart Championship. So we know he knows how to do well. And right now, maybe he's... you can see how tall he is, actually. So that sticker kit has gone. Almost a kilogram, like you say, Nick, as he continues now. And the leader's beginning to get spaced out. Or... I think
I think the whole pack's quite
Charlie
close.
Varies. Charlie Varies caught the leader.
Yeah, let's move back to first and second. They're just about to go round St John's.
So the left-hander at St John's just picking them up now. There they are, heading towards the centres, into centre 1, and that gap has reduced, hasn't it? Charlie Vary is invariably catching the leader.
And you can tell the direction of the water's changed, because it's no longer on our commentary window, but it is slightly on Ash's camera. The wind's changed.
Yeah.
Rain's still coming down. I'd say Pleuret about 3 to 4. It has been as high as 6 at some points and as low as 1. But the Rooster Tails very much in evidence as they go around the Gasworks chicane.
Gasworks hairpin.
I like to call it Gasworks chicane, even though it's not one and it makes no sense. What did
gas monkeys?
What did Eddie call the gas monkeys?
The gas monkey hairpin.
So we got the gas monkey chicane. Completely wrong at all the levels.
That's got to be worth a sponsorship deal. It's going to be. Is it the last lap board?
Yes.
Yes, it is. Wow, that's gone fast, hasn't it? 7
minutes in
and
the way. Ooh, but he's not.
No, it just looks. It looks like he's always missed his apex. No, he's just going for the outside line. And Charlie Vary there on the yellow and blue livery of SD Racing. It was catching him. He was catching him. Now James Kell's responded. The rest of the field streaming through, beginning to get a little bit strung out. The whole field. There are little bits of battles going on down the order, but right now the leader, James Kell. And we take it for granted that he's going to stay on the track. And in these conditions, we cannot take that for granted.
No, I mean, it's it. We've seen a number of last lap swaps of position.
Towards the Gasworks hairpin then, for the final time. Turning in on that very wide line, just sliding the cart across the middle and then off towards the horseshoe. Be the final time he has to go there. And next time out, we'll see these carts in their final, the all-important final, maximum points of 100 to be scored in that one. Right now, though, James Kell finishes in first, Charlie Vary second, Addison Smith chasing his teammate in third, Oliver Fabregas fourth, and the black cart, the old black cart of Harryhurst Grover, there in fifth. Ben Horner not that far behind him, was he?
No.
And then the next cart's coming through now. And side-by-side action across the line for Gregor Reed and Logan Howes. They had a great battle there. Callum Gosh 9th, 10th is Ewan House, and then the rest of the field driving through. Andrew Dixon, I noticed on the 225, a recovery drive to 13th. We look down the order to see where Kasper Tomoleski is, and there he is right at the bottom because he did not get that cart going. He's had a nightmare day, hasn't he?
Yeah.
He came off yesterday so well on the pole position for the superheats. He had a nightmare in the first superheat. He's had an equal nightmare in the second one. So we'll see how the grid looks after the 2 superheats for junior Rotax. We'll have information on that very soon. Right now, we get going with our second Micromax superheat. The Micromax class have already been out for their first one, and starting on the pole position.
We do chats now, then we go to the next heat. It's like you finish the first that race, and I go chat, and then you go to the next one.
All right, is that what you do?
That's what we've been trying to do. Yes.
Oh, you do?
Yes. Because there's quite long gaps.
Usually, you just butt in.
Huh. Well, the reason being, obviously, you rarely stop. Anyway, Ian McCarthy has a question.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Do these carts deposit much by the way of slippery fluids to add to the standing water?
Sorry, I was giving Sam an instruction.
I knew exactly that. I knew 100% you weren't listening.
Sorry, I was giving Sam an instruction about
Ian,
the
who's
PA.
Ian?
I thought that was the Ian McCarthy.
Oh, I thought you were saying sorry to the man who asked the question.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I know you're Nick.
Who?
You're Nick, aren't
Yes,
you?
I am. I'll ask the question again, shall I?
Yeah, please.
Yeah,
Can we come in again?
Yeah.
Right, start again from the top.
So anyway, what we do is we do the results.
No, not that far back. Not that far back. Just start with Ian's question.
Do these carts deposit much by the way of slippery fluids to add to the standing water?
No.
No.
None
No
whatsoever.
oil, no chain
None
oil.
whatsoever. This is not historic racing, Ian. This is, if we are dripping fluids of any sort, they will be given a mechanical flag and will be dragged.
Or you'll have to go to the doctor.
Well, yes. But no. You're in a bad way. The thing, it's a 2-stroke motor. The fluids that they could drop would be coolant. If that happened, that you would be in big trouble. Obviously, there's brake fluid as well. There's fuel, of course, in the fuel tank, central fuel tank, literally between the driver's legs. And
apart from ITs, of course.
Unlike historic race cars, which from yesteryear, which tend to drop, which I'll be having a big taste of next week. So I'm commentating at the Donington Historic Festival, so that'll be the case next week.
Following week, we're both doing it. They're not in the same place. The Portimao 24 Hours.
Yeah, I'm not allowed to say that though.
Why not?
I was told that yesterday.
But you're wearing a coat.
No, I'm not allowed to say that. We're in Portimao for the 24 Hours.
Oh, for flip's sake! I don't know why.
No.
That to me,
No.
and really,
Karting.
yes, karting.
Karting
We've got
Live
another
TV.
here. Live TV.
Yeah,
an
Live TV.
offshoot of RC Racing TV. And by far, I think today possibly might be the premier karting service because we're the only one. I'm not sure whether what else is running, but judging by the number of people who started watching us all of a sudden, I think not much.
Spread the word. Spread the word.
By the way, thank you all of you who are tuned in. Hopefully you're somewhere nice and warm and dry. We're Karting Live TV. The person I'm having a bit of an argument with is Joe Bradley. I'm Nick Damon. Behind me is Frank McKinney pressing the buttons. We've got Ash and Martin currently on the cameras. Martin just trying to avoid hypothermia at the moment. And Ash trying to look after his hair. And we have Sam Bradley, who's been providing the
catering.
She's the tea lady, isn't she, apparently? Oh, I'm in trouble now. So if you've got anything to say, please have a chat with us on the either chats of the JKC, CKC, BKC website, or more usefully, come and talk to us on Karting Live TV. And don't forget to subscribe. Now, more importantly, there's a grid, apparently, Joe. And you've got
the
6
grid.
corners.
I've got the grid. Alfie. Now, the first Superheat was won by Austin Orman in fine style, showing that his local knowledge came to the fore and put him very much at the front of the field. He took that in great style, dominant style, in fact. But he's got to get past Alfie Mayer and Logan Rolfe, who's on the front row of the grid. He's got alongside him in third place Benedictus Masiokis. Behind Austin Orman in fourth, we've got Alfie Garrett and Elijah West. And then we've got Buddy Hugo and Lewis Kokori on row 4. Row 5 is George Swire and Freddie Blackshaw. Xavier Ramsey and LBJ Stubbs are on row 6. Row 7 is Chloe McGill and Matthew Lilly. Row 8 is Sebastian Crawford and Lewis Herbertson. And as I thought, single file starts for all of our classes, by the way. I've just become apparent. So row 7, Chloe McGill, Matthew Lilly. Row 8, Sebastian Crawford, Lewis Herbertson. Jack Mellon and Victor Popperculler next, with Jamie Walsh, Carter Jackson, Travis Giddings, Ronnie Faulkner, and the 23rd kart on the grid. Rounding off the 23 kart field is Ruben Sagu. So we've got single file racing again to start things off. That's safety being the utmost here at the Kart Championship, and the race stewards showing that good thinking, in fact, commendable good thinking to who we got? Hello, mate. So commendable. Is that the race steward behind me?
Yeah.
I didn't know he was behind me, and I'm saying commendable for the race stewards to have this single, and I didn't know he was there. I did not say that because you were there, sir. What's your name, by the way? Who's our steward today? Rod Taylor. Rod Taylor. Rod Taylor's decision. I take it, Rod. That's your decision. Yeah, we'll give Rod the credit. I think it's a great decision in these conditions, which are treacherous for all of our classes. Commendable decision from Rod, who stood behind me when I said that. That we are single file starting.
I call you a crawler, but it's just how you are.
I am now. That he's there. Yeah, absolutely.
What did you say earlier about Ogbert?
Yeah. So it's a great approach, actually, and it's down to Alfie Mayer now to bring the karts round in the proper pace to take the start. It'll sort things out into the final turn and have less chance of any kind of incident. We will have them racing very soon, though. A couple of stragglers just tagging onto the back end, and we have got a green flag and a green light, which means we're racing.
Start from the inside there by the white car.
I have no idea what happened to Alfie Mayer there, who
Number
finds
32.
himself now in 5th.
My guess is the engine bogged for some reason. So the 32 Logan Rolfe has taken the lead with an absolute lightning start. Mayer was scored second as they crossed the timing line, but he's certainly not second at the moment. That's Austin Omans. This could be a bit of a bettle here between Oman and Rolfe. The third place is the 12 of... where's the 12 come from?
The 12's come right up the order, hasn't
Can't
it?
be the 12. Oh, yes, that's why. It's Benedictus Masiokas.
Yeah,
Oh, someone's off at the back there. We've lost something entirely at that point. Off at the centre one. They're facing the wrong way. They're going to try and pull themselves out of the barriers.
Look at that, Nick. The 21, the winner of the first superheat, is into the lead already. We're only half a lap in, and Austin Orman has just worked his way steadily to the front. The number 21 there, the pink livery.
Great time.
It's kind of pink on our screens.
It's a combination of talent and local knowledge, isn't it, really?
It absolutely is, yeah. He's no slouches, young Austin. We're following in his dad's footsteps here at Warden Law, and already pulling out 3 or 4 kart lengths to Benedictus Masiokas. Comes out to the final turn and will cross the line to lead across the line with 1 lap underway. We are 7 minutes and 1 lap. Remember, duration, we're just inside of 6 minutes now. It's Logan Rolfe, the kart, in third. Buddy Hugo, Coddy, George Swire, Stubbs, Ramsey, Blackshaw, Lilly rounding off the top 10.
Yeah, second, third. Again, we saw the one going wide, one going tight, going through turn 1, and as it seems to happen every single... Oh, that's too much curb. Way too much curb for Benedictus.
Slowed him down, didn't it?
Benedictus, in fairness to him, he's been quick the whole time. He hasn't always been, I suppose, circumspect, you'd have to say, wouldn't he? We've seen he's had a few spins, but he has got the down-level pace for the conditions, but he just needs to put it together over 7 or 8 minutes and plus a lap.
Well, remember the first superheat for the Micromax class, they were literally dropping back and coming back towards the front, and all this while where they're tripping over curbs and splashing their way around. Austin Orman, who knows where the best grip is here because he's driven here so often. Well, that camera needs a wipe again, doesn't it?
That's a long walk.
Yeah.
Fancy that, and it'll get wet again. Oh, yes, that's what our lovely tea lady can do.
Yeah. We've got Sammy for that.
If I was not there, I'd get so slapped.
You would. The leader, Austin Orman, has kind of disappeared now. He had 0.8 of a second, Nick, from lap 1. Let's see what the gap is now.
It's going to be a lot more.
2.2. Wow.
Also, I just thought that Benedictus has got a little bit into his mind about the second half of the lap, and he seemed a bit clearer. But interestingly, also Logan Rolfe did the better second half of the lap. So they're both picking back. Let's just drop back to the next group.
Yeah, it doesn't look like at any moment Logan Rolfe's in a position to challenge Masiokas.
It's 2 pairs.
Yeah,
There's
2 pairs, and they've already swapped for us.
Well, it is wet, so things going 2 by 2 is how it should be, isn't it, really?
So the number 11 on your screen is Buddy Hugo, the number 19 is Lewis Kokori, and Kokori goes down the inside, side by side round the second centre, out of the first centre, I should say, into the second centre, and it's already back to where it was. Buddy Hugo back up to 4th with Kokori now in 5th again.
Take it Lewis is no relation to Andrew.
I don't know. I actually don't know. He was a bit of a kart.
He is a relation.
Himself.
Well, he is a relation. Should we say he is a relation? There we are.
Is he Andrew's nephew or something? Yeah, Andrew's nephew.
We need him in more often, to be honest.
Yeah, Rod, you're welcome anytime. Keep us right.
That's right.
So Andrew Kokori, of course, was a renowned karter, big karter from Scotland, and ended up in sports cars.
British GT champion, I think. And he runs a team, didn't he? Run a McLaren team for a long time.
He won Chris what's-his-face, the Greek guy. He run his team for a long time, didn't he?
Anyway, whilst we're being vague, we all know him very well.
Yeah. Oh, getting caught out by that big puddle. It's still there. It's still there for the taking, and the number 11, Buddy Hugo, it needs to tread very carefully on the left-hand side. It's the ideal line into the braking area, of course, and that's what's drawing the drivers in. Sebastian Crawford, I've noticed, is pulling onto the rear bumper of Chloe McGill. And
Crawford's had a difficult couple of days, actually, in fairness.
That's quite a little battle there for 11th, 12th and 13th.
So the top, just ahead of this, the top 3 have all spaced themselves out. This is the over and under again. As the 19 of Kirkcuddy attempts to get past the yellow helmeted 11 of Hugo. Now, there's another pair behind them. Let's just drop back to the pair that's behind them.
That's George Swire and LBJ Stubbs.
Yep, so LBJ Stubbs, again, he got involved in some action we saw in the first heat as well, but unfortunately he was going backwards action. Here looks like he's going forwards action. He tries to try the inner line through the hairpin.
It's funny how they've kind of paired off, isn't it?
Yeah.
They've paired. Usually get.
Perhaps I think they're going to a dance rather than to a race.
Well, they are. It is kind of a dance choreograph, as we have the leaders have already gone across the line. Yes, we do.
So we lost a spinner there. And down they go as we give you some instructions. The 96 there is in the background. That's RBJ Stubbs. As you can see, he's just dropped off a little bit off the car ahead of him, which is George Swire. In fact, these four are now coming together. We're going to build ourselves a little bit of a five are coming together, actually. So we've got the 19.
Oh, and there's a spinner, the number 11, Buddy Hugo.
Who'd actually lost, I think, the position to Kokari. There'd been a problem a couple of corners earlier, I think, and he'd lost the position.
Yeah, he had. So he's trying to get back on terms with Kokari and then just ask too much from the back end there.
Well, it's what Eddie said, wasn't it? You can spin it, if you give it full power, you can spin anywhere at the moment.
Yeah. Even on a low-powered Micromax, which is restricted. That's the number 19 then of Lewis Kokari, who's up to 4th place. And there's George Swire. George on the blue and white cart there on the screen. He's catching Kokari hand over fist.
2 laps to go.
2 more laps for certainly George Swire to improve his position. Meanwhile, out at front, 5.6 second lead for Austin Ormant from Benedictus Masiokas, who's got 3.5 seconds to Logan Rolfe, who has got 2.8 seconds to Lewis Kokari, which is the battle we're watching there. Kokari and George Swire.
So Swire gaining nicely through the. Oh, look at that! He got a lot of extra speed.
He did
up through the dog leg there.
He found the traction well there, didn't he?
He's now going. I think he'd like to make a dive for the inside, whether he can be allowed to. Well, they've both gone for the outside loom. That's interesting.
It's quite quick, especially in these conditions.
Just kind of wondering whether actually different karts are finding different lines work better, because we've had the junior Rotax, they were all going as tight as they could through centre one, weren't they?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the different classes, different. I mean, it's completely different. It's all right. It's the Rotax 125cc engine, however, heavily restricted for Micromax, so it'll give you a different use characteristic. It's not as powerful to punch you out the corner, so it's a different approach. It's all about momentum. Lack of power, but certainly in these conditions, there's no such thing as lack of power. Less power is probably good, to a point.
Less power, more better.
To a point. Yeah, great English. English and grammar with Nick and Joe.
We could write a Chinese instruction manual, no problems.
1 lap to go, so let's have a look at Austin Ormant and give him some camera time, Nick, if we could.
Yeah, Oman's about to go down towards. You stay on that. We'll get Ash find Austin Oman. He's just about, I think, going round the first centre. Oh,
George Swire makes the move just as we pick up Austin Oman. So George Swire has made that move on Lewis Kokari. We'll keep a wary eye. Yeah, Swire is in the lead, but we've got to give Austin Oman full credit here because he's had another masterclass of driving a Micromax in the wet here. He knows where the grip is. He's done lots and lots of laps here. And he will go towards the Gasworks hairpin now for the final time. Using the inside line and just letting the kart breathe to the outside. And then that left-hand sweep of the horseshoe stays out of that puddle, you'll note. Using the puddle as an apex, a clipping point, really. And there's Austin Ormant to take full marks. He will start the final from pole position. He'll not have any karts to overtake to get into the lead for the final, with maximum points haul for Austin Ormant in the second of the super finals. It's Zip Kart's Benedictus Masiokas finishing in second. Then we've got Logan Rolfe in third. George Swire hung on to that 4th place ahead of Lewis Kokari, who finishes in 5th. And then the next karts across the line, LBJ Stubbs in 6th. Buddy Hugo dropping down the order after that spin, Nick, through in 7th. Xavier Ramsey 8th, 9th is Lewis Herbertson. Alfie Mayer, who started on the pole position, ends up in 10th spot. And then just outside the top 10 is Jamie Walsh. There's the rest of the finishers there on the timing sidebar on your TV screens. As we are already into Parc Fermé and looking towards the collecting area, Nick, this time we've got our mighty electric karts for groups A and C out for heat. Well, it'll be the second superheat for Group A and the second superheat for Group C.
Yeah, the other guys. So this is the even one where they both only had one go. The previous one, of course, got a bit changed because one had 2 goes.
Yeah, that's right.
Had 2 goes. Ewan Stevenson Racing says Ewan Stevenson Racing done so well in the last run. That's his dad, apparently. Well, yeah, I think Ewan Stevenson did do very well in the rain. A couple of heats back. And Catherine Potter Racing really hedging her bets here by saying good luck to everybody.
Hello, Catherine. It would be nice to see you back racing somewhere. But glad to see you sitting at home. In fact, Catherine might have been involved in the Teesside Kart Club event that's ongoing today.
It's not ongoing, is it?
I don't know. I don't know what the.
Someone said it had been called. Apparently.
Right. Okay.
I mean, it may not have been because that's the information I may have got completely wrong.
That's right. I mean, again, rumour and
it definitely
speculation.
was delayed at one point, as we were, but we inserted lunch.
Well, we've got people taking the Bambino parents race very seriously.
There we go. An early start, passing of the umbrella, and so it's the man with the fluorescent and the gilet there. He's thinking about it, but it's a bit more. There's no real action. There's some umbrella-based action there. Man with blue umbrella looking to get forward. I'm just wondering now whether they're actually running to keep warm more than anything else, rather than entertain us.
Absolutely, probably.
Yeah, we like to entertain the competition, but more importantly, we like to keep warm at the moment because, as you can see by the flags, there is a quite steady and quite intensive wind. Rain's still coming down. I'd say it's down to a 3 now.
Where are you getting that? Where are you gauging that from? No, but what do you mean a 3? Is that the Nick
how
Damon?
Much rain there is in the puddle?
Is that the Dick?
It pushed up to 5.
Neyman.
Dick Neyman, yeah.
Is that the Dick
That's
Neyman?
a 3. He's back. Just
5 what? What do you mean? Is that on
5?
your...
If you go, it's 5. It's like, oh my God, I can't see
Yeah,
the
but
other
is
side
that
of the track.
just in your head? Are you giving it a 5?
No, it's the official Nick Damon weather rain.
That's what I mean. It's the official Nick Damon one.
What scale of actual kind of SI would I be using then?
I don't know. That's what I thought. I thought you might have an app for
No,
it
what
or
I'm
something.
trying to do is people can see the pictures, and I'm saying it's currently a 3. So they go, okay, it's still raining, and it's still raining kind of that consistent level that means it's not going to get any better. If it went down to a 1, like it was lightly spitting, the track was still dry slightly, wouldn't it? But if it's a 5, we're all going to drown.
What about a 10?
Well, we don't get 10s in this country, do we?
Right, I will hope not.
That's the 10s, the sort of stuff you get backed up by a hurricane when you're in the middle of Florida, or a tornado if you're in
right. Okay.
In Japan.
Yeah. Right then.
Yeah. Okay. Right.
Sam's asking, how's that?
How's that? How's 3 looking? No, it's still got water all over it. Still
got water all over it. I'll tell her that. Surely she can. In fact, I think the wind's blowing in that direction, so it's a bit of a futile.
We're talking about our
yeah,
third
she's
camera.
just said that. Best I could do, but rain blowing at it straight at it. So the Gasworks hairpin camera is right in the
teeth
direct
of the wind.
firing line for the rainfall. We've got Ralph Martin and Henry Hales sharing the front row. It's a standing start for the Bambinos, and it looks like a 2x2 grid as what will be the normal situation. Heath Smith and Junior Wright are on the second row. Jensen James Williams and Jack Harper are next. And then we've got Ava Garrett, Alfie Hennell sharing row 4. Row 5 is Felix Tandy, winner of round 2 at GYG, with Frank Pearson alongside. Christian Doshi and Arthur Bath are on row 6. Row 7 is Hadley Jarvis and Ollie Upton. And then we round off 15 carts with Kai Ergensoy.
Catherine Potter's watching both events from home.
Oh, well
and
done.
Teesside have finally got underway.
Yeah,
so they
super
are running.
fan.
The Teesside have got underway, so they were delayed by.
All right,
so obviously it's clearing from the west, perhaps.
So super fan. Ralph
Here we
Martin,
go.
of course, the winner of Wilton Mill, and he's been dropped at the start, hasn't he? Who's that? That's gotten into the.
It's the 32 that's leading.
Oh, it is the 32.
It's Ralph.
It is Ralph Martin.
From the 18 of Heath Smith into second.
Oh, the number 18, Heath Smith, tries down and tries to find a gap as the leader spins off at the dog leg. Ralph Martin just turned in, and that back end just went away from him. Look at that, the cart on the left there turns in, and his back end, very short wheelbase, aren't they? Very short wheelbase, these Bambinos. And just to remind everybody that the mighty Bambino cart is electric powered.
Now, I need to say something right now.
Go ahead.
The man who won, the son of the man who won the Petit Le Mans in the rain, has got himself to second place. Felix Tandy showing it's all in the genes.
It's all in the genes. Oh, and there's a spinner there, the 67.
Out, that's taken out.
Henry Hills.
Was the 67 taken out by the other one?
Yes, he got hit. So Henry Hills gets it
from
15, behind by the 15.
Is it 45 or 15? I don't know. 45, I think.
I think it is. It's got his
Jensen
number plate
James
scuffed.
Yeah.
So Jensen James Williams takes out Henry Hills. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, we've got Ralph Martin and Felix Tandy.
Oh, it's kind of like it's framing it now with the water.
Felix Tandy being overtaken round the outside, finding himself squeezed into the puddle. It's the number. Is that the number 11?
Yep.
Yeah, it is.
That's
number
Junior
11,
Wright.
Junior Wright. Junior Wright finding he had to take avoiding action for a puddle there, which put him on the line. But Felix getting his head down now. He knows he's under pressure from Junior. As he crosses the line, Heath Smith leads still. Felix Tandy second. Junior Wright third. Henry Hales now fourth. Jack Harper, Jensen James Williams, Alfie Hennell, Ollie Upton, Frank Pearson and Kai Ergensoy. That's your top 10. Is he catching him, Nick?
I think the Tandy Smith gap's about the same, but certainly Junior Wright looking very racy behind Felix. Felix, who won the GYG round, and I know we mentioned him a lot, but he is second generation. And the second generation of one of, obviously not well known, but obviously one of Britain's finest racers, but just not very well known.
Well, didn't his granddad race something like stock cars and stuff?
Whoa, and that's not great news for Junior Wright. He's not lost too much time, and look at that. Well, Henry Hales, who was facing the wrong way, having punted by someone, is right back in there again. Hales was quick in the wet, and I think there's a good chance that Hales may work his way through as far as second in the remaining 4 minutes and 28 seconds.
Yeah, he's got plenty of time, hasn't he, to rejoin and regain.
Oh, and Tandy's the wrong way.
Felix Tandy spinning at the chicane there, regaining though very quickly. He was in that unavoidable situation, that horrible situation of pointing the wrong way and everybody coming at you. The rain still blowing into our camera at the gasworks. Good efforts from Mrs. Bradley there to try and get that cleaned off, but to no avail. Sam, well done. We can continue with our other cameras around the circuit. Rain still falling, as you can see on the puddles, and it is horrible out there still, is it, Sam? Yep, I've got a big yes, a big thumbs up.
Officially, it's horrible.
Yeah, so these youngsters not putting them off their racing though. The mighty Bambinos.
Well, once you're wet, you can't get any wetter, can you? Really?
No, that's right. And they have got good. And here's a move.
Look at this is Henry Hales. He's got some real pace in the wet.
He's got some real speed on that main straight.
Yeah, and these are restricted engines with fixed gearing and everything.
He's up into second then.
So he just got some drive.
So Nick, 3 seconds to Heath Smith was Junior Wright. Henry Hales has now bridged that gap a little bit less. So we'll keep an eye on Henry Hales and the gap coming down. There's still plenty of time. 3 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock, so plenty of race time for Henry Hales to rejoin. However, let's not take it for granted that they only have to make the slightest mistake and it can rob you of everything in this condition.
Yeah, Junior Wright is carrying a little bit too much speed into centre one. He's gone wide there 2 or 3 times, but I'm sure a quick word from one of his coaches and that'll be sorted out through the chicane. And another half lap ticked off for Hales as he comes into the gasworks hairpin.
He's pulled away from Junior Wright, hasn't he? Felix.
He was 3 seconds behind Junior last time. He was 3 seconds behind Heath Smith, Junior Wright. Henry Hales off again.
I'm just watching that. If you go back to the next 2 carts, Nick, we've got Felix. Oh well,
no, it's a huge gap now.
No, they were together. I think they were coming together at the gasworks.
Just trying to see what the lead was. 3 seconds. Let's see what it is now. I don't think it's much different, to be honest.
Yeah, here they come then. Heath Smith crosses the line now. Then the next cart through will be Henry Hales. 2.6. It was 3 seconds. It's now 2.6.
He gained 1.1 seconds on lap time there, so he's coming. He's got obviously with these laps being quite slow, he hasn't got that many more laps to do it in. It's 1 minute 30s we are running with these Bambinos. A little bit of a wobble there on the water.
We did have Jensen James Williams right on the rear bumper.
Oh, and there goes the 11. Junior Wright gone. Is he going to get back rolling again without losing position? Yep, he does. Carries on in third.
He didn't lose the position as well.
Yep.
The gap to Felix Tandy is reduced, though. And that will spur on young Felix. He can see the cart ahead of him. And that may spur him on. But it's so easy to make a mistake, isn't it? You know, it's so easy to spin.
So the 67 there of Henry Hales in second place, about to go through the chicane. But how much closer is he to Heath Smith? Now, it was 2.6. It's still... I'd say it's still at least 2. I don't think he's gained a huge amount yet.
Yeah, he took 4/10 out of him the last lap. We're getting down to the final minute as well, so time running out. That's a horrible splodge, isn't it? Right there. Took an amalgamation of several raindrops, that one. Or if they are that big, then we're in big trouble.
We are in big trouble.
That gap's coming down. That's Heath Smith, the first car.
But it comes down over these last 2 or 3 corners. Oh, hang on.
There's Heath Smith slowing down.
Oh, that's really bad luck for the 18. He's got a mechanical issue.
The Heath Smith on the number 18, leading the race, rolling
lad.
to a halt. I saw him pressing the accelerator there. Nothing happening whatsoever. Across the line
Water and electricity don't mix, really. That's the thing.
I know. That's the thing. Johnny was telling us that they're quite a sealed unit that just, bolts on, bolts off. But nothing likes these conditions. And that's a tragedy for Heath Smith, who, with 2 laps to go from that point there, I'm not going to say he had it in the bag. Nobody's
But he
ever
had
got
second,
it.
at least second in the bag. He was likely to win it and had second as well.
Well, no, Nick, I think he had it in the bag because the gap was still there, big enough for Henry Hills not to catch. It's arguable though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because in these conditions,
and
anything can
material
happen.
now.
Totally.
So poor old Heath is dropping way down the. He's going to finish next. He's going to finish like 13th, I think, overall. A couple of cars didn't actually start the race.
So Henry Hills leads by 5.5 seconds, and that's not going to go anywhere. It's down to Henry Hills to throw this one away, really. Henry needs to just drive as smoothly as he can, find the grip where it is, and continue on his way. He's at the gasworks.
Let's see if we can pick up. There's a couple of karts together coming out now of Senna. I think. Oh, they have an accident while they were coming together. So they're both facing the wrong way. Can you find those karts, Ash or Martin? There's 2 karts on the Senna.
Now they've
crawling
regained.
through. So bright pink hat about to go in. There's 3 of them now running together, about to go into the chicane.
Henry Hills takes the 1 lap to go board as we look out onto the back straight. That's Ava Garrett behind
69 Kai Ergensoy because she lost. They both spun, and I think the kart now ahead of them might be Frank Pearson. There's another spin there for Ava. She's just still wide on this one. Or is he just spun on the brakes? Spun on the brakes. That must be.
And there was a spin.
No, it's double.
There.
Yeah, this is like Strictly Come Dancing rather than kart racing.
Kai Ergensoy chose to spin. That's the 57 of Jack Harper.
I think it's going to end up being scored 6th.
Yeah, I think he's going to come through as 6th. Jack Harper just behind Felix Tandy, a gap of 12 seconds. So he's got free space in front of him. They're on the final lap though, everybody. And it'll be Henry Hills who has steadied his pace. The gap's come down from 5.6 to 5.4, so he is taking
crashing
it easy.
Down.
He's got back Marcus to get round, which is no easy task. He does make quick work of that one.
Arthur Bath, that was in the 24.
And he.
What was your race though when you were karting? Because mine was 24.
I had 13. I had 99.
Like ice creams.
Didn't have 1.
No.
Never got a 1.
No, never a 1 or a 0.
But the 67, carried by Henry Hills, is doing him well. The apex for that last bit of the horseshoe is getting narrower and narrower. I've noticed as that puddle extends. Here we go then. Checkered flag will fly. And fly vigorously being waved by our start line official. And Henry Hills will be delighted to take the 2nd superheat for himself. Junior Wright was 2nd, 4.6 seconds behind. Jensen James Williams then 3rd. And we're still waiting for Jensen to cross the line. He does there. And then next up will be Alfie Hennel. And and Felix Tandy has a bit of a spin of joy coming out the final turn there. The excitement of seeing that checkered flag up ahead of him just overcame that back end grip, and Felix went around, but that doesn't spoil the party as he continues in 5th place and crosses the line in 5th place. There's Jack Harper and Kai Ergensoy finishing 6th and 7th. And then next up will be Frank Pearson, Hadley Jarvis, Ava Garrett, Ollie Upton, and Ava Garrett heading ahead of Hadley Jarvis, actually, 9th and 10th, as the rest of the field stream in. That concludes our electric Bambinos for the day, for their heats and super heats. That's the last, next time we see these karts out, it'll be for the all-important final. Actually, next time we see these karts out, it'll be for the mighty repechage, which will be an 8-minute heat, unless we get told that the duration of that has been reduced. So the repechage will have 4 qualifiers going forward, but that's not for a little while yet. Right now, we've got the Honda Cadets firing up and warming up behind us. And can you remember the Honda Cadets having a very un-Honda Cadet-like race, really?
Can I just say that Melissa says go Team Garrett?
Yeah, is that Alfie?
I assume so. So the cadets, who are, again, quite monochromatic, apart from the very bright orange coat we have now running about 7th, as they walk back. But there needs to be, someone needs to have a real spray of brightness on the overall cadet parent walking there. None of them want to show they care.
No. Right, then the grid, again, another standing start, and the grid will line up with Ryan White and Archie Loveridge on the front row of the grid as the Honda-engined carts make their way out of the collecting area. Ralphie Branscombe and Kevin Ivanov will line up on the
they're going
second
for it
row.
now. Here we go. Last minute run. The nonchalance was just a sham. They really cared. It's the...
there we are. But great finish there. I think it was a bit of a dead heat. We're going to have to get the cameras out for that one.
We haven't quite sure who's where and when, but it's been some excellent performance there after Infinity not interested at all earlier.
I think they're just lulling us into a sense of security.
Good luck, Jaden, says his mum, DP. Jaden, of course, who was the star of the paddock walk.
Jaden Patel Scott, that is. I hope you enjoyed the paddock walk interview, Mrs. Patel Scott.
She did. She wrote in the as I commented on it yesterday.
Did she?
Saw it live.
Wasn't that great? You know what? I've interviewed a lot of really important people in motorsport. Mario Andretti, Jenson Button, Fernando Alonso.
Who?
They're all up
Fernando
there.
Alonso.
Fernando Alonso. I tell you what, though, Jaden Patel Scott's interview in our paddock walk yesterday is right up there with the best interview I've ever done.
He was a delight. I very rarely listen to the interviews you do, and it's great.
He was just a delight. He just loved he loves being here with his dad and loves driving his kart around the track. And that's what it's all about. It's brilliant. Oh, by the way, Mrs. Patel Scott, you've done the right thing staying at home. It's horrible here.
It's miserable.
It's horrible.
I'd say the rain's gone down to about 2.5 now on the Nick scale, 2.5.
All right.
But it is still coming down.
Yeah, and
the puddles aren't getting any smaller, but they aren't getting any bigger, I don't think.
We've got the grid being cleared. We've got your grid there on the timing board. That's pretty much it that you can see. And I'm just doing two things at once here, Nick.
Oh, good. You're looking for some weather, aren't you?
Yeah, I am.
Just waiting to get the last parents off the grid.
It's starting to get better. It's starting to get better. After 2 o'clock, it starts to get better.
It's 1:05 at the moment. We're running about half an hour behind or so.
Right,
40 minutes behind.
Another hour or so, another couple of hours. Here we go then. Light controlled start. The red lights go on and will immediately go off. And we will be racing. We look towards the carts pulling away. Ryan White on the pole position. Archie Loveridge alongside. And it's Loveridge who gets the haul down. And Ryan White finds himself in third. The two zip carts go to the front of the field through Brian's Bend and on towards the dogleg.
It's a 73 who leads. It's Archie Loveridge who's taken the lead. And I think nipping back into second may have been Ryan White there.
Yeah, now Ryan knows this place quite well. You know what? As does Archie Loveridge and Ralphie Branscombe and everybody else out there because they've raced here quite a lot. You can see the plumes of spray still being kicked up by these Honda cadets. And Ryan White going very wide at centre one. Hairpin, he regains. Gives a little friendly tap to Kevin Ivanov.
Oof, down to third. I'm now looking to get it immediately back through the hairpin. Sorry, they've got hairpin chicanes in my brain now.
You've got the red. Yeah, Ryan White back up to second.
Give me 5 minutes, I'll get the English language back if you like.
He's still going to be under pressure from Ivanov, though, towards the Gasworks hairpin. Round the outside. See the lock that Ryan White has to put on, and a sliding Kevin Ivanov just loses a bit of time there on the exit. Meanwhile, Archie Loveridge is off into the lead, and now Ryan White tries to catch him. They've been compromised somewhat with that last apex of the horseshoe, where they really need to tuck in left. They're too far to the right for their liking. However, that's compromising certainly their lap time, which is compromised pretty much with every inch of this racetrack at the moment.
The track's not giving everything at the moment.
Not at all.
But it's interesting how they do seem to... You get a few minutes experience, and these drivers very quickly kind of work out what's going on. We still see some mistakes, but each time the number of mistakes goes down and down and down. In fact, mostly this race, I think just about everyone so far, touching Formica, have been pointing in the right direction. The first two now breaking away a little bit from the 50 kart of Ivanov, but then as soon as I say that, because I'm a commentator, there's a mistake, and Loveridge goes wide, and into the lead goes Ryan White. So that error there going into the centre. Looks behind his shoulder, can't see anybody, probably quite pleased about that, and then sweeps through the chicane. And then coming round to the hairpin where we'll have the who knows how much you can see from the camera shot.
Loveridge coming back at him towards the gasworks. Loveridge coming back in a big way, latching onto the rear bumper of White, though they sort themselves out. And Ryan, knowing where the grip is, he finds a little bit of an advantage there coming through the hairpin and out. And he's pulled a bit of a gap through the horseshoe. Change of line having to be discovered into the final section here at Warden Law. And off they go down the start-finish straight.
Yeah, second and third, the teammates really, really close going into turn one. It's in versus out. I think In's won this time with Ivanov. I think he's managed to actually get the position he has. Yeah, so that's the inside line now working, or perhaps it may be a minor error from Loveridge, to be honest.
I think it can work on the underpowered carts. It's the more powerful carts that get the advantage because they can get the power down as they punch out the corner.
So running.
Look at this, Nick.
Whoa.
Ivanov right on the bumper of White. He's found pace on this first few corners here. Just nestles his bumper against the rear bumper of Ryan White. That's quite normal in Honda Cadet racing. And Ryan White hanging on with all he can. Ivanov letting Ryan know he's there, and Ivanov letting Ryan know he's quicker because he wants to get by. He's quicker. Off towards the Gasworks hairpin.
So these two battling out for the lead. In fourth, it's Ronnie Smart, and Angela Smart says, good luck, Ronnie, in Honda Cadet. So he's got his mum watching, which, well, I assume it's his mum.
He's currently fourth, Mrs. Smart.
He's quite a way off the top 3 seconds, as Ivanov, who suddenly looks a lot more comfortable in the first couple of laps, he's starting to really harry.
He's got great
White, and he's got a good drive, and more importantly, they kind of dropped Loveridge.
Yeah, he's got great grip coming out that final turn. He taps his helmet. Now they're in the lead, Ryan, just follow me. Don't battle with me. Through turn 1. The left-hand sweep there's Brian's bend. And then on towards the dogleg. Into the first part. Now into the second part. Now Ryan White's tripping over Ivanov. The rules have been reversed. Ivanov down towards the left-hander at St. John's. Using all the curbing and perhaps a little bit more. And if anything, Nick, Ivanov looks like he's pulling away.
Yeah, I mean, traditionally it's easier to follow than to lead, but at this point, Ivanov enjoying the lead. And obviously when you're following, you can pitch your braking point, which is a constantly changing cornucopia in these conditions, but you can judge it a little bit from the kart in front of you. Now you're out on your own. Get it a little bit aggressive there going through chicane, got a bit of a sideways. He wasn't driving in the right direction. Gives a nice little bath to White behind him.
It's just carrying speed, isn't it? He just tried to carry speed into the right-hander. When he did change direction, the kart said no and slid. Luckily for him, it was four-wheel drift towards the apex. He's still hanging on to the lead, though. Ivanov from White, from Archie Loveridge.
He's got a bit of a gain there. He was braking, and then I think he just braking away. Actually, not sure if he did lose time there, actually.
No, he didn't.
Pushed away on that final low, so he's going across the line now, and he's half a second ahead. Loveridge back another 0.8. Fourth place is Ronnie Smart, who's behind by a further 3.3 seconds. And then you have Elliot Burke, Luke McGill, Ed Spain, who's had a very good first run, and Noah Clare.
Ryan White falling back from Ivanov there. Half a second was the difference in lap time there. That's what gave him the gap. And if anything, Ryan looking like he might be coming under threat from the third place Archie Loveridge. Behind these three, what we're going to watch, Ronnie Smart fourth, Elliot Burke fifth, Luke McGull, Ed Spain, Albie Smith, Noah Clare, and it's Ricky McIntosh that rounds off the top 10 at the moment. We've got personal best lap times up and down the field. Not quite the first two. Certainly Archie Loveridge finding his feet.
Let's just hold for fourth and fifth for a bit. Let's watch the fourth and fifth go through. Just drop back a pair, Frank. There we just see that's Art. So that's Ronnie Smart and Elliot Burke. Smart's actually gaining, but those two were a bit closer coming out of the chicane earlier. Oh,
it's behind them there. They've just gone through the puddle and yeah, he got through, just got very wet.
Yeah, it was the way, isn't it? So Smart with the P1, it's 51 Smart P1 cars. It must have been the same team as Ryan White, yeah.
Yeah.
And then you got the 14 there, that's Elliot Burke. And then behind him were McGill and Spain, who we saw a bit yesterday in the ordinary heats, not the super heats.
So the 51 there, it's kind of quite, dare I say it, quite solid in that fourth place, Ronnie Smart.
Let's me add it back to the top three, who were tripping over a back marker there. Then they got back together in much closer. So they're going into the, running down now, into the hairpin. There we go, coming into the hairpin.
And it'll be the one lap to go board next time by, Nick.
Yep.
Ryan White in his Project 1 kart in a zip kart sandwich, as they say. Ivanov got by him, didn't he? And then Ryan White didn't have anything in the toolbox to deal with it, really. He has fended off Loveridge, though. Loveridge has not. He was gaining slightly, and now that's kind of stagnated.
Yeah, they had to go past the back marker earlier in this lap, and that did squidge them back together again. But as I say, it looks like the basic pace that Ivanov's got in these conditions is going to be enough to, well, barring an error, keep him ahead for this final lap. White was half a second behind, and it's not looking like it's changing. And then another second back to Archie Loveridge. Smart dropping off by about 3/4 of a second a lap. Got hit by a yawn there. That's no indication of the quality of the racing. It's just an indication of the heavy program we've been on the last couple of days.
And I was just checking a message. It wasn't there for you, mate. I'm sorry, I wasn't there for you.
What can I do?
Kevin Ivanov then out of the second centres and towards the chicane for the final time in the superheats phase. It's Ryan White there, the second card going through the number one. Carrying the number one, he's the current champion here in Honda Cadets, the Kart Championship. Had Ryan White take the top step. He's also the British champion.
Oh, who's off there?
It doesn't matter, he's a back marker.
Oh, back marker, okay.
75, James Pearson. It wasn't the leader, Nick. That's Kevin Ivanov, the zip cart there, the yellow and black livery. About to come through the final turn then. It'll be the checkered flag being waved that he will see. And he will take the second superheat in fine style for Honda Cadet 200s. Ryan White finishes second. Harvey Loveridge confirms that third place. And then we've got Ronnie Smart, a bit of a lonely fourth place for Ronnie, wasn't it? Elliot Bork was next up in fifth. Luke McGall sixth. Ed Spain was seventh. And then we have Noah Clare, Albie Smith, Jack Wykes rounds off the top 10.
Yeah, again, it's interesting. In this wet weather, you tend not to get the big trains of karts you see in the dry, but you do get these little 2s and 3s who are scrapping away over every error that may or may not happen. So, next up, actually I've got the programme, so I can't tell you what's next up. You know what's next up.
Yeah, do you want me to get the programme for you? You know what I'm doing, don't you?
Yeah, making coffee, which is very important.
Yes, well, I'm setting the timer, actually.
So what have we got left to go? Okay, so next up is Junior Primo. We've got 3 more superheats, which will take us to around about 1:45. And then it'll start to dry up, and I'd say the rain's down to about 2 now. And then we start the finals with the repechage. And Junior Max, Micro Max, Honda, Mighties, Primos, Intermax. And the last race of the day is the Coma final for Bambinos. So 3 more now in heats. You've got Junior Primo, we've got the Coma Bambinos, and we have Intermax. So that will be your smorgasbord of kart racing for the rest of the day. Weather, I think, perhaps it's wishful thinking, I think the weather's clearing. It's still raining, by the way, but it's clearing, I think.
Well, it kind of is on the satellite app that I've got, which is very accurate. And the big, horrible rain spot, and there's Martin proving us wrong, as ever. But look, it is clearing. Yes, It is going away. And by 2 o'clock, we are going to be... No, it's by 4 o'clock. The rain is probably going to stop. Yeah.
4 o'clock? There's no rain there at all, but that's 4:15.
Let's go back to 3.
Yeah, look, see, it's just sort of missing us.
Yeah.
It's wishful thinking missing us.
Yeah, it is. You're right, though. It is reducing. It is absolutely
It's
reducing.
managed to just rain the entire day.
Yeah.
Sorrel, by the way, I missed this one. She said good luck to the Hondas. As the next race goes away, they're Battenberging these as well.
Yeah, these will be the rolling starts. It's going to be a single file rolling start for the karts that do not have a standing start. And the Junior Primo, we had Eddie Stewart in here earlier on explaining what it was like, didn't we?
Paul Hodge has just written a message saying, watching from the sun in Malta.
Oh, shut up.
And Anne Beagle says good luck from Jemison. So
what sort of temperatures? We need to see.
These messages are a few minutes long because Facebook. I don't see Facebook messages that often, but yes. So I suppose Malta's about at least 25.
Oh, it's got to be, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Middle of the Mediterranean.
You poor thing.
You poor thing.
How can you cope?
Don't forget your sunscreen. Let's have a look at the grid then. Daniel Hartley, he had a snap chain in the first superheat. That's going to put him down the grid for the final. Daniel, maximum points at round 1 at Wilton, maximum points at GYG. So it's all to play for in this one, Daniel. No pressure. Taylor Dixon alongside. Bella Fairclough, she took a very fine superheat win the last time out. And we've got them. I think we've got stragglers. I'll be surprised if we...
another Battenberg lap.
Yeah. So Bella Fairclough in third. Stanley Clark fourth. Ellis Dealey, Maya Simpson, Leighton Kelly, Laurie McVeigh, Alfie Forrester, Eddie Stewart, Riley Mason-Lewis, Tyler Davis, Oscar Pitt, Thomas Butcher, Sophie Caldwell, Zach Kane, Ethan Bath, Ewan Stevenson. What I will say, Nick, is keep an eye on Bella Fairclough. She's easy to spot. She's in that bright yellow livery cart, the yellow side pods, the yellow fairing. She absolutely knows where to get the best out of her cart here in these conditions. And if you remember, the first superheat, that was an
She won despite spinning.
Yeah, that's right. She
Spin to win.
She had a spin and then still regained and continued on. So keep an eye
a
on.
spin to win, you know.
She's got a tough day ahead of her though. Taylor Dixon and Daniel Hartley. Can't discount Stanley Clark and Ellis Daly as well. Maya Simpson is certainly proved to be a very quick carter as well. So I wouldn't like to pick a winner out of this one, especially considering the conditions. There's a softer chair here, you know, Nick.
Lower.
Yeah.
It's because you're hogging the stool.
It's my stool.
It's not. We don't have my or your. This is a conglomerate of excited cars. They got to go this one. Going around for a third time.
We've got a massive amount of. Oh, and that's a tragic situation for Bella Fairclough,
What's happened there?
Who has bogged down and stopped. That caused consternation behind her.
Right, yeah.
As Bella just
yeah.
lost power. That caused the concertina effect of carters behind her. And Bella, oh man, you know what? Forgive me, Bella, and her dad's going to kill me. That was the commentator's curse.
Yep.
Keep an eye out for Bella Fairclough is what I said, isn't it? Oh my goodness. We lost another cart I saw trying to stop chugging along.
Trying to get working.
Despondent. Can she get it started?
Oh,
She's got it started. Go on, Bella, keep it going. Get that right. You can drive that as fast as you can to clear that motor out.
Dry it out, more likely. Get the
it probably was. I don't know whether it was oiling up because they were keeping a steady pace.
Come from the back.
We've lost a few stragglers.
There's a cart at centre one that's done the same thing with some bogging down.
Right, Bella is way back off the tail of this field. We might get things underway. I doubt we will because we're recovering a cart from the infield. And the lead cart of Daniel Hartley is already round at the
they're
start
going round
finish.
Again on the Battenberg. Surprised they haven't started the clock.
They have now, Nick.
They have started the clock, but they're Battenberging it with the clock started. Okay.
Yeah, so we're under. It's effectively we are under virtual safety car conditions, and we've started the race in grid order. Daniel Hartley, the driver, at the front of the field, leading the field round. We're not under race conditions quite yet. We're still under controlled conditions. That will allow the stragglers who've had issues on the rolling laps to catch up, which is once again commendable. I'm just checking on Bella Fairclough's progress. Here she comes down the main straight now. As Daniel Hartley turns into centre 2, Bella's just coming in front of us, and she's got that cart buzzing now. So that will be well cleaned out, and also some temperature, an engine temperature in there. So if it was a bit of dampness that spoiled it, then that might be burning off now.
She's not quite on the back of the pack yet, though, is she?
No, she's got quite a way to go, actually. She's at St John's now. And we've got Daniel Hartley just coming out of St John's hairpin there. That's the leader. He's effectively the race leader rather than the pole setter. He's effectively the race leader because the race has begun under the Battenberg conditions. The Battenberg lights have gone. No, they're still flashing out on the track.
Gone now.
And they
green flag. It's green flag.
We have got the green flag. However, the Battenberg lights are still flashing at post number 2.
Gone back again? No, they haven't.
Okay. They've gone out now. So we are right. Confirmed. We are racing. Daniel Hartley, Stanley Clark, Ellis Daly. There's your first 3. Daniel tippy-toeing around the horseshoe. He knows he needs maximum points here in this superheat to get him up the grid after that DNF in the first superheat. Down the inside, trying to find the grip. Stanley Clark is still hanging on to him, Nick.
Yeah. So Hartley was a class the field in the dry yesterday. As you say, snap chain. Can happen to anybody, but it's still very, very annoying. Decided a Rotax Heavy Championship a couple of years ago, a snap chain. 47, looking to get up the inside. Clark, the black helmet, trying to get past the blue. I've had my money returned, that's quite nice. Coming through to the end of the first lap, they're going to turn back on themselves and then go down the main straight, and it's an early lead for Hartley. He's not, in no way is he breaking away from Stanley Clark. And in third, it's the blue nose of Ellis Dealey. Unfortunately, Fairclough and Ewan Stevenson couldn't catch up to the back of the train before the race started, so they're starting a long way back, and they won't really make up much chance of making up much or many positions. The rest of the carts, in many ways, are kind of going in quite a sensible sort of fashion at the moment. His famous last words before a massive accident happens, but it looks quite sensible.
Yeah, why do you say that? At the moment, though, it did look for a moment there, Stanley Clark on that bright orange cart there in the picture, the black helmet, was certainly following Daniel Hartley around. Daniel's with the bright blue helmet, easy to spot the blue and white cart livery on his cart. He was looking like he was able to stay with him and perhaps be prepared to mount a challenge. I think that was all about his tyres coming on.
I also think there's an element, which I've seen it certainly in a couple of these races, where different drivers and kart combinations are fast at different parts of the track.
Yeah, you'll always
So the start of the lap, it's big, fast, open stuff. And then at the end, it's braking, nudgy, turny stuff, and that's two different things you need. So people can get away in their first half of the lap because they're quick at that part, and then they get pegged rather than pagged. Pegged right back. Yeah, I mean so the lead didn't change by by 3/10. He got 3/10 in last time, but it was a lot more a different part of the circuit. But in fairness, 3/10 is a good game.
And you know what? That fastest lap of the race, all right, 1 minute 10.214 for Daniel Hartley, the leader there. 1 minute 10.592 for Stanley Clark, who's doing the chasing there. However, that half a second.
1:09.7 for Bella Fairclough.
Half a second. What, sorry?
1:09.7 for Bella Fairclough.
1 minute 9.7, fastest lap of the race from Bella Fairclough, up to 14th. But what I was about to say, Nick, is the half a second can disappear in the blink of an eye in the way that track is looking.
I think the track's giving up more grip. Or they've just really learnt their way around it. It's still raining. It's still raining at, consistently. But you just look at some of the way the car. Admittedly, I'm now looking at a car that's pacing the wrong direction. But I just think there's a kind of element where they're just getting a bit more grip on the whole.
Yeah, I think so. The rain is reducing in coming out
and of course,
the sky.
All the drivers are learning the track.
Yeah, well, the thing is, every lap the track is different. Every lap the track is different.
Let's have a little bit of a drift back. Third and fourth look like they're having much more of a fun battle than these top two.
Yeah, Hartley consolidating that lead now and pulling a gap to Stanley Clark. We've got Alfie Forrester and Riley Mason-Lewis there in second.
Third and fourth.
Sorry, third and fourth.
Riley Mason-Lewis is that white helmet, blue side-podded machine, multi-blue, and then back to these very popular orangey carts. There's so many orangey carts, it's ridiculous. There's more orangey carts than you shake a stick at. Bella Fairclough up to 11th, which isn't bad to see how far she started behind. And this is important because they will aggregate the points across the two races. The win in the 11th. And every position she passes is going to be one position further up. She's going to start on the grid.
Well, I think she's still going to start ahead of Daniel Hartley.
Yeah, because Hartley's got nothing.
Hartley's going to be,
one.
Yeah, he's going to be right down.
But obviously, there's people here who've got thirds and fourths and seconds and thirds, and
That's
they'll
right.
start ahead. But
That's right.
as she moves forward, Fairclough's got a good chance, I think, of getting into the top three, actually, or four, because of the way that you get these really weird split results in wet races.
Alfie Forrester there, being chased by Riley Mason-Lewis. And Mason-Lewis, both of them choosing to go through that puddle.
I wouldn't choose them.
It's kind of muscle memory, though, when you turn into there. Here they come then. Hartley's already gone through. He's extended the lead to 8/10 now, even though we've got Stanley Clark with a personal best lap time in second. Alfie Forrester, absolutely nothing. It's 4/10 at the line between these two. You don't really need a stopwatch or a timing screen to tell you.
Fairclough up to 8th now. Picked up 3 positions in that last lap.
Shall we pick her up?
As
she makes
I think
her way
she's
through
in a bit of a
field.
gap at the moment as she's going through the field. I'll try and you do this bit and I'll find her.
Right. Variation of opinion of line through the first centres there.
Okay, yeah. So I can see.
And the
so
second centre.
Let's see if we can find Bella. She's just going into the first centre now in the bright yellow cart, and she's just taken another position. So there she is. That's on Ash's camera. That's the 15 of Fairclough. So Fairclough's gone past one more place. He's up to 7. That's Leighton Kelly. And once she managed to clear the throat of the engine, she's certainly got the pace. She's not far. I mean, she's got the ultimate fastest time, I think, still. And more importantly, she's still been doing very fast lap times, despite the fact overtaking several people round the Gasworks hairpin.
She had a great battle with Maya Simpson at Granny Claus in round 2, didn't she? In might have been one of the heats, not necessarily the final. And Maya Simpson is the kart that is next on her list as they come out of the last turn.
Yeah,
we're onto the last lap for Daniel Hartley, actually.
Well, we've seen enough of him.
Yeah, Daniel has done what he had to do, really. But the question is, can Bella Fairclough catch and overtake Maya Simpson for 6th place?
Should be able to. Last time she was 4 seconds faster.
4 seconds
in this weather.
Wow!
It divides some of these, because obviously by nature being the Rotax Prima, these guys and girls aren't as experienced, and this is really playing to the advantage. As Fairclough just comes through really quite simply and moves up to 6th place.
She made that look really easy, didn't she?
I think with the 6th place, she's going to cement herself in the top 3 of the grid.
Daniel Hartley, I can tell you, while Bella Fairclough continues on her last lap. Daniel
just
Hartley
taking the mark now. He's just going off the line now.
Comes out and takes the checkered flag to take the superheat.
Second and third as well. Second place, Stanley Clark Chuff with that. Forrester has crossed the line. Has he? No, he hasn't. That was a back marker. So who's coming into third? It is Forrester, but he's a bit further back. And then Riley Mason-Lewis in 4th. Eddie Stewart, another 5th.
Great result for Eddie Stewart, our co-commentator. Sometimes.
I'm not paying him.
Kart Championship, don't worry, you don't have to. Bella Fairclough, 6th place. Maya Simpson, 7th. Leighton Kelly, 8th. It'll be Ellis Daly who finishes in 9th, just coming out the final turn now. And then Ethan Bath, Oscar Pitt, Zach Kane, Tyler Davis, Sophie Caldwell, Ewan Stevenson, Laurie McVeigh. That was an interesting one, I think, Nick. Daniel Hartley had a lot of pressure on him there with that DNF in the first superheat. He knew what he had to do, and he went out there.
He had to do it.
Yeah, and he did it. And he didn't have it all his own way. All it would have taken was a very small mistake, and Stanley Clark would have been there. And not that far behind was the rest. So it's going to be interesting. The Junior Primo class going into their final, where all of these drivers are going to be out of position from where they would normally be. It's going to be interesting to see that.
It should be a fight to the, not to the death, to the to the dampness.
We've got the C50 Comas firing up behind us.
And
here we go.
There's some nonchalant fathers there.
Oh, here we go, carrying the brolly
there. It's high-vis brolly man versus oh no, it's the number 57. It's the Henry Hales high-vis looking to take the lead. Henry Hales on the outside there. And he was spooked there. Anybody else going to take this down at the moment? It's Henry Hales. Hales leading. Hales in the 57. It's Hales all the way. It's just he's got Henry Hales written his back of his back. And somebody else is going now. A bit more orange high-vis. Look at him go. Open those legs and you can see his class. Blimey. Really
shame. That's a massive sprint.
That's school sports day level sprinting.
That's parents' race.
Yeah, parents' race, absolutely. That's he's practicing for that.
Definitely parents' race at sports day. Round 1 was won by Will Wainwright back at Wilton Mill. Round 2 was won by Ollie West. Second place at round 1 was Ollie West. So a first and a second for Ollie puts him at the head of the championship coming into round 3. We've got the parents on track, as you can see. That means it's a standing start for all of you detectives out there. And we've got the karts making their way around now. It'll be the same grid lineup as we saw from the first superheat. Noah Wicklow, Logan Hodgetts, Will Wainwright, Arthur Bowers, Calman Simon. As they make their way around, Benjamin Shivar is up there. Henry Hales, of course, the number 57, and Jax Wong. The result of the... I'm just trying to find the result of the C50.
Someone spun going round the first, the second, the centre. It doesn't matter too much because they'll drive into their grid positions.
It was Henry Hales and Logan Hodgetts, remember, who took the win in Superheat 1. Ollie West and Jax Wong were 3rd and 4th. Then we had Arlo Gamble and Calvin Simon. It was quite a mixed result, really, with people like Benjamin Shivar 7th, Noah Wicklow in 8th. Noah Wicklow, the pole position driver, will line his kart up on that front row of the grid. And it'll be Will Wainwright. Remember, Will Wainwright was off at turn 1 in the superheat.
Yeah, Wainwright had a better day yesterday in the dry than he's had so far in the rain.
Yeah, a little bit of trap maintenance going on between the heats as well, which is
Genuine spade work.
helping with the drainage somewhat. Problem is, of course, Nick, that we've had so much weather, we've had so much rain in the whole of the UK. I was going to say the northeast, just the whole of the UK, that, you know, everywhere's saturated. There's, you know, the rivers can't take it, can they? They're pouring into the rivers from everywhere, and the fields are flooded.
I mean,
things don't drain as quickly as it should.
We have had a bucket full of rain. The rain is still coming down. It's not like the intensity you had earlier, but it's obviously not. When the rain's coming down, even a bit means you're not going to dry out by the very nature of things. Okay, we are getting ready to go. The Watch the Lights board has been thrown for this Coma C50 Bambino race. Probably one of the best races of yesterday in the dry, and they're away.
Wicklow leading, Nick.
Wicklow.
From Will Rainwright. Will Rainwright, easy to see, bright yellow. And then we've got Logan Hodgetts just slotting in behind. So the first three quite orderly through turn one, with Wicklow off into the lead. That's Shivar in fourth and Ollie West in fifth. They're both easy to spot. They've got bright green helmets, slightly different design. And as indeed the number 74 of Logan Hodgetts also sporting. That is Logan Hodgetts in third place, isn't it? Yeah, so
Wicklow get away well. Wicklow, who has looked pretty good, especially good. Obviously, I wasn't at round two, so you've seen all the rounds. I was being a father of the bride actually on the round two, which is reasonable excuse not to turn up. But in round one at Wilton Mill, Wicklow was pretty much one of the class of the field there as well in the C50s. But he's out and away. Will Rainwright, I think he's probably been given a chat by his team to say just ease it back one.
By his dad.
These are
Bambinos.
Yeah, just ease it back one.
They're not allowed teams.
They're not?
No.
Oh, I was going to set up a Bambino team.
Yeah, Wicklow on his way, but Will Rainwright, we've seen how quick Will is. You know, Will took the win, didn't he, in the final at Wilton Mill, and now as we see the tyres do get up to temperature. The rain tyre, the all-weather rain tyre, or the all-weather LeConte tyre is what I'm trying to say, on these Bambino karts, will still get up to a point where they will work in the wet better on lap 4 than they have on lap 1. So there is an element of process there.
Wainwright trying to go around the outside. Not successful that time. In fact, Wicklow just carried a huge amount more speed going in and through the first part of the dogleg. And the second and third and fourth is looking a little bit more fighty at the moment. Let's just drop back to third and fourth and fifth, because it's a little bit more fighty when you've got the Hodgetts, West, and... Oh, look at that. I told you it was looking more fighty. I think that was West has gone round.
We'll get a look at...
Yeah, it's West has gone round. No, it was just on its own.
It was on the curb. He put a wheel on that wet curb and it went round. It swapped ends. A little Ollie hung on as best he could, but he's rejoined now. We've lost Benjamin Shivar down to 7th place there. I'm not quite sure what happened to young Benjamin, but he's now down behind.
He's down 6th. He
Jack
got
Swong.
past West, because West has dropped out of that link. So
all right. So he's down behind Jack Swong and Henry Hills, who are behind Logan Hodgetts, chasing after Will Rainwright and Noah Wicklow.
Just so you want to know, it is still raining, by the way.
There's
the 57.
The 57 of Henry Hills, winner of the first Superheat, remember?
And whose dad, I think, came at least in the top 3 of the father's race.
Yes, he did. Yeah, the number 57. He's beginning to drop that cart behind him of Logan Hodgetts.
Yeah, Wicklow hasn't managed to shake off Will Wainwright at all. This is front 2 here. We're looking away a bit, but Wainwright, I think, may have just needed a couple of laps of not having a problem of confidence build after a kind of difficult first wet heat, superheat. Now looking at some different lines, looking at seeing what he can do with Wicklow. Again, through the dogleg, slightly different lines, slightly different speed, but the end result is the gap's pretty much the same as it was. Henry Hales, I think he's trying to bridge that gap now.
Well, Henry Hills...
He is bridging that gap very quickly.
Yeah, he's absolutely on it now, and he can see that bright yellow bumper of Will Rainwright just up ahead of him. Look at the different line. Yeah, look at the different line. That has absolutely closed the gap to nothing to Will Wainwright. And that was basically him taking the more conventional dry weather line around the inside. They drop back to where they were somewhat as Wicklow slips and slides his way through the back chicane. Will Wainwright looks over his shoulder, Wicklow, sees the brightly yellow cart of Will Wainwright, and then just behind him, Henry Hales dropped off them slightly.
There we go.
And a little bit of a coming together there, was it? A little bit of a nudge.
Yeah, they were occupying the same.
Not deliberate nudging, just inadvertent.
They had the same part of the real estate there.
Wainwright.
Well, that's Wainwright.
Wainwright's gone for the lead.
Obviously decided that with Hales so close, he can't carry on following.
I'm not sure what happened to Wicklow there. He just went wide at the
lost a little
horseshoe,
bit,
and then through went Will Wainwright, and he crossed the line in the lead.
Ended up some without any grip.
3/10 the gap. Henry Hill's fastest lap of the race so far in that third place. He can see this going on in front of him.
But Henry Hales' pace is in the first half of the lap.
Yeah, this bit.
Running through the chicane onwards, he didn't get anything.
Yes.
But he was very quick, obviously, as we saw visually going through the centres.
Well, this is the part of the track where he'll want to... Oh, look at that. Wicklow avoiding action and slowing this pace down somewhat. And you're right, Nick. Look at the gap coming down between that third place, number 57.
You're going to see him shoot into view now. If he gets the corner right.
No, he's taking a completely different line this time.
That may not be deliberate. Maybe you turn the wheel of the cart to decide to turn with him.
That's true. Will Wainwright does lead, though. Inside the final 90 seconds of the superheats for the C50 Bambinos. And these three battling for the lead.
So they have two more after this.
Splashing their way through the chicane.
Wainwright's gapping.
He's gone, yeah, he's gone. Will Wainwright, he had 3/10 at the line last time by. It's going to be bigger than that. Going all the way around the outside. And I'm not sure he got any advantage whatsoever of that.
I'd say no, to be honest.
Gap stayed the same.
Hales now looking to get quite... Yeah, so second and third now is really where it's... Because Wicklow's had a couple of bad corners. Wicklow lacks a bit of pace during that whole horseshoe end of the lap section, doesn't he?
He absolutely does, and Henry Hales is now going to fall back off him. As we know, the pace of Wicklow is really good through the fast sections. If he can get inside Wicklow into turn one, however, that might be completely different, and they are side by side for a moment there. They sort themselves out through Brian's Bend and on towards the dogleg, and it's Noah Wicklow who hangs on to second place. This is allowing Will Wainwright just to disappear. The gap was 1.5 seconds almost at the line. But this battle for second will be the one lap to go board next time by, remember.
No, he's got him again. He's done this before.
He's got him now. Oh, no, they're side by side towards the first centre.
This tight into the first of the centre. Didn't quite get this time. I think he's got the inner line he wanted, and a little bit of sliding on the outside. He gets a little nudge. We saw the bumper going up. We don't see the bumper going down, so it won't be 5 seconds for Wicklow. But finally, Hales has got past, but I think rather too late, even though he has got a lap and a bit to go, because Wainwright really seems to have found his water wings, isn't he?
It's going to give him pole position for the final, isn't it? The first and the second. I forget where Will Wainwright finished.
He wasn't second.
He wasn't, was he?
No, he'd had not the greatest of runs.
Yeah, Will Wainwright was way down the order, actually, for Superheat number one.
Because it's spun, I think.
No way. Third place.
Yeah.
Spins away.
He spun in between the various... It was hard to tell because he's in between the various droplets of water, but he did spin.
So, one lap to go board for Will Wainwright. He's got Henry Hales closing that gap, though. Let's see what it is across the line. It was 1.4 last lap. It's 1.2. And a fastest lap of the race for Hales. 1 minute 30.078 for Henry Hales. The second place cart there. The number 57 with the blue bumper. Chasing down the bright yellow cart of Will Wainwright. Can Will hang on to this lead? It's not an easy task, as we've seen there. Sliding very wide at the dogleg. Clambering all over those curbs. And it's very easy to get it wrong there. St. John's from there into the left-hand hairpin now at centre one. And we do know Henry Hales loves that inside line. But Wicklow fires out the corner on towards the right-hander now. And...
he's off.
And he's back on again. He's using that concrete for more grip, I think. Nothing changes into the chicane. Out of the chicane, Henry Hales. Oh, and he clatters over the exit curbing. Will Wainwright, I'm not sure it even disadvantaged him in the slightest, though. He's got a massive gap into the Gasworks hairpin. And again, all the way around the outside, Henry Hales not so much. And Wainwright into the horseshoe now. The first apex there. Crosses through the second apex, takes a wider line at the third, missing that puddle, and he will come through paddock turn for the final time in the superheats.
He's gaining, but not enough.
He's gaining, but not enough. The gap was 1.2. I think he might have closed the gap slightly. Will Wainwright punches the air to take and acknowledge the checkered flag win for superheat number 2. Henry Hill second, Logan Hodgetts third, Jax Wong takes fourth. Noah Wicklow. What happened to Noah? He spun, didn't he? That's why he was down to fifth. Benjamin Shivar, he kind of regained a little bit to sixth. Calman Simon, seventh. And then the rest of the field coming through there. You can see the rest of the finishers on the timing bar at the side of the screen there. But I think Henry Hills, remember, all the results we speak of are provisional. They have to get through tech yet. They've got to get through scrutineering, etc. And we will see how they line up. But by our estimation, we should see Henry Hills starting the final on the pole position.
Nice recovery from Will Wainwright from a very difficult first heat. Goes to show these kids do learn very quickly. And I would think that because it's a while before the next heat goes off, I think it's going to be very different conditions again, because I'm confident we might see a drying track in 2 hours' time when the next out again.
About 8 o'clock tonight, you mean?
Not far behind. We're only 45 minutes behind at the moment. So it's not the end of the world.
Yeah. So, right, it's only going to be towards
because don't forget, there's no
then.
lunch. We're going straight to the finals.
That's of course. Yeah, we've already had our lunch. Very early lunch.
So there's no. If you're just tuning in, we've had the lunch break, and you've missed it. So we are going straight from the set. This is the final superheat, I believe, isn't it?
Yes.
And we'll go straight into the mighty repechage. Should be.
Yes.
And then straight into the finals. At some point, I've got to put some camera up.
Yes, indeed.
But it might be. I might use that during the repechage.
Yeah.
Because we are going to try and do. We're going to try and do post-race interviews. Geographically, where we are in relation to Parc Fermé, you can do it. There are two limitations. One, the Parc Fermé is unbelievably busy and quite what's the word for it?
Dangerous.
Dangerous. That's the word. That's the word which Dayton likes. And also the water isn't helpful. Some of the things you want to do. Frank's now making sure I fall over because he's taking the chair I was going to sit away from behind me. It's like one of those very, very slow, long distance kind of funny things. Where are you going? Oh, we're trying to get a chair. I don't think you need to sit down. Away they go.
We have released them. Superheat 1 saw Sebastian Clark take the win in fine style. 4.5 seconds was the gap to Fraser Anderson.
They're not Battenberging them, so they're going to do this one normally.
Ah, right. They're going to line them up 2 by 2.
There's no Battenberg at the moment, so they've decided the weather has improved.
Well, it'll be grid order from the heats. We started them. The result of Superheat 1, though, Sebastian Clark from Fraser Anderson. It was a little bit of a spread out field, wasn't it? James Fabricus third, Jensen White fourth, Jensen Sale fifth, JJ Lowe was sixth, Adam Turacek seventh, Max Gilman and Riley Murrow, Jensen Walker, Sandro Kemp, Drew Davidson. Then the two novice drivers, JJ Plowman and George Ralston. Jack Moss didn't start for a problem with Jack. I remember him coming into the pits at one point. So we are going to grid them up in, again, it's a rolling start, but we're going to go 2 by 2. So the race stewards are happy with the track conditions. That's a still very, very wet entry to turn 1. However, the rain...
It's down. It's slowing down.
It is slowing down. We thought it
was.
was.
I think the ability to clear big puddles is probably about even with the ability of the rain to fill the puddle back up again. So it's not like it has been when it's been getting slightly bigger.
The forecast is spot on. It said it was going to lighten up at with
2:30
by 2 p.m. Yeah. Here we go then. Let's see if we can get this underway. They look in good grid order.
No,
they're not. Or are they?
Are they?
Yes,
no, somebody wanted it to get rerun. There was a kind of a way. It was the 169 wasn't happy. That was Max Gilman. He was waving. I think he was trying. I think he didn't get the thing. He didn't pick up.
I think he bogged down. Yeah.
But big lead in the first up to the one. Is that Riley again?
Riley Murrow. Yeah.
Yeah, he's got out in front. He's not really had the most luck, good fortune, whatever you may call it. It just doesn't really seem to work for him so far. But all is not lost. He's got 2 more races, and he could find himself as a winner of the overall event.
Well, he finished the first superheat in 9th place, so he's on a damage limitation run here. He needs to finish as high up.
He got hit, didn't he? Was it by? I want to say Fabricus hit him.
I was down there.
Oh right, so Fabricus hit him. Yeah.
Yeah, he's
we really have got to get our sign language better.
Yeah, we do, absolutely. Yeah, Riley Murrow.
I thought you were indicating heart palpitations then. Whoa! One wide,
that's
too
Murrow.
tight.
That looks like Murrow. That looks like the leader. He'll be the fourth kart in that picture.
Yeah.
That fourth kart in that frame. That's JJ Lowe, who's been handed the lead on a metaphorical plate.
And Fabregas is second, but he's made a mistake. He may even lose that. But it's Fabregas is that kart you're seeing in second in the one of two karts that look the same. Behind him is going to be Jensen White, and then it's Murrow now, as you say, absolutely spot on fourth, and now dropping to fifth. Has taken that inside line that shouldn't actually work. Was the
Jensen Sale.
Jensen Sale, yeah.
Number 140. JJ Lowe.
Someone's gone very wide there. So
JJ Lowe in the lead now in that blue and white kart. That's the Thule Motorsport livery on the kart. But if you were listening and watching the lunch break show, then you would have seen that he's not with Thule Motorsport here today. He's been run by his dad.
Yeah.
So being run by his dad in the kart championship. JJ Lowe was aiming. His aspiration was for a top three finish overall in the final. He's heading that way. JJ Lowe finishing the first of our super heats in sixth place. So it's going to be quite a mixed grid going into the final, with the weather really affecting where these drivers are. They're not usually in the places that we usually find them in dry conditions, because it really does mix it up. As I've always said, the wet's a massive leveller. And it's not about how great your equipment is, it's about how well you can drive the kart around the track. Here we go then, 2 laps completed, Nick. And it's the blue and white kart, the Thule Motorsport livery is going to get a mention, even though they're not here. And it's JJ Lowe, 0.6 of a second. And then that battle there, those two orange cars.
Third and fourth, but he's out. 148.
That's
JJ Lowe spun off.
Oh my!
In the second corner, just went too wide, ended up sitting in the grass. And what was looking like a fantastic result for Lowe is now going to be a damage limitation rebuilding facility, trying to work out where he's got going again. But I think he's got going right in the middle of the pack. He's actually there, 1, 2, 3, 4. He's going to drop to 7th, Joe.
And there's a change. Is that the 138?
That's the 138 and the 158. That's the battle which is now for second and third with the loss of Lowe.
Oh,
no, it's first and
spinner.
second, because that must have been the leader. That was
Fabregas.
That was Fabregas, yes. So the lead battle now goes off down through the sheet. Well, they've obviously decided.
Everybody, Nick, is trying not to win this one.
Yes, what they've decided is, after they've said, the commentators saying how everyone's getting the hang of the wet and not making mistakes, we're all going to make all the mistakes for everybody.
Yeah. Everybody trying not to win this one.
That was amazing over and under there. Went, oh!
And there's another leader spinning out.
Fantastic.
This time it's the number 138 of
Murrow
Riley
again.
Murrow, who had the lead.
But he was second. He got a fantastic drive from his wide run out of the hairpin, and then just way too much curb.
Yeah.
And he got that brake effect on the front by getting too much curb and too much water.
Too much water there. So
hey, we could win this race.
Every single one of our leaders has spun out. So now, where has that left us? Jensen White
is leading.
Has taken the lead of this race, and behind him, Sebastian Clark, Adam Turacek. Then we've got James Fabregas, Jensen Sale, JJ Lowe, Riley Murray, Max Gilman, Fraser Anderson. The two novices are up inside the top 10. George Ralston and JJ Plowman.
Oh, they're gone again.
Is that another leader?
Yeah, no, he's in second. Fair enough.
All right.
So this is, I think this is Turacek going for it. Was it Turacek who went, or was it the other?
Yeah, that looks like Turacek.
No, it's a similar coloured Sebastian Clark kart that went round.
Right.
Very similar liveries.
So he just hit the curb, didn't he?
Yep. In fairness, most of these accidents do not involve somebody else.
That's what I mean. They're just spinning off. They're trying not to win.
It's not like, Barry took me out. It's no. The conditions took you out.
Yeah.
So there we go. Now this is now the second. It's the third and fourth. This is now, and that's a comeback from the 151 Clark. Now he ran him right outside there. So that's now Clark back up into third, I think.
I'm not sure that was deliberate. He just had
no,
to go
I think at some point. I don't have the ability to turn at this point.
Yeah, the cart was going straight on, wasn't he? So we are getting towards the 2-minute bell. If we had one. 2 minutes remaining.
Jensen White leading by 1.3 seconds. Adam Turacek is in second. James Fabregas third. Sebastian Clark was fourth, actually, we're looking at. And then you have Sale, Murrow and Lowe. So Murrow loves TV time, doesn't he? He's constantly getting involved in what's going on.
Or trying to squeeze down the inside of the dog leg.
That was Murrow making a slot up there. So Murrow now moves into fifth.
He kind of with his mere presence forced who was that? Jensen Sale?
40,
Jensen Sale. To slide wide at the dog leg. I'm pretty sure he had nothing to do with it. And there's another place coming back for Sebastian Clark, almost being overtaken once again by Riley Murrow. That's the blue and yellow and red kart of Jensen Sale has got for company Riley Murrow. And Riley Murrow is about to try and overtake another car to get even further up this field into the gasworks, then out of the gasworks towards the horseshoe. And he looks comfortable now, does Jensen Seal. That's the 151, sorry, of Sebastian Clark. Jensen Seal is the driver that's dropped behind Riley Murrow, isn't it? So here they come then. We're inside the final minute. With a 1 minute 13 lap time, it might well be the leaders have already come through and we'll get the 1 lap to go board next time by. This is the battle for 4th and 5th. And there again, Murrow taking the very narrow line. Sebastian Clark going very wide at the dogleg. And that seems to be the way forward, really. He stayed ahead of him by that same margin. Getting towards 0 time on the clock. And there's the move. The move came from absolutely nowhere. Riley Murrow into the first centre hairpin. He's coming back though. And there's the number 151 of Sebastian Clark. Came firing out of the second centre hairpin and took that position back. So the timing screens will show no change of position, even though there was. Into the gasworks. And then down towards the horseshoe. Clark's got it in control, hasn't he? He lost that position of 4th place only for a moment to Riley Murrow. And as they cross the line, it's 1 more lap to go. That's Jensen White, Adam Turacek, James Fabricus, Sebastian Clark. And then that battle there. Sebastian Clark and Riley Murrow. Murrow down the inside of the dogleg, and this time he's got it. He's got it in a position on the track where and he's come back at him. Fabricus ahead of them, well out of the way. Meanwhile, that position has gone back to where it was, or has it? We went to a quick replay there, and we missed that position being took back and then regained again. Here they come. They're going to come together if they're not careful. Into the chicane. Riley Murrow is in fact in front of Sebastian Clark. Off towards the gasworks hairpin. Meanwhile, the leaders are already into the horseshoe. We'll stay with this one though, because this one's not over until the very end. We'll keep an eye on the leaders coming out of the final turn. And there's Jensen White just in the foreground, the background there, coming out the final turn and heading towards the checkered flag. So Jensen White takes the win. Adam Turacek second, James Fabricus third, Riley Murrow fourth, Sebastian Clark fifth, Jensen Seal sixth. Then we've got Fraser Anderson, Max Gilman, George Ralston, the first of the novices, finishes in ninth, JJ Plowman 10th, Jensen Walker 11th, JJ Lowe recovers to 12th, Drew Davidson, Jack Moss and Sandro Kemp are our final finishers. So everybody, round 3 of the Kart Championship for 2024. That's our super heats concluded. It now starts getting intense. We've got one non-final to kick off with, and that's our repechage for the Mighty Bambinos. And I'm going to see if I can locate a grid position to give us who is where. We've got 5 parents making their way down to the grid. Not much of a race, this repechage running race. Mrs. Upton at the back there. It looks a familiar Red Riding Hood with the fur. Kim Agar, a stalwart of Warden Law Bambino Racing here. And let them go ahead there. I think she's going to take the Red Riding Hood class, actually. That leg's getting better, Kim. I can see you're limping a bit less. But the Bambino race, a very sedate race to the line there for this lot. So the Mighty, what's going to happen in the repechage, I hear you ask, if you are unfamiliar with karting and the Kart Championship. Basically, it's a chance for, and I believe, it's usually 4 qualifying into the A final. However, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 karts out there. So I'm not quite sure what the format is here. They're being led out by Ollie Upton. Ollie with the bright yellow helmet with the bright orange kart. He's raced here a lot in his C50 Bambino. He was here last weekend for the Club Championship Spring Series for the first time on the Mighty Bambino. Behind them, that's Ava Garrett with the pink helmet. And the other drivers there coming through on their warming up lap, making their way to the grid, is Arthur Thompson, Christian Doshi and Nico Mohan. So we're being told that it's an 8-minute repechage. And we'll see. Oh, is it 7 minutes or 8 minutes? All right, 7 minutes. Right, that's just changed, actually. It was 8, now it's gone to 7. Right, that's because the official timekeepers have done that. Drivers just making their way around onto the grid. We will be getting on with the finals. That will be coming next. The first of our finals proper will be for the Junior Max class. That's sure to be a cracker. Meanwhile, though, we've got a 5-kart race for the Mighty Repechage. And it will be Ollie Upton who will start at the front, on the front row. That looks like Ava Garrett in the pink helmet behind Ollie there. And then we've got the number 47 is Arthur Thompson, the number 16 is Christian Doshi, and that number 77 there is Nico Mohan. Oh, and we've got a stall on the line. Ollie Upton has failed to get off the line, and he was crashed into in massive style. That's allowed Ava Garrett to get off and into the lead. The number 77 and Nico Mohan is off after her, but it's Ava Garrett, the pink helmet, clear to be seen with that pink helmet. Off she goes, slips and slides around. 7 minutes then, 7 minutes and 1 lap. Nico Mohan in second. Ollie Upton recovers from that slow start. If it had been a petrol engine, it would have been a stall. I'm not quite sure what you call a lack of getaway from an electric motor. Oh, and there's a spinner that looks like Mohan has spun. Nico Mohan spins out of the first centres. Ollie Upton looking over his shoulder there and couldn't quite believe it. He's been handed second place. Meanwhile, the pink helmet in the background there is Ava Garrett, who heads off towards the gasworks hairpin. That's our leader. Ava Garrett there with the pink kart and the pink helmet. Got off the line in great style. Around the last of the horseshoe and into the final turn here, paddock turn is what we call it here at Warden Law, and then out to complete 1 lap. Ava Garrett will cross the line in first place in the Mighty Repechage, the Mighty Bambino Repechage. Ollie Upton second. Then we've got Arthur Thompson. That's Ollie Upton there with the orange kart and the yellow helmet. The blue kart is Arthur Thompson. Let's have a look at Arthur as he continues round. Into the horseshoe. Arthur using all of the track, but not too much. Didn't use the curb there, feeling no need. Stays off that horrible exit curb of the dogleg. More development here at Warden Law coming soon. The curbing at the dogleg, where you see now, will be probably the last time that we will race on those curbs at the dogleg. So there's Nico Mohan recovering after that spin as Ollie Upton has a bit of an excursion. Almost ended up on the grass there, coming out the second centre. But he gathers it all up. And Arthur Thompson continues to chase him down. There's a bit of a gap there between Ollie Upton and Ava Garrett. Ava well ahead now and into the horseshoe. Ollie, no stranger here. He races with his sister Summer. The Upton family have been coming to Warden Law with their Bambinos for a couple of years now, and only recently moved on to the electric-powered Might E. There's Ava Garrett, likewise. Ava has been racing at Warden Law for some time, and Ava moving off the C50 and onto the Might E. And it's great to see them experiencing the Kart Championship, the Might E Bambino Championship, within the Kart Championship at their home track of Warden Law. Oh, and Ava has spun off. Ava will regain. She's got a massive lead, and look at that. Look at the determination in that body language. She just got it all wide, tried to keep it off the curb. The cart snapped to her, went around, but look at the determination and how quickly she wanted to get back on with it. And she's regained the track and regained her composure. Not afraid to slide it around still, even after that little mishap. Not phased whatsoever. Just letting the cart breathe there in proper racecraft style. Ava turning through the chicane and using all of the curb and more. Straight lining the chicane as Arthur Bath has retired the number 24. He's got a problem. Not quite sure what that is. He's just rolled into Parc Fermé whilst we continue to watch Ava Garrett. She had a gap of 9.5 seconds last time by. We've got 2.5 minutes on the clock. And a 9.5 second lead. Unless, of course, she spins. And she has indeed had another spin. And that's at the horseshoe just before the final turn. So she'll cross the line to complete 3 laps and continue on her way. Let's have a look at second place, shall we, Frank, and have a follow of Ollie Hupton, and we'll see where he is. He's reduced the gap to 3.8 seconds after those 2 spins. So I'm not sure he's got the pace. He's going to need, I think, Ava to make mistakes for Ollie to maybe have a go at taking the lead of this race. Arthur Thompson still second on the number 47. Nico Mohan fourth. Christian Doshi fifth. They're the last of the runners in the repechage. So Ava Garrett continuing to lead the race. Ollie Upton going around the outside and onto the concrete there. That's where the grip is. Ollie Upton in the yellow helmet. Ollie has a spin. Ollie has a spin. He asked too much of those rear tyres, and the cart just came around on him. He's continued though. Everybody spaced out well enough to be able to afford a spin, it seems. We're inside the final minute, so it'll be 2 more laps for Ava, who's just coming through the horseshoe as we continue to watch Ollie Upton on our screens. It will be 2 more laps of Bambinos. Ollie into the final turn. He's going to have extended the gap to Ava. And as he crosses the line, we'll drop back and have a watch of maybe Arthur Thompson or Nico Mohan. We've watched Arthur a little bit. Going to have to wait a little bit of time before we see our next contender coming through. And here is a battle beginning to develop. In fact, it's a change of position there right in front of us. Nico Mohan has overtaken Arthur Thompson. So we'll watch these for a bit because this is a battle for third place. Into the dogleg. This is tricky. We've seen how tricky it is. You need to keep it off that curb on the exit. Almost side by side. Having a little bit of a look was Arthur Thompson. Slots in behind him. Off towards the first of the centre hairpins now, the left-hander. Into the first of the centre hairpins. A head-on shot there towards the second one. And as they turn through that left there, that right-hander, and on towards the chicane, Nico Mohan in third place. Arthur Thompson in the blue cart, the blue helmet, as you can see, quite distinctive, chasing him down. Meanwhile, while this battle continues for third, Christian Doshi still is in 5th. Ava Garrett takes the 1 lap to go board. 1 more lap of racing for Ava. And a spinner there from Arthur Thompson. That's kind of put pay to that. He had a look down the inside and a coming together there, which completely put him off, didn't it? Completely put him off. He spins off to the inside. That's allowed Nico Mohan a very solid 3rd place, which gives us an opportunity to have a look out for Ava Garrett, who's just going towards the first of the centres. The left-hand centre hairpin, the pink helmet of Ava Garrett still leading this race. And she's on to what will be her last half a lap in this repechage. We will see Ava Garrett back out in the Mighty final. This result in the repechage will enable her to start at the back. I'm not quite sure how many of the 5 karts qualify. But Ava Garrett, who has been racing here at Warden Law and practicing here at Warden Law for at least, well, it's hard to judge really, but it's got to be a couple of years. And been racing her C50 Bambino. And out now on the Mighty Bambino, the electric kart, suiting her very well indeed. And she'll take a cracking little win in the repechage. Great style. She had quite a gap there as the checkered flag flies. We wait a little while longer for Ollie Upton to come through. And then, unless everybody messes up their positions, it will be Nico Mohan, Arthur Thompson, Christian Doshi, and of course we lost Arthur Bath very, very early on. That does in fact conclude our heats and super heats phase. The next race out will be our final, all-important final for the Kart Championship. The Junior Rotax round 1 went to Addison Smith from Kasper Tomaszewski in 2nd place. The 3rd place driver, Ben Horner, that was at Wilton Mill. Then we went to Glanigors, where the roles were reversed. Kasper Tomaszewski took the win. Addison Smith had a nightmare and finished 13th. 2nd place was James Kell. 3rd place was Callum Gosh. Now, Addison Smith will have lost championship points, but he still maintains 2nd place in that one. Oh, hello, who's that? I know who you are. I'm getting... What? I'm not. So Nick's back after a bit of maintenance, fiddling, setting up. So, sorry. All right, yeah, I'm about to. Yeah, don't worry. Kart out on track then for our junior final, and this is one of the, well, it's the fastest class here in the Kart Championship.
Straight with the fast ones.
That's where we like it, Nick.
Gareth Bury, what can you tell me about Warden Law? It's wet.
Warden Law is the site of a 10,000-year-old monolithic
hill.
Monolithic settlement.
It's the longest track we go to. It's 1,200 metres long.
It is 1,200 metres long. It is the longest track we go to.
It's Joe's home track. It's within 10 minutes of his house.
It's only 10 minutes from my house, so it's the best track in the country. It actually is one of the best tracks in the country.
And it's the best track within 10 minutes of your house.
It's absolutely, but it is one of the best tracks in the country for not just track, but facilities-wise, and it is one of the most demanding physically.
The finals come down. They weren't 10 minutes already, but they come down from 12 to 10, have they?
Yes, they have.
So the finals now just 10 minutes long. An attempt to try and gain a little bit of time back that's been lost.
No, the finals were 10 minutes of one lap. Yeah.
Oh, so,
yeah. So I think
I've got my NKC mixed up, which is 12 minutes.
Yes, you have. Yeah, I think we're sticking at 10 minutes unless that changes. We've got the grid now ready with us. James Kell on the pole position, leading everybody around. We might get this race underway, and James Kell might get the jump on everybody. But no, it's a false start. Gives me a chance to have a look at the grid. So James Kell on the pole position, Oliver Fabricus alongside. Third row is an all-ST Racing, second row is an all-ST Racing row on the grid. Addison Smith in third, Charlie Very fourth. Row 3, Ben Horner and Harry Hurst Grover. Row 4, Callum Gosh, Riven Welsh. Aidan McDonald and Ewan House are on row 5. Andrew Dixon, Marcel Poppercull are next up. Row 7 is Gregor Reid and Jensen Pritchard. Luke Soys and Archie Doherty are next. 17th and 18th is Leon Barlow and John J. Buck. And Kasper Tomalewski finds himself way down the order in 19th. And that's going to be quite a task for Kasper Tomalewski to regain some points. Logan Howes is alongside. Then we've got Braith Murdoch, Jack Robinson, Emily Cooper, Lewis Holt, Connor Dolan, Max Haller, Sam Green Gomez, Matt Scott, Aston Brown, Calvin Moffat, Elliot Foster, and then rounding off the 33 Kart field is Molly Pugh and Bella Brown. So here we go. We've got James Kell on that pole position with Oliver Fabricus alongside. Bradley Shepherd Racing here, but it's the X-Kart of James Kell that's got the pole. That's the black and white livery. The orange livery is Bradley Shepherd Racing. We're about to get things underway, I think. Yes, we are. 3 wide into turn 1. It goes the way of Oliver Fabricus, though, into turn 1. Out they go. It's the X-Kart of James Kell in second, and round the outside of Fabricus. Fabricus just slowed up massively. Did he hit the puddle? I think he might have. That's allowed James Kell, I should say, back into the front of this field.
Great start there by Kellen, nipping right out for a completely different line there, the 290 of Fabricus, and he almost surprised Kelly. Looked at, what are you doing down there? But they're all
he must have stopped him dead, that puddle.
They're all searching for some grip.
Have we got a false start? Because they're forming up again.
They are. We have a false start. There we are.
We got excited there, Nick.
How many full starts are we going to get?
We got excited. I'm looking at that light board there, and I should be looking at the light boards over there. We've got full course yellow by the looks of the boards.
No, that's the... Yes, they've gone down from full start to yellow, haven't they?
That's a waved yellow, yeah. Yeah.
Now, the interesting thing is whether they're staying 2 by 2, so they will reset the clock. And they have hold the clock, and they are going to reset the clock.
Right, let's do that all again then. James Kell and Oliver Fabricus. Maybe Oliver Fabricus slowed up because he didn't at the puddle because he knew it was a false start.
Possibly. Mm-hmm. You can never tell, can you?
Never tell. Not from where we are. We're too far away.
Rain's down to below, I say rain's down to 1, possibly less than 1 now.
Yeah, it's virtually stopped. Hasn't
lightly brightened up. I know we're being very positive here. Okay, third a chance to get the Rotax Junior final underway.
Raindrops still on the camera lens at the gasworks, has not.
They need to clear themselves, are they?
Right, here we go again. Let's get underway. Can James Kell? He knows what Fabricus can do, and once again, it's almost 3 wide. Certainly 3 wide for second, but James Kell going very wide indeed. He comes back on and fires himself off there.
Fantastic grip coming back out of that again.
It's Addison Smith, though, who comes out of that in the lead. Out of the dog leg in the lead then. Addison Smith, we've got a spinner. Oh, he kept his boot in. Did he see that?
Look like no other X-Kart.
Oh, there's a spinner from the lead. Addison Smith finds himself absolutely cannot move. He can't move.
The entire pack has had to go past before he could get going again.
And it was too much curb. Too much curb, just fired the cart round sideways. And Addison Smith finds himself probably at the very back of this field.
Next to last, I think.
Next to last, like you say, Nick. Let's see who that's allowed into the lead.
It's James Kell's back ahead.
Yeah, pole position.
Kell from Fabregas, back to where we were for the last full stop. Kell's decided to go into a different postcode and then gets his fantastic drive. Look at that.
He came
Whoa,
through the middle.
and he's given Fabregas a bath as well, which is very, very, very nice of him.
Unbelievable. Through the horseshoe then. That puddle on the inside of the horseshoe almost disappearing. So it's Kell leading out across the line to complete lap 1. Fabregas second, Very, Charlie Very third, Ben Horner, Riven Welsh, Callum Gauche, Harry Hurst-Grover, Marcel Popico, Ewan House, Ed McDonald. That's your top 10. Where is Kasper Tomilewski? He is 13th.
But a little bit of break now by the 252. The white and red Kell machine. Fabregas there. Left you a picture, 290, mostly red and orange. And then you've got the yellow and blue 237 of Charlie Very, and then behind them it's Ben Horner, who's looking to get right on Very. So they've got third and fourth are having a little bit of a scuffle now, going through the chicane. And they're going to turn right and sweep down towards the Gasworks hairpin for the second time of this actual race. So they've been around there like 7 times, but the full starts there were.
Well, Ben Horner finished third at Wilton Mill, remember. He was on the podium, so he'll be he's got his eyes set on Charlie Very at the moment, because Charlie Very is currently in the third place position for a podium. He wants to be there at the trophy presentation. Charlie Very wants to be there as well. He saw his teammate spinning off there, Addison Smith. However, he's got his head down, chasing after Oliver Fabregas out of turn 1 towards Brian's Bend. And it's James Kell who has absolutely got control of this one, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's giving himself a little bit of gap. He's not really moving it forward. I'm not sure whether Fabregas is actually doing a little bit of watching brief, because Fabregas, we know, he's been all over the shot, fast, slow, into other people in the wrong corner. So he's probably thinking, what I'm going to do this time is get a kind of a better feel of where the track is underneath my cart and then make a move. He's in quite a nice position because he's like, a few cart lengths behind and a few cart lengths ahead, so he can actually think about what's going on. He can see where the track is, and if he actually just matches the speed of Kell, this is a very good strategy for the next few laps.
Yeah, it is. It's that. What is that, Nick? It's that high-speed game of chess that we see played out. Oh, I'm not sure how sedate a game of chess is, though, in these conditions, because you're fighting the cart pretty much everywhere. Remember, James Kell's second-place finish podium at Glanigors for round 2. Currently looking at the top step for that one. That switched on. And he crosses the line, leading by 1.6 seconds, if anything. And if anything, Oliver Fabregas for Bradley Shepherd Racing, falling back to the clutches of Charlie Very and Ben Horner.
Oh, and a bit of the car number 2, that's Harry Hurst-Grover. Interestingly, Harry Hurst-Grover is now back on a set of stickers again after being black in the last heat. He's now got a colourful car.
Oh, has he?
Yeah, but he was just hung out to dry. I'm not sure, I caught the end of it. I wasn't sure he was hung out to dry by somebody else or by his own exuberance into corner 1, and was sitting there going, what the heck's going on here?
Kart on the grass, just rejoining. He's down the order, though.
It's 272. Which would be...
He's Ben Horner. That's
so he's not down the order.
He's down the order now.
No, he wasn't. In fact, I don't think he's actually lost any positions, has he? He's still in fourth.
Surely.
Is he still in fourth?
Way. Is that how much gap they had to Riven Welsh?
Yeah.
Yeah, they had 6 seconds or
he's
3.5 seconds.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 are all now quite spread out.
That is a shame, really, because Ben Horner was looking very racy on the tail end of Charlie Walsh there. That's the cart, the yellow and blue cart in the shot there.
Yeah, Charlie Very, though, beginning to, I think, get a bit close to Fabregas. Might be wrong. Let's have a look that time around. He was a tenth slower.
We're inside, Nick, of 5.5 minutes remaining in this final. 5.5 minutes remaining in round 3 for the junior Rotax class. And Oliver Fabregas, as he can see that James Kell is just up ahead of him, but he really hasn't got anything in the toolbox to maybe have a go at him. He's trying. We thought he was keeping a watching brief, but likewise James Kell seemed to have things in control.
Well, let's try and find a bit of action. The first bit of action appears to be about position 9. So there's 4 carts now coming out of centre 1, going to centre 2. So coming underneath Ash's camera position right now. Those 4 carts going into the hairpin.
So is that the 4 there, Nick? Oh, there they are.
There they are.
Right.
223 leads that one, which is Riven Welsh.
So Riven Welsh, Marcel Popical, Ewan House and Aidan McDonald. They are the 4th carts. There's a change for position. Marcel Popical popping into and ahead of Riven Welsh for just a moment.
And then not. And then Welsh is back ahead of him again. Oh, that's one way of getting past.
It was the switchback, wasn't it?
Just gave him a great old clunk, didn't he?
So 2-2-3 there is Riven Welsh hanging on to that 7th place. Behind him, Poppercull, House, Aidan McDonald, Kasper Tomilewski just out of that picture there, ahead of Jensen Pritchard that time,
11th.
up to 11th.
Yeah,
so damage limitation.
It's not what he wanted, he
score.
got it, that's for sure.
All he can do is keep focusing forward.
Yeah.
And he's very soon going to catch these 4. Plenty of time, really. 3.5 minutes, over 3.5 minutes. And look at that. Look at him catching him. Just coming into shot there on the bottom.
The 5th of these 4 carts, so that makes sense. And there is Kasper Tomilewski, who you say, we're talking about him because he's been successful in the first 2 rounds.
He's leading the championship coming into this round.
leader. He's already thinking this is the drop round for the series.
Yeah, he's already got that in his view.
But, you can make up more points. There's 4 or 5 positions he probably thinks, even with only 4 laps or 5 laps to go, he can make those positions up. They're doing about 108, 107, so they're probably going to get 4 laps.
And now we've got a 5-cart train from 7th down over, 7th to 11th. And it's whether or not Tomilewski can start spoiling this party. In fact, I think he's already begun, hasn't he? No, that's still Aidan McDonald on the Tony cart. Looks like the Tony cart. I think it might
certainly is. Well, he's got Tony nose. He's got a brand new nose and a Tony. What's that? What is that? It's a Fotano.
You're not saying anything.
What's it called? That panel. It's called something, isn't it?
I just got the front fairing.
No, it's actually called something. Nassau. It's called a
NASA
Nassau
panel.
That's it. All the way from Bermuda.
2.5 minutes remaining.
I thought we had interference on the sound, but it's actually your percolator percolating.
Oh, is it? Oh, the coffee's kicked in.
Yeah.
James Kelt's continuing to control things up ahead.
Tomilewski there looking really much more like he wants to have a go at Aidan McDonald. And he's going to get him.
Through.
That's the position. Now McDonald could tough it out. Nope, doesn't do it. He had the chance and didn't quite get the drive to tough it out through the chicane. So Kasper gains another position. He's up to
10th. He's inside the top 10 now. With only 2 minutes remaining, though, he took 2 laps to get by Aidan McDonald, and that's not really time enough, really.
Yeah, I think he's out of position, but not as out of position as we might think. That makes sense.
Yes, that's right. He has regained quite a few places here. Gap between the leaders, just while we watch this one, which monitor Tomilewski's progress. James Kell still leading, Fabricus second, Charlie Ferry still third. He's got a gap of 2.1 seconds to Ben Horner. Ben Horner is lapping faster than Berry, but with only, we're inside of 90 seconds now, so probably not enough time for that to happen. Callum Gauche is 5th, Henry Hurst Grover 6th. Then we've got Riven Welsh, Bossel, Poppercull, Ewan House, Tomilewski, still in the top 10, just trying to catch that cart ahead of him, which is Ewan House.
Yeah, but every position counts, every couple of points. And at one point, a couple of points taken away from somebody else as well. The Rooster's Tail still coming. The rain's just a little bit harder than it was. It's still not as hard as it has been. And Tomilewski gets himself up the inside. Is that going to stick? And is he going to keep the position? Down to the penultimate lap now, I think. Then we cross the line in a second.
It's going to be 1 lap to go board next time by. I've just watched James Keller cross the line, and there was only 50-odd seconds on the clock.
So
they're lapping in 1 minute 7s.
So there we go. So if you cross the line now, that's Welsh, Poppercull, and Tomilewski in 10th.
Welsh and Ewan House has gotten ahead of Poppercull. Missed that one because they're both on orange carts now.
There's too many carts painted the same in this.
Yeah, they're very, very similar liveries, some of these liveries. Tomilewski still 10th, that's the important one. The championship leader is going to, you're probably right, Nick. He's probably going to think of this one as a drop round if he doesn't improve any more.
So coming up now towards the last lap, 2:52. James Kell leads from Fabricus by 2.1 seconds effectively.
And the leader, Nick, just coming out of the final turn
so
now.
Just about to take his final lap.
So last lap.
That's our second place man. That's Fabricus coming under. Just ahead of him is the leader. Fabric! What is he doing? Oh, what a mistake!
And he's thumped the barrier. He will continue. He'll bounce off.
How did that go wrong?
Well, it started going wrong when he came out the final turn and just got onto the grass. The puddle pulled him in. He just couldn't. He didn't have any steering, and he went out of control. He's lost a lot of places, so the podium positions will change. We'll try and get a hold of James Kell.
Yeah, we need to go forward about 2, so it's going to be Kell who's just
You need to go forward quite a bit if that's Oliver Fabricus. Quite
there
a few.
we are. That's our new second place man. That was 237 Charlie Verily, and there's our leader, the 252 underneath Ash right now, and going into the chicane, flips back. He didn't see it. He didn't realise it happened, but his job suddenly got a huge amount easier.
Did Fabricus lose one position?
That was it. Yeah, that whole thing. He lost one position to Vary.
So
they are very spread out. I mean, that sort of mistake. I know it wouldn't happen in the drive, but that sort of mistake in the drive would cost you 10 places.
Absolutely. Yeah. You absolutely would. Here he comes though, James Kell. He came second. He was on the podium at Glannygore. Here he is about to take the top step this time, though. And he will acknowledge the checkered flag in the usual way.
Two arms out and a bit of a veer to one side.
And that really was a dominant one, wasn't it, Nick?
Yeah,
great win. It gives me a chance to get out there. I'll let you have the rundown, mate, while I nip out and hopefully go grab a word with James Kell.
Fourth place. Just waiting for the very people to come over the line. It is... huge weights, isn't it? Callum Gosh 5th. Harry Hurst-Grover, he is in 6th. You have a volume control there. You'll hear me. You should be able to hear me. You should be able to hear me. That's weird. So, here we go. And... well, we're going to try and do some a little bit something special here. We're going to try and do some interviews, but it's all about the winners, but obviously with the combination of the wet weather and everything else. So the overall result has been James Kell. There's someone leaning on the camera by the looks of it. The problem is there's people going to sit against the fence. It's moved. Yeah. So we got really fun with cameras here. It's always a bit of things. So James Kell went. Charlie Verily second. Ben Horner was third. Oliver Fabricus was fourth. Callum Ross fifth. And Harry Hurst-Grove. They're all coming into the pits, as you can see now. Riven Welsh, Ewan House. Who's moved that camera? So let's once they get out and into the pits, we let him get his helmet off. Let's get his helmet off. So we're going to try it. No, not yet. No, for Joe, not yet. Just get the helmet off. Everyone can hear this. I'm saying you should be saying that. You should be giving the direction.
How was it?
I wouldn't say easy, but it's not as hard as I thought it would be. I mean, I had a rough start down to...
All right, hang on. We're finished, mate.
Put the earphone back in again. I have to count you in.
I can't hear you. Pointless.
You could hear me.
No, I couldn't. Not a chance.
Right.
No, not working.
But you can't just go. Well, that was super smooth. Give me a thumbs up, Joe, if you can hear me. Give me a thumbs up, Joe, if you can hear me. Yes, he's knowing. Okay, Joe, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
Right, let's do this again, James Kell. That was a fine win. Second place at Glannygore. This time, top step of the podium here at Warden Law. You must be very pleased.
Yeah, I am.
Yeah, tell us, what was that like? I mean, you made it look easy. I'm sure it wasn't.
Yeah, driving in the wet conditions is never easy. Yeah, you can spin one lap. You have to keep on track. And when I got up the front and I saw I had a bit of a gap, I was like, I've just got to keep on track. I knew I could win it, so.
It was great stuff. I mean, was there any point, just step over here for me, James, was there any point where you saw, did anyone worry you at all? I mean, you seemed to just go ahead and get out of the way.
Well, like the opening few laps when Fabricius was behind me, I knew that he might be a contender for the win, but then the last few laps I saw he'd spun or come off or something, so I was like, as long as I keep it on track, I can win. So,
That's great stuff. James Kelden, our winner in junior road tax. We'll see James at the trophy presentation later on.
So we are back now and getting ready for the Micromax final. It's Austin Oman who will be leading them out. Logan Rolfe will be second. Benedictus Masiokas will be third. Lewis Cocotti, Buddy Hugo, George Schweier, Alfie Mayer, Lewis Ebertson. And then it's Albie J. Stubbs, Javier Ramsey, Jamie Walsh, Chloe McGill.
I don't know what's happening.
Okay, sorry. So getting ready now for this final of the Micromax to get underway. They're coming round, lined up. Will it be a... Looks like they're going to get away the first time they're off. And
Austin Oman's been dropped, hasn't he? That is Logan Rolfe that will lead, or has he not? No, because the inside line has been taken back by Austin Oman. Didn't get off the line quite as well as he wanted to. However, he's made good turn one. He's leading into the dogleg. He's leading out of the dogleg. And off down towards St John's for the first time then. It's Austin Oman from Logan Rolfe.
Yeah, great start there by him. He looked like he was going to be left behind, but he found that pace. And Oman has really looked absolute the class of the field. As soon as this Warden Law track got damp, it's been all about Oman. And really the rest of the field has been either waiting for him to come past or watching him disappear into their front view mirror if such a thing existed. Anyway, so he's in the distance already after only 2/3 of a lap. But in second place, it's the 32 of Logan Rolfe, who actually start from pole. And then behind him, I think that's Cocotti, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it is Lewis Cocotti, just trying to latch on to that 2 or 3 carts ahead of him. Again, it's still a case of slipping and sliding around here. But we've seen Austin Oman in the 2 superheats. He's gone away from everybody. He seems to be the class of the field in these slippery conditions. Behind him, though, that's where the battle is. Logan Rolfe, Lewis Cocotti, Benedictus Masiokas, Albie J. Stubbs, Alfie Mayer into 6th, Xavier Ramsey 7th, George Swire 8th, 9th is Buddy Hugo, and then 10th is Chloe McGill. On to the second lap then. And there's that 4th place cart of Masiokas, looking very racy on the rear end of Lewis Cocotti. As they head towards the infield hairpins here, the first left-hander is called Senna 1, then the right-hander is called Senna 2. And then Logan Rolfe heading out towards the chicane. It looks like anything can happen, and these 3 are about to be joined by Albie J. Stubbs and Alfie Mayer. So the 3-card battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th is about to become a 4-card battle, and getting mixed in together, that's a change of position, as I think that might have been Alfie Mayer who's forcing his way through. Logan Rolfe is down to 3rd, now down to 4th. And we've got the number 19 cart of Lewis Cocotti in 2nd place now. Let's see who's 3rd. It's a zip cart driver, and it's Alfie Mayer. Alfie, having a bit of a mare today, to be fair, has now regained his composure and is on a podium position. In 3rd place, Masiokas. Logan Rolfe, what happened to poor Logan? He's down to 5th. The first of the novices, Albie J. Stubbs in 6th with Xavier Ramsey in 7th. The top 10 is rounded up by George Swire, Buddy Hugo and Chloe McGill. However, this is not over. Alfie Mayer. Oh, and Alfie Mayer is off in a big way. He's off in a massive way. Looked spectacular. I don't know what happened there. He went on the brakes and then just did not turn. Ended up on the grass and was a bit of a passenger. He backs it into the tyres. He'll continue out of there. That's quite a steep incline to get out of that bit of off track. But Alfie Mayer, who was the class of the field there, getting through into 3rd place, has now dropped it. And he will come through next time by. I'm not sure where he'll come through, to be honest. This has allowed the number 19 of Lewis Cocotti, and that's Benedictus Masiokas, or is it the number 12? Yep, it is the number 12. So Masiokas back towards Cocotti. As they continue then, that's 3 laps completed for this lot. On they go then, still plenty of time on the clock though. We've got absolute massive amount of time with 6 minutes remaining. The number 19, Lewis Cocotti, he's run as a privateer. Austin Orman likewise, our leader. Austin, I can tell you, leading by a massive margin of 3.5 seconds. 3.5 seconds is huge in Micromax. And we'll keep a wary eye as this battle for second continues. And oh, look at that. Masiokas are trying to turn right on that back stretch. There, the back straight here curves to the right. Very hard to keep it straight in these damp conditions. And Kirkcaldy, Lewis Kirkcaldy, nephew of Andrew Kirkcaldy, if you're a sports car racing fan. And there's a challenge. Kirkcaldy took the outside line around the final turn, and it's worked for him. But Benedictus Masiokas has kind of served notice of intention, hasn't he? He did show his nose at that final turn, so Kirkcaldy will be aware of that. Behind them, George Swire, then LBJ Stubbs. Logan Rolfe is next.
Or find a pocket.
So race developing for second, or say developing, it's continued to develop the whole race long. This is Lewis Kirkcaldy. We haven't slipped up yet, Nick, and called him Andrew yet, have we?
Well, let's give it a go.
Now that I've said that, you're bound to. Two-card battle for second and third, about to be joined by George Swire and LBJ Stubbs. So be aware that a two-card battle for second, third is about to be joined by two more. It's about to become a four-card battle. Just under 4 minutes remaining. Austin Orman continues to put in personal best lap times. He's currently the holder of the fastest lap.
Not anymore.
So not anymore. Alfie Mayer, after that, you know what? His weekend has been a nightmare. He's had a mare as Alfie Mayer.
Alfie.
And he's just had a big off into the first of the Sennas, and now he's regained. The kart's all right. He went in nice and square, just maybe damaged his rear bumper, if anything. But now he's back in and he's 6th place. And he's ahead of Logan Rolfe. Logan, who started at the front of this field, dropping back considerably, which is a bit out of character, I've got to say.
Yeah, especially because that grid has been set by the results of the two superheats, which have been in the wet. Admittedly, if you were near the front from the heats yesterday in the dry, you could expect a different result, but these have been wet heats. But we are looking at second and third, the 19 and 12, Kirkcaldy and Masiokas. And Masiokas getting a bit of a run up the inside there into the hairpin. But with the different lines they're going to take, and Masiokas really going tight. This doesn't tend to work because you tend to get a jet-propelled launch, as you can see there from Kirkcaldy, as he comes out of the gasworks hairpin. So it's honours even. They've stayed where they are, but every lap they're learning, and they've got about 4 more laps, about 3.5 more laps to learn about Warden Law for this in round 3 of the kart championship.
This is a really good drive, actually, from Lewis Kirkcaldy. He's kept his composure. Second place is, that's pretty special to be on any kind of podium. And Lewis has driven that kart through the puddles. Benedictus Masiokas is, round of applause for making this a bit of a race, really. And Benedictus has been unable on that zip kart to get in touch, really. We had a little bit of a look down the inside a couple of laps ago. But since then, he's kind of walked Lewis up to the fact that he was in a position to. And Lewis is aware now that he has to be very, very careful and be very, very consistent with how he goes about the remainder of this final. Inside of 2 minutes now.
Oh, we did too much curb there from Benedictus. That'll certainly rattled his fillings, if he has any. Probably these kids don't have any fillings, do they? To be rattled. Coming past the interestingly watered, pockmarked camera at the moment.
Yeah, it's a shame that. It's a shame that's a good
so
shot
just behind, we got the next two, which is LBJ Stubbs and Alfie Mayer. Last time round, Stubbs gained 7/10. I think he's got a bit closer again. In so much, I think he's just gone on the inside. In fact, I think he actually just took look at now.
Zip kart into team battle. That
he's just got past. So Mayer, who's showed ever since that accident issue, has showed some pace. Goes into 4th past LBJ Stubbs with a 1:11.0. He is the fastest kart on track. I'm not convinced that Austin Orman is running at 10/10 at the moment because he knows he's done enough to win this.
He's kind of paced. Well, he's still putting in fastest personal bests. And
But I think what's happening actually is obviously we see this is that with every lap people improve. There's someone facing the wrong way. I'm assuming it's a back marker, even though the front drivers are coming up towards us, this particular car. And already, look at the Alfie, he's already gained a huge amount of time.
He's coming back, hasn't he? 45 seconds remaining. I'm not sure whether Austin's going to...
We'll get this in 2 more, because the lead is obviously a long way ahead of these.
Yeah, Austin Oman is 6 seconds from Lewis Kirkcaldy in second. Benedictus Masiokas is the next kart up, and then 2 seconds to Alfie Mayer. That's going to come down massively.
Oman crosses the line now.
22 seconds on the clock there. So he will get another lap after this. He's on the penultimate lap. And again, just ahead of these, we'll stick with Alfie Mayer catching Masiokas for the next lap or so, Nick, and then we'll have a look at Austin and
take him home
for the final lap.
That kart with the blue overalls, that's the kart being lapped. He's had a few problems. It's not been his day.
He stays out the way.
It's actually one of the novices, and it's the 77, so it's Carter Jackson. He's obviously very big early in his karting career, and more importantly, he's having just started off with a very, very wet day, which is not great.
Yeah, you've got to learn how to drive in the wet in the UK, I'm afraid. It's
probably more important than learning how to drive in the dry.
Yes.
So the 12 there of Benedictus is right. Alfie J has got right up behind him. So this is the battle of the third, final set in the podium.
Alfie Mayer.
Alfie Mayer's really got some pace, and he's going to take it. I think he's going to get past in second. There's a good chance. I think he's getting to second, because that's Kirkcaldy in the red kart. So this is a fantastic comeback by Mayer. And I think he's really on the close of getting second. But now 3 of them ran together through the horseshoe.
He's caught Kirkcaldy by surprise. Kirkcaldy did not see that coming, and Alfie Mayer has gone through. And Kirkcaldy about to be challenged for the final step of the podium, even crossing the line literally feet apart. We're going to pick up Austin Oman for the final part of his lap as he stays with it. Does Kirkcaldy?
I think second settle. I think Mayer's just found this
late
race pace in second, so he may have to leave this battle for third. I also think, actually, in fairness, I think now he's got his brain back in gear. Kirkcaldy was probably okay for third. So let's nip forward to our leader, who should be somewhere in the centre 1 at the moment, or centre 2.
He's just about to go into the second centre. So just coming towards the chicane now. There he is. Austin Oman, a bit of a masterclass in driving a Micromax in the wet. That was me doing that with me foot, Nick. Off he goes towards the gasworks. It'll be a proud moment for his dad, Tristan. Tristan Oman has won many races here at Warden Law. Former Super 1 champion sees his son come home to take a final in the Kart Championship in Micromax. And it will be one more corner remaining, and Austin Oman has not put a wheel wrong here.
Superb drive.
Absolutely superb drive, and takes the checkered flag to take round 3 of the Kart Championship. Once again, I'll leave you, Nick.
And put them actually in your ears this time. And try and hear it.
It's pointless.
I can't hear his complaints anymore, so I've faded him out. So what he's going to do now is hopefully he's going to put the earphone and go, I can hear what's going on. And go, I can hear what's going on. And they can hear us now. So just so Joe, remember, we'll count you in. Okay, let's give you a rundown. It's Austin Oman from Alfie Mayer, Lewis Kirkcaldy, Benedictus Masiokas, George Schweier, Albie J. Stubbs was 6th. In 7th is Logan Rolfe, 8th is Lewis Herbertson, 9th was Victor Popocool, 10th Chloe McGill, 11th Alfie Garrett, 12th was Xavier Ramsey, 13th Jamie Walsh, 14th Sebastian Crawford, 15th Jack Mellon, 16th Elijah West, then it's Ruben Segu, and I think, Freddie Blackshaw has come over the line. I think there's actually a couple who are still trying to complete the race as we go. As they come in, and they're trying to get the helmet off. So any second now, we will go and see Joe with our winner. He's going to need to do some crouching down. There we go. So let us pass ourselves over to Joe Bradley with... Oh, no, he's got the wrong side. No, it's that side. That's it. So, Joe, take it away.
Thanks, guys. Austin, I've got to say you make me feel very old, because I remember seeing your dad win here. What a drive that was. Well done, mate. How do you feel?
Really good. Yeah.
Yeah, you drove round in the wet. I think you've driven Warden Law in the wet before, haven't you, by the looks of that?
Once or twice.
Once or twice. Is your dad very helpful then with your tips on how to get round?
Yes.
I want to ask you, is that your first big race that you've won here at Warden Law?
It's the first time I've won at Warden Law.
It is, isn't it? Yeah, I thought that. Do you think your mum and dad's going to be really proud of you today?
Yeah.
And you're feeling really great, eh?
Yeah.
Well, Austin, that was an absolute... when you watch it back on telly, you'll hear me say that was a masterclass in how to drive a Micromax in the wet. Look at this smile, everybody. Austin is delighted with this. Well done. Wave to everybody on the camera, Austin. There you go, guys. We're done.
Bye-bye, everybody. Great winner. Well deserved by Austin Oman there. And we are now already with the Honda 200s out on their final formation. Remember, they're going up to the grid. A couple of them trying. A couple of the dads are giving it a go. I do feel something. Oh no! If Ash can actually put the camera on rather than just hanging around as he is at the moment, drinking and having a lovely time. You use both your batteries, Ash. Honestly. Yeah, that was that. Sorry, he's coming now wanting some what's the word for it? I'm just saying some appraisal. I've only got a problem because Ash has got battery shortages, which he shouldn't have because he's a professional and should know he should have enough batteries on him. So I'm not very impressed by this. I'm going to have a word with him about. I know that's deliberate, so he can hear me. Oh dear.
Right then.
Because you know he's going to go and give him the batteries, don't you?
Yes, you couldn't wipe that lens down at the gasworks as well, could you?
No, because I haven't got enough time to do all those things. They're in different directions.
Well, you could still do that, Nick. I can't really handle
and
that.
Then do the interviews, and then pass it to yourself and everything else.
Okay. Right then, Honda Cadets out there for their standing start for their final. Again, another 10 minutes and one lap for these Honda Cadet races, and I've been looking forward to this one since the second round of Glenagores, to be honest. It's stopped raining. It's still very wet. It's not going to dry out before we finish, but we might end up seeing some proper Honda Cadet trains of karts. Still very tricky conditions, so I think I'm a bit sort of optimistic. It's Kevin Ivanov who has taken the pole position by the looks of things. Ryan White alongside in second place. We then got Archie Loveridge and Ronnie Smart on row 2. Row 3 has Elliot Burke and Luke McGall. The weather forecast is for it not to rain anymore, by the way. So we will see. I doubt we'll see a dry line appear. We may do. You never know. The wind's getting up. So, fourth row of the grid, Ed Spain and Albie Smith, Noah Clark and Ralphie Branscombe. And we get underway. Not time to go down the full grid order as we are already into turn 1. And that is a zip kart 1-2 through the first turn. And we've got a kart off. Not quite sure the identity of that kart. And he's hit the kart. He's hit the barrier rather harshly. A bit winded. We've got yellow flags at turn 1 as the race gets going. And it's the number 50 of Kevin Ivanov who leads towards the second set. He's got a kart off into the mud on the right-hand side. And another kart off in... I've never seen a kart go off that far at the back of the field. Meanwhile, at the front, Kevin Ivanov leads. Ryan White struggling to stay in that third place as Ronnie Smart tries to squeeze around the outside. It's Archie Loveridge who's challenging the leader. Loveridge indicating to Ryan White that they want to join in and work together as we go full course caution. That's the Battenberg flag will fly, and the leading kart of Kevin Ivanov, he will take control of the pace of this. Whilst we tend to that karter that went off at the first turn, we will get the field under control. I can give you a rundown. Kevin Ivanov will lead across the line under Battenberg flag conditions. Archie Loveridge second, Ryan White third, Ronnie Smart fourth, Ed Spain fifth, Noah Clare was sixth. Then we have Jack Wykes, Elliot Bork, Ralphie Branscombe down to ninth, Jane Prakash 10th, Jacob Letherby 11th, Ricky McIntosh. It's Albie Smith that is the kart that's gone off. Now Albie was... where was Albie? Albie was up there, wasn't he? He was in 8th place, started in 8th place, so a bit of a crowded first corner. Ralphie Branscombe, who started in 10th place. Ralphie Branscombe came through in 9th. Just outside the top 10, Jacob Letherby 11th, Ricky McIntosh 12th, Finley Thursfield, Archie Cannon, Daniel Barton, Ashton Horsepool. First of the novices is Dino Rowlands. He's in 17th. Then we've got Tyler Banks, Luke McGall, Sophie Morris is 20th, Ella Dixon, Riley Blakemore, Ollie Knox, Freddie Budd. The novice battle continues with second novice in 25th overall, James Pearson from Jaden Patel Scott and Jerry Dufficy. Field being brought round still under Battenberg. I think Albie Smith will be probably a bit winded. He went in quite hard. And a nice pace being held by Kevin Ivanoff while we tend to Albie, let him get his breath back. Still under Battenberg conditions. The Kart still should lead themselves around in line astern. I can tell you Albie Smith is out of the Kart and on his feet. He's not happy for some reason. But he is well. He is fine. So the Kart will be retrieved. And the rest of the field will make their way around. This is the Honda Cadet final, where the clock has continued to tick. We've got 6 minutes coming up there. After this, we've got our Mighty E Electric Bambino final, then the Junior Primos, the Intermax, and then we round off round 3 of the Kart Championship here in Warden Law with the C50 Comas. Bound to be entertaining, that one. It has been pretty much all weekend. So we've cleared that situation. The tyre barrier just been put back in order from the amazing staff here at Warden Law. All staff of Karting North East, of course, the home of Karting North East. If you ever want to try racing or driving here at Warden Law, then Karting North East is an arrive and drive hire kart company. As we go back to green, Ivanoff will lead into turn 1. No change in the order, all line astern through turn 1. So the race continues then. And in fine style, we've got 3 of the best. And Ryan White down the inside, about to say 3 of the best, if not 4, if not 30 of the best. 31 of the best Honda Cadet drivers in the country here in the Kart Championship. Ivanoff has pulled out a bit of a gap as Ryan White went to get past Archie Loveridge. He's managed to get past as Ryan, and the number 1, he's carrying the number 1 because he's the reigning Kart Championship champion. He's also the British champion, the MSUK British champion in this class. So we've got a quality field out there in front. The Zip Kart team being represented by Kevin Ivanoff. He's down as a privateer. I don't know if that's just a livery on the kart. Project 1 is Ryan's team. And then Archie Loveridge there challenging Ryan White. Glad to see that puddle's disappeared. Ryan White sliding wide at the last turn and Loveridge going through for second. Ryan White coming back at him. Who's that joining in as well? It's Ronnie Smart who's joining in with his teammate Ryan White as White hangs on to that inside line, cuts back. Ronnie Smart, is he going to make that happen as well? He has. The 51, Ronnie Smart, joining Ryan White there. It was all about what line you were on through turn 1 and then on to Brian's Bend. And there was just nothing in it, all about the momentum that these karts were carrying. So as Ivanoff disappears, Ryan White second, Ronnie Smart, his teammate, is in 3rd place, and then Archie Loveridge 4th. And it's going to be a nip and tuck battle.
Yeah, great racing again in the Honda Cadets as you were looking for this one, Joe. And it's looking like we're going to get a P1 exchange of position. So the P1, actually what happened was P1 went from P2 to P3 and P1 went from P3 to P2.
Still Project 1 though in second and third.
Hard to say quickly, it was hard to say that speed.
It's just now Ronnie Smart. Ronnie Smart ahead of his teammate Ryan White. And White sliding wide at the gasworks. He's going to come back though on that more grippy line on the outside. And he does. Loveridge, though. Loveridge is just like a hunter waiting for his prey. And he's going to pounce. He's going to absolutely pounce on these, trying down the inside. But that faster, more grippy line on the outside is able to, momentum and speed is able to be consistent And
you're
you're
inside, and that's going to work for one position as it is, yes.
It is. It is. I thought Ryan White, because they haven't got the power to punch out the corner, you've just got to, let the cart slide. And then Loveridge had the line there, didn't he? So a change. So Archie Loveridge in a Project 1 sandwich.
And they're going down towards centre 1. They're not quite so keen on diving into the tight inner line, even though it's working quite well for Loveridge. He certainly seems to have found a little bit of grip and confidence over the last few corners. Looking to get back to second. Now, the thing to remember, of course, is in front of these is Kevin Ivanov, who's 3 and a bit seconds ahead of Ronnie Smart.
Yeah, because all of this, as you would say, Nick, kerfuffling is allowing Ivanov to head off and extend that lead.
I think
Ryan White, I'm surprised at. He hasn't got the pace here. He's dropping back. He's dropping back towards the clutches of Ed Spain.
It's Loveridge who's got the pace, to be honest. He's really kind of got that speed, it seems. It's going well.
So out and across the line has gone Ivanov. Let's see what the gap is. Another fastest lap from him. 4.4 seconds to Ronnie Smart. Archie Loveridge in third. Ryan White fourth. Ed Spain fifth. Then we've got Elliot Burke, Noah Clark, Ralphie Branscombe, Jane Prakash, Archie Cannon rounded off the top 10.
Sweeping round into the dog leg, and it's interesting that Loveridge now really got he's putting his foot down. He's got 3 laps. I don't think he's going to make up those 4.4 seconds, but suddenly he's definitely got the most pace of the chasing 4. But now, can Ryan White start competing for that final place in the podium, or will it be taken from him by Ed Spain, who's come out from nowhere? It's a Spain in the blue fronted machine. He did a couple of through the pack finishes yesterday in the dry. We've not seen much of him in the wet, to be honest. But now he's showing in this main final. Currently scored 5th, Joe.
Yeah, he's coming, isn't he? Ed Spain. I think it's Ryan White is. I don't know what it is, whether it's a setup change or something for these conditions, but certainly Ryan's lost a bit of pace that we saw certainly in the super heats, and pretty much for rounds 1 and 2 as well. Dropping back to 4th. So is Ed Spain going to challenge? We'll keep an eye on that. Ed Spain in the blue cart. Ryan White just ahead of him. That one's Archie Loveridge going wide.
Spain, though, absolutely thinking about getting into that what will be 4th place. Ryan White, who at one point was dreaming potentially of a podium finish and a chance to wave the... Well, it wouldn't be champagne. What would it be? It'd be a bit of fizzy water.
I think so.
Yeah.
But
it's looking very much like...
Ed Spain just carried momentum and nudged. He came upon the back of Ryan White's cart, and that almost put him sideways.
Did
well to hang on there, didn't he?
Do his bumpy. It was just that was absolutely an example of 2 carts taking corners very, very differently in the wet, and he was just carrying. And now suddenly, look at that. Ronnie Smart says, "I've had enough of being behind Archie Loveridge. I want to be second again." So Loveridge, who looked fantastic for 2 minutes. Now he's got Smart back ahead of him, so it's Ronnie Smart in second. Ivanov still leading. You'll see Ivanov flashing, as you saw just a second there. He's nearly 5.5 seconds ahead. He's absolutely ruled this particular race. We had a couple of these now where just one driver has completely ruled the event. But we can find out what he thinks about it when Joe talks into a minute. But this is the battle for second. And up the inside again, it changes for the 3rd time this lap, but then they're neck and neck. I wonder who'll be scored over the line, because they're about as close as they can be. It's going to just be Smart by 400ths of a second.
Yeah,
but no, he's not in the lead anymore, though, because unless he can get, they're both getting the same line. At that point, it's the in and out, looking both ways.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, we'd like to be the leader, but it's a bit hard to leave this battle for second.
That's right. It's hard to break away from this, isn't it? I mean, we're going to have to eventually give Kevin Ivanov, who's, again, another dominant run, but I think a dominant run being exacerbated by the fact that behind him everybody has been squabbling and battling on, and this one will continue. Archie Loveridge continues in second place. Ronnie Smart continues through. We're going to pick up Kevin Ivanov in a moment. When we get towards that checkered flag, it'll be round 3 for Kevin Ivanov in the Kart Championship. And Ivanov, who didn't really feature coming into the championship here, as he takes the final turn, it'll be checkered flag time. So a 3rd round win for Kevin Ivanov in fine style, fine dominant style.
Very close for second. And it's just gone to Loveridge. He got it back again on that last lap. Loveridge on the ins and the outs and the ups and the downs, and obviously making sure that we had to cover the leader. Just gets the win. So a great result there for both Ivanov and Loveridge. Loveridge coming back there towards the end. So it's been scored as Ronnie Smart in third. So Ivanov, Loveridge, Ronnie Smart in third. Then Ryan White, Ed Spain, Elliot Burke, Ralphie Branscombe, Noah Clare, Archie Cannon, J.M. Prakash, Ashton Horspool, Jack Wicks, Luke McGall, Dino Rowlands, Jacob Letherby, Daniel Barton. And after Daniel Barton, it is Jacob Letherby. No, I've lost the ability to read. It's Tyler Banks in 17th, Sophie Morris in 18th, Ricky Jr. In 19th, Jaden Patel Scott. Well done for the rookie there, up to 20th, sorry, and then it's Luke Jardine, Ella Dixon, Ollie Knox, Finley Thursfield, Jerry Jeffersey and Freddie Builder. And again, as has happened with these wet races, very, very spread out. So we'll do any second now. We'll have a quick chat with Kevin Ivanov with Joe. He's just waiting for young Kevin to take off his helmet. And they are nicely phoned. So Joe, take it away. Joe Bradley.
Congratulations, Kevin Ivanov, round 3 of the Kart Championship. Tell me right now, have you got a chance to let that soak in?
Yeah, it was a fabulous race. Yeah. I had a gap, so I just calmed down and let myself win. Hopefully I can do the same for the rest of the year.
Yeah, so
it was a very calm race from you. Were you aware that everybody behind you were kind of squabbling and allowing you to gap them?
Yeah, I mean, it just went to plan, really.
Yeah. Who do you want to thank then? Who do you want to thank for this fine win?
I want to thank my mum, my dad and Zip Factory Kart team.
So are you with the Zip Factory Kart team? Are you up there?
Yes.
Yeah. So who's your best mechanic up there then?
Probably my dad or David, who helps me out.
Yeah, they've done a cracking job, Kevin. Congratulations, mate. Well done. And looking forward to the rest of the season?
Very.
You've been here before, haven't you? I've seen you race at Warden Law many times. Is this one of your favourite tracks, do you think?
I mean, I've only been here second time now.
Oh, really?
It's a very good track, very twisty and turny, and it's not about the engine here, it's just mostly about driving skill.
It's been a horrible day weather-wise, though, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hopefully it's sunny next time for the Winter Series. Well done, Kevin. Congratulations, and we'll see you next time. In fact, we'll see you at the next round.
Yep.
See you in Cumbria. Thanks. Kevin Ivanov, guys.
So, good chat there with Kevin. And you may have heard me discussing with a different Joe about cleaning the windscreen on the other camera, so that was quite good. I forgot to mute myself. So when I said yes 100%, I wasn't meaning anything about the race. It was just mean, he said, shall I clean the windscreen? I went, not the screen, the camera lens. And I went, yes, please. So there we go. So, next one up, I believe, I can't quite see whether these... Yep, there's no noise. It is the Might Ease who are next. This should be a challenge for your interview. I had to point out, I went out to give Ash a battery during the start of that last final, and all that's happened is I now have the world's wettest feet.
Yes, I know.
So,
did you get a chance to go to the gasworks?
I'd also like to point out that Ash actually let one of the batteries, he changed one of the batteries and had loads of power left, so I wouldn't have had to go if he actually sucked it dry. Ooh, misses.
Shall we have a look at the grid?
Yeah, because I'm going off on a rant now, so it's fine.
Okay, well, I'll just fade you down in a minute. Henry Hills on the pole position from Maximilian Mikalski. It's a standing start, of course. We've got the parents already down there. Second row of the grid, then Ollie West and Jesse Plowman, with on the third row Jack Harper and Alfie Hennell. It's Felix Tandy and Ralph Martin on row 4. Then we've got Heath Smith and Jensen James, row 5. Row 6 is Kai Ergensoy and Junior Wright. Jack Swong and Summer Upton share row 7. Row 8 is Arthur Rhodes and Oliver Woodall. And behind them, Frank Pearson, Ashley Jarvis. And then we've got the 4 qualifiers from the repechage. Ava Garrett, Ollie Upton, Nico Mohan and Arthur Thompson.
I've got a very important update for you.
Go ahead, Colin.
It's raining.
Yeah, no, I did. I have been just outside.
But you didn't tell it. You haven't told the waiting audience, the audience with bated breath, it stopped raining.
So Henry Hills has had, in the finals, that is, a 6th and a 4th. The last round, of course, was won by Felix Tandy at Glenny Gorse.
Where's Ralph Martin, our other winner?
Ralph Martin won round 1 at Wilton Mill, and he was third in Glenny Gorse, and he will start on the pole position. Is that what you asked?
He's taking pole position.
Oh, Ralph Martin, sorry. Yes. Sorry. Ralph Martin starts in
8th, because he's the points leader, isn't he?
Yes, he is. He is. Our points leader starting in 8th place.
And where's Ollie West, our second in points, starting?
He's second in the championship, and Ollie West is in 3rd. So he's starting on the second row of the grid.
So we may well get our 3rd winner of the year.
Yeah, 3rd winner of the year. That would be good. I mean,
Felix Tandy and Ralph Martin have won so far.
Yeah.
They are cleaning the grid. They're clearing the grid as we speak.
So standing start, light controlled as ever. We've got the grid being cleared, as Nick says, and then we will go to our sequence, which is red lights go on, red lights go off. As quickly as that, really. That's the way our starter likes it.
One
nice
final
and consistent
parent
for these
to clear
kids.
themselves from the grid. Is that the young lady's broken her leg? She's having a think.
Yes, Little Red Riding Hood. It's Kim Agar, the Uptons, Team
roll.
Upton. She's got 2 karts on the grid this time.
The 1 minute, 30-second board or 5-second board is waved.
Which means the red lights can go on at any moment and then go off, and we
We're
get
off.
underway. We are underway. And it is this field of Mighty Bambinos heading down towards turn 1, going through the puddle to Felix Tandy.
Maximilian.
We've got karts spewing off left, right and centre at the back of the grid.
We've got a big problem. The 69's had a major problem. It's buried into the... That's Kai Ergency is buried in. The 47, the 9 and the 76 were also involved in the kerfuffle. So that's... well, it's not 9. There isn't a 9. Oh, another person has a bit of a tick up there.
Anyways, Nick, we've got a leader that's stretched a couple of karts lengths. We've got the number 51 of Maximilian Mikalski, it looks like, into the first of the centres. It's 3 wide coming out of the first of the centres. 3 wide going into centre 2. It's the number 32 that comes out at the front of these. The number 32, of course, is championship leader Ralph Martin, who has found himself somehow at the front of the field.
Well, there you go. You can go from 8th to 1st in a lap. You just say, well, a bit of bad qualifying, but now things are looking a lot better. And more importantly, he's pulling away.
Incredible first few quarters on this first lap. Ralph Martin, our championship leader, is off and into the lead. Now then, it is tricky conditions. He won first round at Wilton Mill. He was 3rd at Gleneagles, so 2 podiums, and right now, with a chunk of time though, 8.5 minutes.
I think it's Jesse Plowman in second as well.
Is it really?
I recognise that kind of stripy pink front. I think they've just lost second place to Hales. So Hales, who started, I think it's going to be between the two. Oh, I love that. Look, we're leaning it right down. Go for it. I think Plowman will just be scored second. Yeah, Martin Plowman, Hales, Smith, Wright, Mikowski, who started on pole, then Jensen, James Willis, and Tandy and West. So there's been a real sorting out. But the main winner is Ralph Martin, who's kind of laughed at his poor grid position. He goes, ha, I'm still first.
Yeah, I mean, where did he start, Nick? Where did I say 8th?
8th, you said.
8th,
I
yeah.
had, and I intend to believe you.
8th to 1st.
Don't think you're fibbing to me.
8th to 1st by, was it the first of the centres? So into the infield. And so he continues on his way into the left-hand hairpin there. Again, using... they were coming out of there, wasn't it? It was 3 wide, and then he forced his way through into this part of the track here.
Now, Hales, who's now in second, has got past Plowman, has looked good in these damp conditions the entirety of the day. So that's the blue and the red cart, number 67. Chasing down the 32, which is mostly green, of course. And he's very, very keen on taking as much curb as possible, isn't Ralph?
He does.
Come down.
It's very flat, the curb on the exit there, the right-hand exit of the
thank you to
chicane.
Joe, because he was the man who went there and cleaned that lens as much as he could. There's been a couple of
Right.
drops since then, because it doesn't. Well, obviously, it wouldn't just stop entirely, would it? But it stopped enough.
You know, the wind's blowing the wet about as well, so it has picked up a couple of drops. Now then, Jess Platt, is that? No, it's not. It's
No,
Henry
it's
Hales.
the lead.
Oh, he's got the lead, yes. He took the lead. He was overcome with taking the lead. That he had a spin.
He went
just tried
super tight.
He just tried to tuck it in too tight, didn't he?
I think one of the rear wheels wasn't actually on the tarmac.
Oh, Henry Hills dropping down the order there, lost a few places because he couldn't quite regain. That was the thing.
So a good result there for the Martin, who now has a 2-second lead of Plowman. Plowman's about on the cusp of losing second to Heath Smith, it seems. He's second and third. Pink and blue, and pink in the helmet, that is Jesse. And then Heath Smith behind him with that kind of red, mainly red cart. Just a little bit of a slide there on the 18. And then behind them it's the 11 of Junior Wright. Looks like Felix Tandy, our round 2 winners, had a problem and seems to have dropped out.
Ah, yes, we've lost Felix Tandy and Kai Ergensoy. Kai Ergensoy we saw go off, didn't we? And then he pulled in. Felix Tandy, I'm not quite sure. Felix Tandy did go through that puddle right the width, exactly down the middle of that puddle at the start, and probably waterlogged everything.
Including himself.
Well, yeah, but he's got a wetsuit on.
And they're children and they don't care. It's like bath night.
Yeah. Oh, there's a move down the inside, going very wide at the gasworks, wasn't it?
Mm.
And who's that? That's moved through and into second place. It's Heath Smith.
Heath Smith, yeah, and it looks like Jesse's going to lose the next place as well, because Junior Wright in the blue Kart.
Oh, a spinner. That's the leader.
That's our leader facing the wrong way.
No, it's not.
No, it's
sorry.
a back marker. It's our back marker. Who's got going again? So actually, no.
Sorry,
Ralph Martin through the car.
Everybody who was with Ralph Martin, we saw. Sorry, he's fine. He's in the lead.
He's in the lead, but the back marker now is getting a little bit in the way of everyone else. And it was the 69 car had a really duff start as well. That was Kai Ergensey. He had a poor start, and now he's had a poor middle. But it's all a learning experience.
Right, Kai's
and Jesse now continues to try and avoid Junior Wright, but I've got a little bit of a problem that Kai, now he's rolling again, isn't that far off the pace. Yeah, there's no blue flags in karting, we're not at this level of karting, and it's just, there goes, up the inside goes Jesse. Hopefully Kai won't fight it too much, and he doesn't. Probably know, obviously all these kids have had a good talk about kart etiquette and flags and what you do, and so
doesn't matter.
It might be in their brain. Another spin there.
They're still only 6 and 7,
but they're not afraid. They do very sensibly on the whole.
They absolutely do. I mean, yesterday's Bambino race had the accolade of being commended by Dan Ashton. It's not very often Dan commends anybody. But it was a fantastic race, and we, these Bambino drivers just really, if we showed the professional drivers, this is how you race, guys and girls, then, it would be a good lesson learned. 4 minutes then remaining.
As you saw from that long shot from the hairpin camera, there's no one close to anyone else.
It's all pretty strung out, isn't it?
It's all strung out. I think it's interesting how these wet races have strung out these youngsters.
We've got a spinner
that was
behind.
That was a loss.
That's Junior Wright, isn't it?
So I think Henry Hales got past him. No, Hales had 4 seconds. Perhaps not.
No, he hasn't.
I think he was unlapped again.
He has.
Unlapped again, wasn't
No, Henry Hales.
He did get him just okay. Hales is quite quick because he actually gained on the overall. He gained a second on the leader in that one.
Well, it was a personal best for Hales that time, and he did, with Junior Wright spinning at the final turn. He did get by and has put himself into fourth. He's still got a gap of 2.8 seconds to Jesse Plowman, who's got a gap of 1.1 second to Heath Smith, who's got a gap of 1.2 seconds. So nicely spaced out, Nick.
There are the three of them. There's Martin in the green Kart 32, then with the red tailplate, red bumper, it's Heath Smith. Then you've got Jesse Plowman going, well, I see you think you're going wide, but it actually happens to be just the way they go around the corner to carry that they feel they carry the most speed. Top three coming together a little bit, but of course whilst the physical distance is looking less than in other classes, the time distance, because they're going slower, is just as much.
That's right. It is. It's quite a chunk. And I was just about to say it. While we saw that third place Jesse Plowman with a beautiful oversteer slide in the middle bit of the chicane, these gaps look well spaced out. However, all it will take is one small mistake, and then you're going to be in a chance of losing your position, as we saw with Junior Wright, who had that little bit of a spin. And that was just by going maybe 2 miles an hour too quickly into the final turn there. And if anything, Nick, all right, the gap was 1.2. Let's see where it is here.
Come down, definitely.
So Heath Smith there.
I think it's definitely under a second. Might be about half a second.
It's half a second. So Ralph Martin in the green liveried kart, and the orange and yellow kart there is Heath Smith. And Heath Smith is catching Ralph Martin.
I think they're going to get 3 laps.
Well, it's just over 2 minutes remaining, so plenty of time, really.
Minute and a half per lap.
I say plenty of time. Plenty of time on track. However, lap-wise, because they're lapping in the minute and a half, 1 minute 30, 1 minute 30 for Heath Smith. 1 minute 29.6 for Henry Hills. That's the fastest lap of the race there. He's currently in fourth there.
He's kicking himself off that spin when he was going for the lead. But he has got some pace, and he has had some pace in the wet the whole time. I think, again, the problem is you just don't have the number of laps in this class, because you are going naturally slower.
Yeah, absolutely.
So this is getting 1, 2 and 3 now are visually very close. Time-wise, we discussed the dilation of time by speed, but that's more for a Doctor Who episode than anything else.
So here they go then, out towards the Gasworks hairpin.
Martin was really good through the chicane there. He gained a couple of tenths. Gained a couple of tenths just through that. But now it's let's choose your line. 1, 2, 3 and 4, and then Hales going really tight. So Hales was just shy of 2 seconds off Plowman last lap. He's definitely gained on this time.
Well, last time round it was fastest lap of the race with 1:29.6. Let's see if the track's evolving towards him and getting quicker and quicker.
That. He's right behind him.
Yeah, he has. He's brought the gap down, wasn't he? 1.8, wasn't it? Let's see where it is now. They're almost coming together.
3, I think.
It's another fastest lap from Henry Hales, a 1 minute 29.015.
He's got 2 laps to do something. I think he may even get the place now. Plowman goes wide, but she comes back across in front of him.
Jesse just holding on to that third place.
He was thinking about going tight there.
Yeah.
But first and second are right together. So, we've now got 2 battles. From having nothing and telling how spaced out they are, they're now in 2 pairs, and the first 2 fighting hard. Heath Smith right behind the green 32 of Ralph Martin, who's led since about corner 4 after a fantastic start from 8th on the grid. But now Smith is really getting close to him. But look, it's just a train now, Joe.
Yeah, 4-car train then. And we are a lap and a half away from the checkered flag, and they're beginning to trip over one another. Jesse Plowman almost getting hung out to dry around the outside of Heath Smith, but it all sorts itself out by the time they get to the chicane. They've got this lap to finish, and then the final lap coming up, and they all slip and slide their way through the chicane now. They'll concertina back up the gasworks, and this is where mistakes can happen. Remember how old these drivers are. They're between 6 and 8 years old, so they will be distracted and they will be flustered. It's amazing the composure and the racecraft that we see in a Bambino race. This is the electric Bambino race, the mighty Bambinos, and this has been absolutely brilliant so far. First time we've had this on the Kart Championship, and this is this is the MSUK Championship for mighty Bambinos, for electric Bambinos.
Good lap for Ralph Martin there. He gained a bit on Smith, who got concerned.
We're going to crown a British champion, Nick, at round 5. Here they go then. Heath Smith down the inside. That's the dog leg. Too wide into the second part. Doesn't really work. And Heath Smith has taken the lead right where he needs to. Ralph Martin in second place, sliding wide is Heath Smith, but Ralph Martin coming back at him. Time's running out, Nick.
Yeah, Smith gave it something, and once he got ahead, it was like he just Scarpa trying to get away from it as quickly as possible. Luckily, he got away. I think he carried more speed than he did normally. Martin, a little more circumspect, you can see, going into centre 2. And interestingly, the person who's been dropped in the last couple of laps, Henry Hales, who was showing great form
was
just a few minutes ago. Jesse Plowman in 3rd, and it looks actually like Ralph Martin has been bested, and Smith now is beginning to pull away. But there is the gasworks for the final time, and that often can be the deciding factor. Will they take a decent line? In he goes.
I think he's got this, Heath Smith's got great pace. The track is drying. It's certainly drying. It's less wet. It was soaking wet before. There's hardly any rooster tails of spray coming up, and he's got 2 more corners. The last part of the horseshoe, now the final turn. This is where it could all go wrong for Heath Smith, but not this time. The youngster hangs on to that and will take round 3. Another winner of the Kart Championship Mighty Bambino class, and that'll be Heath Smith. Ralph Martin 2nd, Jesse Plowman 3rd.
Yeah, great performance by the top 3. Henry Hales' sudden push towards the front, that faded oddly at some point. And then you got Junior Wright, Maximilian Mikowski, Jensen James Williams. Just wait for the others to finish. And then you have a few more. It's very, very spread out. As you can see, a big gap between 7th and 8th. And there across the line comes Jensen James Williams in 8th. Ollie West to be disappointed. He's had a difficult day in the wet, but obviously be back next time and just as quick as he has been before. Harper is taking it from West, so West was slowly dropping down the field there in 10th. 11th, and happy with 11th, is Alfie Hennell. And we're still waiting for the carts to come over. And it's we're going to get a word from Heath Smith in a moment, as we now have Handley Jarvis just about to cross the line. And Frank Pearson will be followed. That was Frank Pearson, actually. So there's been more action on the last lap. And there's Handley Jarvis. And then finally, it's Kai Ergensey who is finishing. So it's taking a little while for the little lad to take off his helmet and his gloves. Joe's now helping him. There's a bit of a tug-o glove going on. He gets his... as we watch the carts come in, it's all about the What you're not seeing is that Joe is helping our race leader get his kit off. It's Heath Smith now. He's undo. It's very hard to undo a helmet, and so I think I actually understand why it's taking a while to be done. In fact, in many ways, it's. I know I'm laughing at something you can't see, but it is an amusing attempt of a man and a child to take a helmet off. So you got it now. Oh, here we go. Right, that's it. It's going well. You can hold it. Hats off. Put it into the cart seat. There we go. And now let's join the Joe Bradley and Heath Smith show.
How was that? Come and stand here, my mate. Well done. That was a cracking race. You got the lead right on the very last lap. Tell the camera all about it.
Well, it was my first ever win. It was really fun.
Yeah.
I just can't believe I managed to overtake at the last lap.
Yeah.
It was just really good.
How tricky was the wet track?
Really tricky.
Mm-hmm.
But on one of my first races, I came 5th, my first time in the wet.
Yeah.
Because I was really good in the wet.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was really good.
Is that your mum and dad? Is that your mum there?
Yeah.
What's your mum's name?
No.
Just mum, isn't it?
Yeah.
She must be. She's really proud of you here, isn't she?
Yeah.
Well done, Heath. I'm going to let you go because Heath is shivering. That's how bad the conditions are here. So, guys, well done, Heath.
Great stuff. Thank you very much. That was Heath Smith starring with Joe Bradley there.
He gave us a thumbs up, but he kept talking.
In a wonderful world there. So it's all. So I think how many heats we got left? I don't actually. The problem is I haven't got the blooming timetable. I think there's a couple more to go, or 3 even. Let's have a look on what's still to come today. We have 3 more races. You've got the Primos, then the Intermaxes, and then the Comas.
Last few seconds what you said, because you gave thumbs up, so I switched away.
I know, just honestly, Frank, I'll just stop talking, and then when I'm not talking, I'm finished.
Yeah, well, yeah.
I did it naturally. I didn't have me.
Unfortunately, we didn't hear the interview. The audience heard the interview. He seemed very keen about life.
He was absolutely
What
ecstatic.
we most enjoyed was you both of you tried to get his helmet off, which you couldn't do.
I couldn't get his visor up. he couldn't get his gloves off. I've become the the concierge of the Parc Fermé to get our interview, helping kids out of their helmets and stuff. But you saw that he's won his first race.
All right.
Yeah.
Sweet.
And a very important one as well, wasn't it?
No, it's the final. That's
the final of round 3 of the Kart Championship.
If you're going to win something, win the final.
How fantastic. What we got next, Nick?
A Primos. So they'll have at least 3 full starts.
Junior Primos. Now then, Junior Primos been all about Mr. Daniel Hartley. Mr. Daniel Hartley has been the winner of everything in round 1 and everything in round 2.
But not everything in round 3.
But not everything in round 3. He's having a bit of a character building weekend. I tell you who's having a great weekend. Stanley Clark is having a great weekend. Bella Fairclough has had a pretty fine.
Apart from that bog down at the start of the
absolutely, and she grabbed something back. Stanley Clark will be on the pole position with Bella Fairclough alongside. Alfie Forrester, the first on the novice plates, will start on the second row with our very own Eddie Stewart alongside. Eddie on the number 45. He's here with his mum and dad, Mark and Laura. And all the responsibility is down to Mark with the spannering. Maya Simpson shares row 3 with championship leader Daniel Hartley. And row 4, Ellis Daly, Riley Mason-Lewis. Taylor Dixon and Laurie McVeigh are on row 5. Row 6 is Oscar Pitt and Zach Kane. Leighton Kelly and Ethan Bath are on row 7. Then we've got Sophie Colwell and Tyler Davis. And then rounding off the 18 kart field is Ewan Stevenson and Thomas Butcher. That's 9 rows of Junior Max Primo, Junior Rotax Primo. Now then, what is Junior Rotax Primo?
Hang on a second. Joe?
Yes?
What is Junior Rotax Primo?
Well, Junior Rotax Primo is a class of Junior Rotax karts that are privy to the Kart Championship only. What the Kart Championship did, and the series organisers, Darren, Joe and Matty, who do a cracking job. This championship just goes from strength to strength, doesn't it? They decided that the age group of 12 to 14 was perhaps worthy of its own class. They're exactly the same as the junior Rotax karts, engine-wise, tyres, performance-wise. But because, you could be coming into this class at 12, 13 years old, you're racing with 15, almost 16 years old, kids that are about to become seniors. And it's like, all right, it's not quite the same as playing rugby with the fifth-year lads, is it? Or playing football with the fifth-year girls and boys, if you're 12 and 13. But it's kind of similar in approach, and I think this works well. It's not about experience. It's not about being a novice. There's some novice drivers in here, because you're invariably going to get a few novices just coming into junior Rotax if they're taking up karting when they're 12 years old. But you've got Eddie Stewart, for instance, who ran in the Minimax Championship in the NKC last year, didn't he? Bella Fairclough, who's ran in cadets before. We've heard, the last time Bella was here 2 years ago in a cadet. So she's just, she's very young, coming into the Primo class. Stanley Clark, I'm not quite familiar with Stanley Clark or Alfie Forrester. I think we've had those two in other series that we cover, Nick, but I might be wrong.
Yeah, I think Alfie Forrester's name certainly rings a bell.
I saw Daniel Hartley here, who's leading the championship. I saw him here for a club round 2 months ago, where he just finished. He either finished on the podium or just off the podium. I have to remind myself. Daniel's down the grid by dint of a snap chain, isn't he?
Yep.
In the Super Final 1.
Yeah.
He went out Super Heat 1. And then he went out in Super Heat 2, and he knew what he had to do, and that was quite simple. He had to win, and that's no mean feat anywhere, and even less so. You can see how less wet the track is there, with our great shot there from Martin, our cameraman, up on the unit, overlooking the quite a scenic view there, overlooking the whole of the Warden Law kart track. You can see how windy it is, and that's helping. It's certainly helping the wet track get less wet. I'm not going to go anywhere near dry.
No.
And it's still very, very slippery here. It tends to stay slippery and greasy for quite a while. It takes a bit of sunshine and a bit of temperature to start getting the track back to proper dry. It always just seems less wet.
Mm.
And we certainly haven't got temperature, have we, Nick? It's
no.
I don't know what the temperature is. It's got to be about 7 or 8.
I think it might have ticked 9 at one point.
Wow, the balmy heights of 9 degrees.
It's been windy, but we are now dry, which is the key point. Apart from my feet, which are soaked.
Here we go. They come out of the final turn towards the start.
No.
Towards the false start flags. It's pretty standard practice, this.
Not full starting.
Full starting, yes. We've got the grid in proper order, I think. Hard to do that, Nick, when I'm talking. But there you go. The championship, like I say, Daniel Hartley has been the master of this one. He won the heats, the super heats, and the final at round 1. He did exactly the same at round 2 at Glanigor. Maya Simpson is currently second in the championship. She was third podium spot for her at Glanigor in round 2. Alfie Forrester was second at Glanigor. Ellis Dealey had a second place at round 1 at Wilton Mill. Bella Fairclough on the podium at Wilton Mill as well in third place. So championship has been sort of shaken up a little bit. We've got a considerable points lead from Daniel Hartley with that maximum score. However, this is going to be a bit different. He hasn't got a maximum score here at Warden Law, so that's going to pull things back together. The grid, by the way, is nicely formed. Just coming to the later stages. That puddle's completely disappeared from the inside of the final apex of the horseshoe.
It's much, much smaller on the exit of turn 1 as well, but there's still a big one going into turn 1. Here they go. Are they going to get? Yep. No. These primos have gone round so many times every single race.
You know what it is? You know what it is?
What is it?
I'll tell you exactly what it is. It's got nothing to do with the formation. The formation's fine. When they come out of the final turn, they're accelerating too early. I've been in that box with Dan Ashton as the starter and Clark, etc. And Dan is a stickler, quite rightly, for when they hit that acceleration zone. And if they hit it early, it means they're going to be too fast into turn one. So he's a stickler for that, and they are not pleasing him with their starting process.
We are not pleased.
He is not pleased, no.
There is no pleasure in your starting procedure.
They're basically accelerating too early.
Yeah, but
that's exactly what it is.
It's fun to say something in a different way. Oh, Gaz Bury's written, after your attempt to get the gloves off the young man, he said, it looks like you do with a third pair of hands.
Was I on camera for that?
No.
Oh, it should have been.
No, it was
No, it was a little bit, yeah. I looked a little bit inept, didn't I?
I didn't know where it was going to go. I thought you might have
I don't know.
turn around and gone, oh, it's pointless. You could have stumped
I wasn't
off.
Yeah, I was.
You were all thumbs, weren't you, really?
I couldn't get his visor up as well. He was delighted, though. He was absolutely ecstatic. And he was happy that he managed to get into the lead on the last lap.
Why wouldn't you be?
It's quite different interviewing a 6 and 7 year old, Nick.
You've got another one coming up.
Professional race driver. I know I have. I know the final one of the weekend, isn't it?
Right. Are they going to actually let these?
Well, it all depends on how they accelerate off this corner. Let's wait and see. See how they're nicely formed. Bella on the outside in the yellow cart. On the inside there is Stanley Clark, and they get away.
Yep, they've been allowed this time, and Bella's leading. So Fairclough leads into the first corner, getting a little bit wide. Oh, and Stanley spun. So we lost our pole man.
He's took Eddie Stewart with him round the outside there. Stanley Clark just getting a little bit too fast into there. And look at that, Eddie Stewart on the white nose.
Yeah,
nowhere to go. That's put him down there. Bella Fairclough leads. Daniel Hartley second. That's the number 79 of Alfie Forrester up to third. But here we've got a race for the front, haven't we?
And, of course, all bets are off. Hartley's struggles have been down to a snap chain. Fairclough's struggles in her heat was down to a bogged engine. Both have been quick in the wet. It's not wet now. I'd say it's heavy damp. And there's no rain anymore.
Yeah, it's still what we would say a wet track, though, Nick.
It's not like it was earlier.
Well, it's not soaking wet, no. We've not got huge plumes. We've got little bits of specks of rain that's been blown around and into our lens. We've got Bella Fairclough in great form, though. Look at the way that she's just flicking that cart through the horseshoe in a completely controlled way, completely sliding the cart pretty much everywhere. She will cross the line very much in the lead. Daniel Hartley crosses the line second place, 1.1 seconds behind. Then we've got Alfie Forrester. Maya Simpson is fourth. Then that battle for fifth place. Taylor Dixon and Alice Dealey, Riley Mason-Lewis. Eddie Stewart recovers to eighth. Oscar Pitt. And then Tyler Davis is the driver rounding off the top 10. Stanley Clark, by the way, 12th.
12th, yeah. I mean, given the fact he was facing the wrong way and slapping the steering wheel, he's only 8 seconds off the lead, but that's going to be nigh on impossible to make up with the quality of the drivers ahead of him. So Fairclough established herself in a very nice little lead ahead of Hartley. Hartley has a very nice lead as well, and then third again is clear, but now fourth, fifth and sixth have a bit of a scrappage. And it's the 96 trying to get past, so it's the 96 and Maya Simpson has been passed during this lap by Taylor Dixon, is now trying to get back past him again.
Yeah, Maya went very well at Glenigors, and different opinion of line through the gasworks there. Alfie Forrester is the cart that's just ahead of her. Is that Alfie Forrester? No, Alfie Forrester's ahead. That's the number.
That's
Taylor Dixon, 43.
Dixon is also now moving forward towards Alfie Forrester. So Dixon will be scored fourth over the line in the second, and absolutely now driving forward rather than looking over his shoulder as he attempts to catch back up to the cart currently in third place, which is the 79 of Alfie Forrester.
So we've had 2.5 minutes there. We're 7.5 minutes to the flag, so plenty of time. Bella Fairclough continues to be the fastest cart on the track. 1 minute 8.752 for her. She extends the lead to 1.7. Daniel Hartley's got 2 seconds to Alfie Forrester in third. And then Taylor Dixon fourth. Maya Simpson still fifth there. Taylor Dixon, we thought was going to be pressured by Maya Simpson, but he seems to have dropped her. And if anything, Maya Simpson dropping back to the clutches of Ellis Daly. And Maya Simpson, Ellis Daly and Riley Mason-Lewis there just on her tail. And she's looking like she's about to be threatened, Nick.
Yeah, it all looks like Simpson's going to drop back into the clutches. Now, interesting that whether Dixon can start gaining on Forrester at battle for third. Hartley has that quite nice cushion for second, and then Bella has that nice cushion on Hartley. So the first and second cross the line now. Here comes third and fourth. And they are, again, quite a gap. And then we have these three who are the closest on the track. And that is the Tony Kart, or Tony Kart liveried 96. It drops back now as the 16 of ASD Elite gets past Maya Simpson in the green and white machine. She comes up now, got the inside of the dog leg, and then she got the right line on him.
Oh, she's got him, Nick. She squeezed it back, didn't she?
Oh, and then
Gets him.
Again, it looks like the two teammates there.
Well, they just slowed one another up by going side by side, and then it looks like, I'm not sure what that team livery is. It looks a bit like Momentum Motorsport, but I'm not sure whether they are here. Might be doing whatever team that is a disservice. Once again, the number 16, Ellis Dealey, right on the rear bumper now of the 96, which is Maya Simpson. Maya Simpson's on the Tony Kart, off towards the gasworks.
A bit wide there, but it doesn't necessarily mean a disaster. It might mean in the dry, because there's so many different options what you can do coming from the hairpin. Temporarily behind, but at the end of it, ahead again.
Yeah, more grip on the outside to get the power down.
The thing is, those two drivers appear to have exactly the same helmet.
Do they? It might be.
Must be. Obviously, it's not
off the shelf.
For a while, you think it's a custom paint. You look at it and it's exactly the same. So it must be. Obviously, a lot of drivers will have a different helmet for the wet. They have a wet helmet and a dry helmet.
Well, there's the move, though, Nick. Ellis Dealey down the inside of Maya Simpson.
Nudging, absolutely. And Simpson not taking this. She was fast and underneath him here at the dog leg before. Trying again, but no. I think you'll find that Dealey decided he was going to get a little bit tighter, stop it from happening, and now this train goes from up to 5 carts. Just to remind you, Fairclough is 2.5 seconds ahead from Hartley at the front, who himself has 4 seconds over Forrester in the 3rd position.
Yeah, we haven't forgot them at the front there, but they have pulled out a bit of a gap. There's more movement down the inside of Maya Simpson. She seems to be struggling for traction. And who's that? That's
Riley Mason.
Riley
Mason's
Stanley Clark.
Mason,
Stanley Clark
from the pole. Mason's just behind, and she's moved out. So it's just not a good few laps for Maya Simpson at the moment as these carts come on or go out, depending where they're set, as the track dries out. So let's move forward from this kerfuffle to the one that's now just ahead of it. Just one ahead, Frank.
Yeah, because that's Stanley Clark. He's recovering. He was the pole position driver that went off at turn 1.
And
there he is.
Stopped there.
Tin opener time, wasn't it?
Well,
he used the tin opener to get through there.
In fairness to him, he saw that Dealey went wide, went for it, then Dealey cut back, and he actually did. Looks like he actually did just tap the brakes to get in there rather than to avoid the accident. But in fairness to Stanley, after a terrible start, which it was hard to tell whether it was down to his over-exuberance or a tap from somewhere, and obviously slightly ruining Eddie Stewart's race, he's currently running in 8th. He has now pushed his way through the field. But he has a gap now. The 1, 2, 3, 4 gap is growing. So certainly the gap between 1st and 2nd is bigger. The gap between 2nd and 3rd is bigger. And it's now down to Dixon. Sorry, not Dixon. Down to Clark to try and close down Dixon.
What about Alfie Forrester?
He's gone. He's further back.
So Clark's gotten ahead of Forrester.
Unless I've missed Forrester out.
You have. Alfie Forrester's 4th.
Alfie, I'm really sorry.
You had me completely confused there.
Well, it's nothing. That's not the first time, is it?
No, it's very easy. It's very low threshold there. We
have a low threshold of confusion.
3 minutes remaining, and next on Clark's list is what Nick was trying to say, is Alfie Forrester.
Thank you. I'm glad when you rewrite my commentary, because it definitely improves each time.
So across the line has gone Bella Fairclough. She's completed 6 laps. Daniel Hartley, 3.8 behind. 3.7 is Taylor Dixon. 2 seconds to Alfie Forrester.
That's Alfie Forrester there.
And then 1.1 to the chasing Stanley Clark, who has just posted the fastest lap of the race. 1 minute 8.111.
2.5 minutes or so to go. So they're going to have probably what are they doing lapping in? 1.8. Probably 3. Might be 4 more. 3.5 more it might be. It's going to be kind of cuspy where they go across the line. Now 79 is the Alfie Forrester kart, who I've been non-stop talking about. 2 teammates, judging by the liveries, and that's Clark, who started in pole, and it didn't last more than half a corner before he was way down the field. I think he was down as low as about 14th at one point. Slowly climbing through the field and coming into the hairpin. It looks a little bit like that might be a move by Clark. No, Forrest is saying, no, you're not coming through. And now you can try the inside line off the outside line. I think that's going to work because it's the never-ending left hand. Everyone on the inside, you're going shorter. Now a switch back right. He's got the position. So another position gain there by Stanley Clark into 4th place. Just so you know, Fairclough again was a good half second faster than Hartley. Hartley was a good half second faster than Dixon. Dixon is 2 seconds or 2.7 seconds ahead of Stanley Clark. So Clark's got a lot of work to make that up in 1 minute and 37, which I think is going to be this and 2 more.
So those two karts, I would say, are both Bradley Shepherd Racing karts.
Okay.
According to the livery. So Stanley Clark ahead of his teammate. Interesting chat in the awning afterwards. Stanley Clark now chasing down Taylor Dixon. 1 minute 16 remaining. And Clark has got that car going well. I mean, not surprising, Nick, because he was on pole.
Yes.
He's had a great day of racing. He started on pole, but then it all went horribly wrong at turn one.
Yeah, I mean, you know, that's the thing. It's been a good day. He's got pace, but, you know, these days you have pace, you have to capitalise on. And he's failed to capitalise on this due to something in the first corner. Maybe an error, maybe a nudge. So he'll be sitting there going, I'm very happy to get the 60 points from the superheats, but have I walked away from 5, 10, 15 points in the final?
4 seconds the gap now between Fairclough and Daniel Hartley.
And he gained about 4/10 that time, didn't he?
Yeah, Hartley puts in his personal best there and does close the gap ever so slightly. Taylor Dixon in third, but then the fastest kart on the track at the moment, Stanley Clark, 1 minute 7.795. That's the fastest lap of the race. The 47 chasing after Taylor Dixon for that final step of the podium. That's the battle there.
They got a lap
There's
and a half
the
to do it.
47.
That car, the green helmet, is the lapped or about to be lapped vehicle. It's not helped very much at that point and is sitting on the racing line. So there goes Clark as he chases down Dixon. Now, he did gain well last time. He went to 1.8, but he's going to need, I think that back marker's not helped because he's probably going to be actually arriving on the back bumper of Dixon just as the race ends in a lap and 4 corners time. So still Fairclough leading, still Hartley second. Fairclough will be starting her last lap in just a couple of seconds. We'll just see what the time is for this battle for third and fourth as it comes over the line. And it's actually much closer because Clark took a very, very good line onto that last corner. And that's gone down from 1 point something to nothing. Scored at 0.6, but visually, and then back marker absolutely in the way of Clark there, and still in the way. That 14 is not beyond the Christmas. It's certainly, Sophia Caldwell is not going to be on Stanley Clark's Christmas card list. I can tell you that for nothing.
But in fairness to Sophie, she was, she held her line. She held her line well.
It's just the options to get round in the wet are much less.
Yeah, and it's reduced the time. I think we should pick up Bella.
So Bella Fairclough is our leader, and she is coming through the chicane right now. Bright yellow, you can't really miss her. And there she is, about to go down through to the Gasworks hairpin in what has been, apart from her engine bogging down, an absolutely superb Sunday for the young lady.
We've seen, you know what, the wins we've seen today have been, apart from the cadet race where it was down to the last lap. I mean, Osnorman, dominant. Bella Fairclough, right now, dominant.
Absolutely.
And absolutely showing everybody the way around. This is absolutely fantastic from the sense of the championship, because Bella Fairclough, we thought who was going to beat Daniel Hartley, who's just crossed the line in second.
So it's not a huge, it's points lost due to what's happened in the rest of the weekend, but it won't be a huge point loss overall. He'll stay in the lead of the championship going into round 4 in a couple of months' time. So let's give you the final results. So Bella Fairclough from Daniel Hartley. Taylor Dixon was in third. Stan Clark didn't make it in the end, half a second off, but from being absolutely in 14th place or so, good comeback from pole, such a thing, in fourth. Alfie Forrester, who I apologise for forgetting for at one point, but it's very complicated some days, in fifth. Riley Mason-Lewis in sixth. Eddie Stewart come back to seventh after a lot of bad luck on the first corner. In 8th place is Ellis Dees. Maya Simpson in 9th. Tyler Davis in 10th. Zach Kane in 11th. Ethan Kelly was 12th. Ethan Barth managed the 13th. Oscar Pitt 14th. Laurie McVeigh. Sophia Caldwell still just about to come over the line now. And then Ewan Stevenson. So a couple of people had some problems, as you do in this weather. And it looks like we are absolutely ready to go. So Joe, if you could start talking to Bella now.
Well, Bella, all your fans are out there and they are overjoyed to see. I mean, what a drive that was. You kind of looked very determined from the very outset, didn't you? You were on the front row. Take us through your race, if you would.
So my main goal was to get first in the first lap so I could just drive away, get fast laps and pull a big gap.
Yeah, and that's what you did, didn't you? I mean, you know what? It wasn't even down to the drivers behind you squabbling. That was pure pace that you won that on.
Yeah, I think towards the end I got faster and faster, but yeah, it was just head on forward, and that was what I was thinking about the whole race.
I'm going to ask you a question that's probably going to benefit the drivers coming out later. Is the track getting any faster?
Yes, definitely.
It is coming back.
Yes.
Well done. Your dad kept me right. I got my bellas wrong. I thought I'd seen you race here a few times. You haven't been here for 2 years. The last time you were here was in a cadet. That kart behind you is a bit different than a cadet, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. It's a lot of change since I was here last, so...
What I really loved watching was how you had the kart floating on the surface of the track, and you just kept your speed up. Tremendous. Is that the only way that you can drive a Rotax Max in that condition?
Yeah, it was mainly just understeering, and because it's so wet, like sliding's okay, but as long as you control the kart and get the maximum exit, then yeah, sliding's fine.
What it has done for us, we're in the entertainment business, Bella. We thought it was going to be the Daniel Hartley show this year. It's now the Daniel and Bella show going into rounds 4 and 5. Are you looking forward to them?
Yeah, I thought after last round it was not the best round, but I've managed to get the points back up again, so hopefully championship-wise I'll be heading towards the top.
Great stuff. We'll go off to Rowra next. Do you like that place?
I haven't driven there in a long time, but yeah, I'll look forward to that round.
Well, you haven't driven here in a long time. Your dad told me, and you went very well. Congratulations, Bella. Absolutely outstanding drive. Dad, you should be very proud of that today. Outstanding job. Thanks, guys. Well done, mate.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Bella. And that have been great performance by the young lady. So we now move on to a penultimate race of the day, which is the Intermax 950 final. That's what penultimate means. 2 left to go. So as the Intermaxes come round, they of course are on a rolling start. So it'll be interesting to see if they can do a slightly better job. The only thing about the Primos, we've had some great racing from those junior Primos. Hartley and Fairclough and the rest of the gang. However, there wasn't one race where they didn't need at least one extra go around. They definitely did not respect the starting procedures. Anyway. Primo's sweeping around underneath us. It's Jensen White in 1 on the pole, and then it's James Fabregas next to him. Fraser Anderson, Sebastian Clark. Jensen Sale, Riley Murrow will start 6th after a very eventful weekend so far. Max Gilman 7. Adam Turacek is in 8th. JJ Lowe starts 9th. He was leading one of the races. He just hasn't had the luck in many areas. Jensen Walker is 10th. JJ Plowman is 11th. George Ralston is 12th. Drew Davison is 13th. Sandro Kemp's 14th, and Jack Moss is going to be 15th on the grid, though of course it will not be a static grid. They will line up, and they're about to cross the line as we speak. Will they get a go, or they get a no? Let's find out. And they get a no. They've been asked to go round again.
Was that for my benefit?
I think so, yeah. I think Darren realised you just got here, and after your conversation.
Yeah, she was happy, wasn't she?
I'm not surprised.
Dad was happy
tall,
as well.
Isn't she?
Yes.
I mean, I realise that girls get taller than boys at that sort of age. Which is actually, they're 12, 13. Yeah, they get growth. They get their growth spurt before boys do.
Did not know that. Have you read down the grid, by the way?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
I've only got one job. Normally I do it wrong, but you know.
Have you had a look at the championship?
No, I can't. I don't know where all your pages are on that. It's like a nightmare of confusion.
You're the computer geek.
They're not. Yeah, but I haven't set the page up of your thing.
So round 1 was won by Josh Cormack. Round 2 was won by Max Gilman. Second at round 1 was Jensen Sale. Third at round 1 was Adam Turacek. And then we had a complete change. We've had a second place by Jensen Sale again. So that's 2 second steps of the podium in round 1 and round 2.
Oh, it's raining
Jensen
again.
Sale
It's raining again.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, is it, Stu? Yeah, put
your
hood up, Stu.
I can tell. Look here from this. Look, it's on the Keplerman lens.
Oh, that lens again. Yeah.
2 heats to go. It's raining again. And I didn't want to pack up in the wet.
Well, Bella Fairclough was telling me the track was coming back, but now that the rain has started again, it's going to remain wet. We know that. 2 more races to go before we conclude round 3 of the kart championship. Here we go then. It's our Intermax final. The Intermax on the 950 chassis is about to get underway with Fabregas and White leading them off. It's all spewing out there, fanning out into 2s and 3s through the lake on the inside there. Everybody through turn 1 remarkably, and off through Brian's Bend and into the dog leg for the first time. Everybody concertinaing up. There's been somebody hung out to dry, and I think that was, I'm not sure who that was, on the blue and red Kart. The number 9
second there.
The number 191 is James Fabricus in the lead, on Nick.
Riley Murray, who apparently just wants to be on the screen the entire time, is now moving forward into second place. The only problem with this heat is a vast number of karts are liveried exactly the same.
Yeah, they love their oranges, don't they?
Yeah. Orange is not the only fruit, he says. So anyway, through they go. Now was that the blue cart that was hung out, which would be the number 112.
That's Adam Turacek.
Turacek had some stickerage issues.
Do you want to slow down and
he's had some stickerage issue and had to make his own number 2s.
Ah, right. Is that what that is? He got hung out to dry. He was in third place going into the dogleg, and then found himself on the damper line. So now we're beginning to have the extreme outside of the track, really damp and horribly slippery, whereas that ID line is maybe just inside that parameter.
Yeah. So they cross the line. Let's read them across. James Fabricus leading by points at Riley Morrow. Great gains he's made. He's about just under 3/4 second behind. Then it's Fraser Anderson, Jensen White, Adam Turacek, Jensen Sales, Sebastian Clark, Max Gilbin, George Wilson, JJ Lowe. That's your top 10 in the Intermax 950 final here at round 3 at Warden Law. Now, interesting, coming out of the corner there, the leader kind of bogged down. We're actually running and looking at the karts in 4th, 5th and 6th. The 112, which is just 5th actually, is Turacek. And they come into the hairpin. That's centre 1. I think we should get to the front actually, Frank. I think 1st and 2nd is more interesting in this at the moment.
Well, perhaps a little bit more important because it's all about the ultimate trophy, isn't it? That's 3rd place, the number 161 of Fraser Anderson. And they've and when you've gone to have a look at this battle at the front, they've spread out.
Obviously, they knew what they were doing. They're not dumb. So Fabricus, who has had a very, very eventful set of heats, he's been in various different positions. He's constantly moving forward or back. He's had some spins, but at the end of the day, he started from the front, or near the front, from second, sorry. And he's now effectively, he's lost the lead, because up the inside went Riley Moreau. And Moreau has also had an unbelievably eventful day. He's been punted off. He's made his own mistakes. He's done some fantastic overtaking. So Riley, really, if Riley had to write a 10-word summation, he wouldn't be able to. He need at least 1,000 words to summate what he's done in this particular heat. So Fabricus goes off very wide. That super wide run into the
dogleg.
The dogleg. All right, let me breathe as I say words.
You were
in the dogleg.
To remember the name. Oh, you were looking there, weren't you?
In the dogleg. Yeah. They're called the track map.
Yeah. Yeah.
Should we just get married? Because we're just like an old married couple, realistically.
I thought we were.
Well, we can't. They probably can't. We're both married to women, but obviously, that was. But yeah.
So
he went very wide the dogleg, which looks wrong from when you're used to Warden Law in the dry, but in the wet, it seems to work very well.
Yeah.
You get a kind of a slingshot effect with the extra grip, which carries you all through the next 2 corners. Please, Joe, start talking.
Riley Morrow looks like, I think that's an Ultimate Art livery. We've got the Bradley Shepherd Racing of livery of James Fabricus in second now, and if anything, he's been dropped, hasn't he? Riley Morrow has checked out. He's pulled away. Let's see what the gap is as they cross the line. Riley Morrow had just about a 10th because he'd only just taken the position. Let's see what he's done here. So he crosses the line. Another fastest lap of the race. 1 minute 12.324 he's got it down to. And the gap's out to about a second, Nick.
Yeah, and
so he's the fastest kart on the track at the moment.
He's pulling away. There's a big train of karts. No one really scrapping as such because they've all got into a sort of a line astern rhythm. That will change. So let's ease back a couple of karts. Let's see where we're going to go. Let's go with 5th and 6th, shall we? That's the 158 and the 140. Puts him. There you see the handwritten 2 on the Turacek kart. So that's the 112. So Turacek in 4th with the blue side. But Turacek's actually got an advantage of being blue, so it's more obvious than the rest of the karts to the cameras when all the rest of them are all orange. But he's just ahead at the moment. In 4th place, he's just ahead of Jensen White. And White ahead of him.
Turacek's a privateer, so yeah, he is.
And he can't afford to spare numbers.
His own livery, yes.
I think it's because they are 3 numbers in the kart championship. Probably when he races in club, he's just 2 numbers. So you have to, it's like.
Yeah. Yes. So whether he's 22 or
perhaps.
12, what is Adams? Yeah, 112. Maybe he's 12 and he adds the 1, or maybe he's 11
and adds the 2.
Probably the other.
So he's now using a little bit of the slipstream that's starting to work to get up the back of Fraser Anderson's. Anderson there in that one of the many orange karts. That particular orange kart is Fraser Anderson, just ahead of Turacek. And
just behind those 2, Nick, you've got Jensen White, Jensen Sale and Max Gilman. Now remember, Max Gilman, championship leader on the tail of this train of what is becoming 5 karts. That's the, I think it's the blue and white livery of Gilman there, the number 169. He came into this one championship leader, and remember it was Gilman.
Yeah, he's not had a particularly good day, has he? I think this is interesting. The Warden Law is a difficult circuit anyway. If you've not been here before, it's very physical.
Seems to be.
But now in the wet, it's a double combination of we do see different drivers being better in the wet, especially in the lower levels of experience we have here with only 2 or 3 or 4 years of running, and people have natural talents at feeling the grip and are better at the wet. And then you add to that, you've got a very difficult circuit to learn. And mixed conditions, so it really, the chances of seeing the same set of results we've seen in the 2 opening rounds, which were basically dry. Well, Wilton Mill was wet on the Saturday, but it was dry all Sunday.
Well, this Nick is Riley Murrow's first round. He's just come into the championship. He wasn't at rounds 1 or 2.
Is he a local? Do you know of him?
Yeah, I've seen Riley here a few times, but I do remember. I'm pretty sure I'm more familiar with the name in either cadets or Micromax.
He's got older, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. Yeah.
They do that, kids, They get older, they eat more food, and they want more money.
Yeah.
Well, you know that, obviously, more than anyone else.
Max Gilman, though, on the 169, who we mentioned just at the tail, just coming into the picture there, the number 169. He was the winner, of course, at Glenagors.
So yes, it's quite interesting, isn't it? This particular class has had seems to have more variants of entries at each event. So a number of people who did Wilton who didn't do Glenagors, and vice versa. So
James Fabricus, I can tell you, only did round 1. He came 6th in the final.
Well, he's about to come. He's in second at the moment. Yeah,
he missed Glenagors, so he's missed a round. So that's obviously his dropped round, and whether or not they're in for the remaining 2 rounds at Rower and Fullbeck, we'll have to wait and see. There's
nice
a move
down
the inside
from Turacek. Just took Anderson by surprise there. But Anderson's got the drive. And he's a little bit nudging off the thing. But Anderson, of course, did that wide line in, which gives you the drive out. Carries at speed the entirety of the straight. There goes Turacek to try to get the slingshot the other way, which, as you can see, does work. But unfortunately, he's found Anderson where he wants to be going into the dog leg. But he's got 2 wheels under. Oh, and it's a huge amount of water got through. Great move over 4 corners, and some have not on the track.
10 opener time, that one at the dog leg. It's very, very tight out there. Let's have a look at it. He was there. He put his cart there down the inside of Fraser Anderson, and he wasn't going to move. He had nowhere to move to. He has to wipe that muddy water from his visor as he came out of the corner. Turacek continues. Very slipping and sliding around Fraser Anderson, chasing him down though, hanging on grimly behind these 2. That 3 now still there, Jensen White, Max Gilman and Jensen Seal. Gilman ahead of Seal now on the blue and white cart, just coming through there. Just want to check who Max Gilman is with, if anyone.
So, and he's just it's swapping back again because up the inside has gone Anderson, but it didn't work this time. He didn't get the run. He went tight to try and get the position, but of course it was the run that kept him ahead. So Turacek now scored in 3rd. Moreau hasn't really pulled away from Fabricus. It's now 1.6 seconds. It was that sort of gap within a couple of the last several laps. And then it's another couple of seconds back to this man, Turacek, behind Fabricus. He's exactly 2 seconds behind. And with this, and I think 2 more, there is not. He's going to have to do something spectacular to make up. He's actually much, much more concerned by the Anderson cart behind him. And in fairness, behind the Anderson cart, you've got Max Gilman, who won one of the rounds. He's now looking a little bit more feisty, a little more racy. Rain stopped, by the way.
Again.
So we're back, So we're back into drying conditions. Just on long enough to just put some water on the lens. You know that. That's what you're there for.
Yes. Yeah, the wind blowing straight at the camera as well. Turacek seems to have...
He's only just got a gap.
I'm not going to say it. I was about to say something. That's why I stopped myself.
Well done.
Fraser Anderson is not allowing him back. There's Max Gilman, the blue and white car down the inside of Fraser Anderson, and now finds himself in 4th place, almost 3rd place, as he was right on the bumper of Turacek. Turacek can see where he is, and now we've got the championship leader, Max Gilman, looking at the 3rd step of the podium. It'll be the last lap board next time by. We have run out of time here. And Riley Murrow, being the class of this field again, we've seen this so many times. Austin Oman absolutely left everybody for dead in the Micromax class. We saw Bella Fairclough do that in Junior Max Primo. And now we've seen the same from Riley Murrow. Once he got out there, he just extended that. But this one's not over, is it, Nick?
No, it really is whether Gilman can pick up that third place from Turacek. It's been a bad couple of laps for Anderson, dropped back a couple of places, but certainly Gilman, who's not had the greatest of days, but that happens in these events. But he's now really trying to show his pace, and can he take Turacek just for the final step on the podium, a chance to take a trophy home at least for the weekend? Gets up the inside, but traditionally that drive from the outside of Turacek will be enough to keep him ahead. Now looking up the inside, and this is really good. Where you get up the inside there, it's left, 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 left. You can just keep the lead. Nope, just a bit too much speed again. But he's got him on the inside now. Now, will the drive? No, he stopped the drive as well. He came across, and therefore Turacek couldn't get that drive down the straight. Looks left, looks right. Turacek, I think he got the inside in turn one. Dives up the inside. Now, can Gilman? Oh, and he's pirouetted instead. He just put. As Eddie said, you can't put the power down for any reason, and he put the power down because he wanted to get that drive up towards the dogleg. And Joe, it all went wrong.
Yeah, it went very wrong, didn't it? It was great driving from Adam Turacek, very determined there. It's quite courageous to go down the inside at that speed with that amount of water on the entrance to the turn one. But to be honest, Nick, with that one now settled, and a shame really for Max Gilman, who was looking at a podium there, wasn't he, until that spin. It's all been all about Riley Murrow. Riley Murrow, class of the field. He's got
had a heck of a day, and prior to getting out the front and disappearing, he's had a hell of a lot of TV time as well, but unfortunately ruined it this time, just disappearing in the turn. But he is getting the most important bit of TV time, and that is the shot across the line as the winner of the Intermax 950 final. Fantastic performance by Riley. Really great racing in this final, and he has taken the win. Let's see if he can give us a two arms. No, he's very calm. No salute from Riley, just happy to take it. Don't even get a hooray. He expected that win. Second, James Fabregas. Third is Adam Turacek. And then it's Fraser Anderson, Jensen White. Max Gilman, despite that spin, came through into 6th. Jensen Saar was 7th. JJ Lowe, 8th. And then we've got Seb Clark, who's come into 9th. There's a little bit of a kerfuffle, actually, in the pit lane entry. The Park Fermi entry. Let's just sort that out now. And then you have Drew Davidson in 10th, Jensen Walker in 11th, George Rowson in 12th, JJ Plowman in 13th, Sandro Kemp in 14th, and Jack Moss is 15th. And that are the 15 Intermax runners. And a great performance indeed by the young man. So that is our next to last final. We've got one more to go, which is cadets, with the cadets with the Coma engines. But it's all been a great day. And we are now getting a bit of light. It's got much brighter. The sun's back up. I'm sincerely hoping that Martin is no longer shaking. He is no longer. Martin came in at the lunchtime and had to borrow 2 extra coats because he'd soaked the previous one. 3 extra coats. He borrowed 3 extra coats. Ash has found out that he needs to re-waterproof his coat. And I've got absolutely soaking wet feet from delivering a battery. So the only person who isn't wet is Joe. Okay, so it's Frank. So it looks like we're just getting the helmet off for the young man, and point him out. And Joe, if you will take it away with our winner, Riley Murrow.
Riley Murrow, first time at the Kart Championship this season, and you've come here and you've won the final. Wow, well done.
Yeah, well, yesterday obviously it was dry. Did well yesterday. Two wins in a row, which is pretty good. So I started pole. First race, our setup was a bit off, and we ended up getting hit, spun off, which wasn't the best one. And the second one, made a mistake, came off, worked my way back up to the front, and then just went for a bit of a move that wasn't really there. So came off again, worked my way back up to, I think it was about 3rd. Started P6, just got a good start, chipped away at the leader. Got by him and just maintained the lead from there. So, yeah, good.
Once you got into the lead, Riley, were you just controlling the pace for how you drove?
I was still driving hard, but just not as close to the limit because obviously you don't want to spin out in the lead, do you?
Yeah, and it's so easy to spin out in that track condition, isn't it?
Well, you saw it obviously from the other races. The amount of time that first place went round was unbelievable.
How tricky is that first turn with that big puddle there?
You have to be careful if you're taking the inside line like I was, because if you just take it a little bit too early, you just hit the puddle and it just spins you around.
Wow. So, you've come here for the first time this round, Warden Law, and we're going to see you at Rowra and Fullbeck.
Probably not, no, because I came here because obviously nowhere else, just to get testing in for the British. But I might be doing some later on in the year.
Right,
So
Winter Series, eh?
yeah.
Well, we're great. It's great to have you here, Riley. And congratulations on your race win. That was fine style, mate. Fine style. Riley Murrow, everybody.
And great chat there with Riley. So we're just about ready for our final race of the day, which is the Coma Bambinos. Unfortunately, we've missed the parents' race because they've already meandered down to the grid, and we're waiting for the kids to be released. And they are released now. There's a green light. So away they go with the Bambino final. Henry Hales in pole, Logan Hodgetts in second, Will Wainwright third, Jax Wong is fourth, Benjamin Sliver is fifth, then Ollie West is sixth on the grid, Cameron Simon seventh, Noah Wicklow is eighth, Arlo Gamble is ninth, Raith Owen is 10th, Max Armit is 11th, Jesse Bailey is 12th, Hendrix Fallat is 13th, John Stevens is 14th, then it's Riley, Aston, Wilkins, Arthur Bowers is 17th, and Max and Hilaires. There's all sorts of chaos at the back of the grid, but they will be able to reform up because they are going to have a fixed grid, is 18th. So the only downside, that fantastic interview, Joe, is we missed the parents' race.
Oh, I'm sorry. But more important to speak to Riley Murrow.
Oh, right, yeah.
That does make sense, actually. Riley coming here for preparation for the British. That's be here in June. So he's not doing the championship.
I sincerely hope it's going to be dry in June.
Every chance not to be.
Yeah.
You know what, Nick? Considering the racing we do, we do car racing at some of the highest levels, certainly in sports car
certainly
racing.
Hope for some sun at Portimao.
Okay, don't rub it in.
No, we're there together.
Yes, we're at Portimao together, yes. Yeah, we're looking forward to the 24 hours. But you know what? I have not looked forward to a race so much. The C50 Comas are one of the best forms of racing. We did. Can you know that heat we had yesterday?
Yeah, fantastic. Yeah,
the second heat that we had yesterday for these drivers was absolutely phenomenal, utterly phenomenal. And you know what? You could use that as a training video for drivers of anything.
But I'm going to put a but in there.
Oh, go on.
That was in dry conditions.
Yes. Well, this is what I was coming to actually. We saw how close these drivers can race. They can really drive very, very close indeed, nose to tail in the dry. But then again, so can the Honda Cadets. But that's not something that we've been able to see anybody do, certainly in any of the classes. So we're going to see if the Coma C50s can. Winner of round one, Will Wainwright. Is on the second.
Will White
is on the second row of the grid in fourth. Winner of round two at Glannigore, Ollie West finds himself in just behind him on the third row. Henry Hales, no surprise for us there. Henry Hales on the pole position with Logan Hodgetts alongside. Got Jax Wong up there in third with Will Wainwright alongside Ollie West and Benjamin Shivar, who knows this place well. We've got Noah Wicklow. He's had a great but mixed kind of day, or indeed weekend. Calman Simon still with the best helmet in 8th. 9th is Raith Owen, Arlo Gamble 10th. Then we've got Max Armit, Hendrix Fallat, Brady Atkin, Jesse Bailey, John Stevens, Riley Aston Wilkins, Santo Amico, Arthur Bowers, and rounding off what is a 19 kart field is Max Centelaire. We are going, Nick. We are racing.
There's a comment you have to read, but I can't read out.
All right. We are racing.
Here we go. And they are into the first goal. Beautiful colour cross there, 74.57. Just waiting to get the Arlo Gamble there. Comes up ahead. And they're now coming down round through the dog leg. Great start for a number of people. And into the lead, it's the 57 from the 74. So it is Henry Hales from Logan Hodgetts. So he's got the lead already. And they disappear out. But up the inside, Hodgetts says, no, thank you. I want it back in the lead again. I enjoyed being on pole. I'm back ahead again. And the over and under sort of works now. We're hanging around the outside. Hales no into centre 2, but he's got the chance to get inside. Oh, and it's often a different postcode there as Hodgetts, but it's not going to
work for him.
No, he got some drive from that concrete, in fairness, but not enough. And now the 60. Oh, that can't be a 63. Is it 53? Is that Noah Wicklow? I think
that's
it is.
Noah Wicklow.
That's Wicklow in third.
He's confusing us by putting a black wetsuit on.
He's had a real up and down day, Wicklow, but he's now looking to move into second place. The inner line doesn't normally work, but some of the performance parameters of the Comas are slightly different. It did work, so into second place. So, just to give you an idea, we've got Hales from Wicklow, from Hodgetts, as Hodgetts now says, and I'm sorry, I really don't want to be in third place, but there's Wicklow keeping that second all to himself.
To give Logan Hodgetts some credit, he's been instructed to drive around the outside of this track because of the damp conditions. However, I think we might be in a process of transitioning as he moves forward and ahead of Wicklow, purely on power coming out of the final
it's
turn.
Initial grip, not power.
That's what I mean.
Grip gives you've missed out your favourite word.
Yeah, momentum. He had momentum, and he carried that momentum and a little bit of slipstream, in fact. Now, if these two continue to swap around, that's going to allow Henry Hills to break free.
Is Henry going to become another one of our breakaway winners?
Yes.
I know we're only 2 minutes in, but you kind of think it's happened so often in these wet weather. Now, the second and third are battling. There's a kind of a semi-train. They're not actually as close in third, fourth, fifth, sixth and seventh.
That's a great battle, isn't it? Benjamin Chivard and Will Wainwright. They're having a ding-dong
I think
behind.
his sun. Is the sun out? It's looking very bright. It's about almost out, isn't it? It's almost out, the sun.
It was going to be. It was forecast towards 4 o'clock, and here we are 4:15. And as we predicted, as my Met Office weather app satellite.
In fairness, your satellite Met it's actually been super accurate, which is depressing because when you're praying for it not to be accurate.
Yeah,
but at least you got the drive bit right.
We can get that right.
But Henry Hales is absolutely gapping both of these as Wicklow and Hodgetts probably slow each other down a little bit with their battling. And then just looking to see what's happening with third. For fourth and fifth, they're also having a bit of a scrappage, which I think is Silva and Wainwright. Wainwright's had a big day as well, hasn't he? All over the positions.
Yeah. You know what? It's like a season's worth of anecdotes in one day. It really has been, the way that these conditions have mixed things up. The sun is brightly shining here at Warden Law.
Has been all day. You've just tuned in. This has been the weather the whole day.
Well, to be fair, Nick, the sun has been shining all day, just behind those rain clouds.
Yes.
Shining on. We've had a change of position for Wainwright, who's gotten ahead of Benjamin Chivard. Chivard's a determined little character. I hope you picked up the paddock show for lunchtime, and we had a great little chat to Benjamin Chivard. He's been here a few times. In fact, last weekend he just clinched the Warden Law Kart Club Spring Trophy. 6-round series that we had just concluded last weekend, and Benjamin on the number 78, who is now beginning to unfortunately drop back off the rear bumper of Wainwright.
He's not.
We've got no, he's back. Hang on, I looked away. He's back.
What's he just saying?
Yes, what's he back? Wicklow still glued to the rear bumper of Hodgetts.
So look at the lead for Hales. Where is he?
Gone.
He's not there.
Hales is
there.
Gone.
He is. It was 2.4 seconds before, as Wainwright takes a very ambitious line, which actually does get him way closer to the two carts ahead of him. So Wicklow now looking for an inside line on Hodgetts.
No, it's not going to work there.
No.
That's getting back towards an ideal line where you have to keep very tight to the left to give you the optimum line through the right hand of that.
Some parts of this track are behaving like they're dry again, aren't they?
They are. They're beginning to, aren't they? They're beginning to. There's only turn one here with that big, massive puddle. But they are beginning to. I mean, look at that. Sliding out wide, but not having any effect.
No.
Has to tuck it back in to avoid the puddle on the entrance to Brian's Bend. As they into the dog leg then. This is the fourth lap for these carts. Lapping in the 1:25. So if you compare that to 1:30 and 31s for the mighty Bambinos.
Yep, that's because it's drier.
Yeah, it is. It's transitioning back towards a less wet track. I've still refused to use the term dry.
It's not dry, obviously, but it's drying. But this battle 2, 3, 4, 5 really fight. Wicklow looked like he's dropping back, but he's just taking a different line. Suddenly there's 14 different lines between four carts there. But the net effect is they've all kind of kept equidistant.
This is going to help Henry Hills, though. If this 2-card battle for second place becomes a 4-card battle for second place.
Does he need any help?
He kind of doesn't need any help, but it's going to help him even further. If these 4 begin to squabble now. Oh, look at that. Look at that variation of opinion.
Is it going to work? Oh, he's got Wicklow really hung out to dry there, but he actually gave enough
Chivard
space.
Through.
Yes, because Wainwright backed off because he was about to put Wicklow into the...
Oh, and Wainwright back on Chivard. Back on Shiv, they're just swapping, willing it. Chivard coming back on Wainwright.
Lost the drive
using
there.
all the curve.
No, he hasn't. He's got the drive.
Side by side. This is the battle for 4th and 5th. Who's going to get it? It's Wainwright still from Chivard. Slots in behind. Will he have a look out? No, he can't because of the wet inside line. Wainwright all the way around the outside, and Chivard now has a think about having another go.
the lead's up to 6 seconds. It's a remarkable performance by Henry Hales, but we're not seeing because it's just him driving away from the pack. So into the second place. We're just looking at third place and fourth place. Bright yellow is the fourth place of Will Wainwright. And they've just had a little bit of a splittage at this moment.
Behind Shivar, I've got to say, here comes Jax Wong. Jax beginning to gain on Shivar because Shivar is he's trying to get past Wainwright, who seems to have speed in different places to Shivar, which it kind of it's a bit of a puzzler really. If you were Benjamin Shivar, where do you pick to get past Wainwright? Because then Wainwright will come straight back at you.
Yeah, he's thinking about going round the inside here. Now, Wainwright has a very different line than the other kart racers down here. He goes very tight and in. Now, interesting, I think Shivar's just following him. Perhaps Shivar should try a different line to give himself a different chance to get past.
Maybe.
But again, we're trying to second guess a 7-year-old.
Remember, these are on the LeConte treaded tyres. They're classed as an all-weather tyre, so these karts run on treaded tyres even in the dry, so it's not making any difference to kind of tyre choice strategies or anything like that. It's not as tricky as that. You basically put the kart out. You might change other things in the setup, I'm pretty sure you do. Into turn 1 then.
Hales has pulled another second out. He's now 7 ahead as Wainwright starts thinking about some sort of line that might get him closer to Wicklow in the red kart. But at the moment, they've had a little bit of a moment. They had a whole lap there. They just went round, which is definitely not on in the script. So it's Hodgetts at the head of this group, Wicklow in the red. The yellow is Wainwright, and just coming a little bit off the back at the moment is the green helmet of Shivar, but that will change by the time you start talking, Joe.
Well, there's 2 minutes to go, Nick. 2 minutes where, again, anything can happen. I hope nothing happens to Henry Hales, who continues to be the fastest kart on the track. It's not, and you know what? It's like what I said. I think I said that to Bella Franklin, who just won the Junior Primos. It wasn't about the drivers behind that have caused the gap to be created. 1 minute 25.691 is the fastest lap of the race, and that's Henry Hales at the front of the field. He's lapping very, very fast. Personal bests behind him for everybody. So it's not like they're holding each other up.
Yeah.
They're absolutely flat out and maximising and optimising their lap time.
And Wicklow's got right up to the rear bumper of Hodgetts over that course of the last few corners. So, but that was just kind of a movement about 0.3 of a second, made it from a gap to nailed together. But they're going down the straight, and you can see how balanced these Coma engines are, because when they all get a decent dry drive, they're all exactly the same speed.
Yeah.
Just a tiny bit of slipstream helping Wicklow there to dive into turn 1 before Hodgetts, but Hodgetts keeps the lead because of that dogleg kink with the wet puddle in the way, just doesn't allow multiple lines at the moment.
I'm not sure if it's going to be last lap board next time by for Henry Hales.
48 seconds, where is
he? He's just going into the first of the centre hairpins. He's between the hairpins on the
infield here. He only has 1 minute and 19 seconds to get around this lap, so it'll be last lap coming round.
Right, so last lap board, we're getting towards the final stages of the Coma C50 race, side by side towards the second centre, but Logan Hodgetts at the main line. The optimum line, but Wicklow's coming back, and now they're side by side still towards the chicane, and Wicklow is ahead and into second place. The two karts behind them of Will Wainwright and Benjamin Shivar, they take advantage of this, the pace being slowed with the overtake, but not quite. So Wicklow ahead of Hodgetts for the first time, is it this time?
Yeah. But again, Wainwright really dives in there, and it's Hodgetts who got the benefit of not being taken off the track there by him. Wainwright's got a good line through there, just doesn't seem to work with other karts involved in the track.
No.
So the last lap has been started by Henry Hales, and his lead's probably about 9 or 10 seconds now. But this is the battle for second. It's Wicklow, and he's just ahead of Hodgetts. Hodgetts didn't
Look at Hodgetts coming though, Nick. Hodgetts is coming, and he's actually got his nose ahead. Who will hang in there into turn 1. Wicklow wetted his tyres, didn't he? But he hangs on to that second place. Hodgetts. Now Wainwright and Shivar coming into play. Into the dogleg. Wicklow. Dare I say it, he seems to have this in control. And as I say that, indeed, he bounces over the exit curbing. Last time anyone will bounce over the exit curbing, to be honest, because that's all going to change next week.
Wow.
When work starts on the reprofiling. Into the left-hand first of the centre hairpins. This one's the left-hander into the second centre. That's the right-hander. I know.
Thought about it. Almost got it.
They are closing up.
But
we've got to leave this and go to the leader, though, Nick.
Yep.
The leader's up ahead and in towards.
Where is Henry?
He's at the gasworks.
We're going to have to wait, and there's Henry Hales. Look at the lead he's got. We're going to have to follow him to the flag, no question. He's deserved of that. Here he comes. Henry Hales has been the absolute meister of these damp conditions here at Warden Law for round 3 of the Kart Championship. And it will be the number 57 of Hales that he bounces with joy. He bounces with joy and punches the air. He'll be,
and he doesn't even know the bonus of chatting to you that's coming up.
He'll be happy to talk to me in the Park Ferme, won't he?
Oh, great
finish!
Look at that, really close finish at the end. It was Wicklow got Wicklow got second. Hodgetts was third. Wainwright in the end managed to get 4th place. 5th place went to Benjamin Sliver. Then it's Jack Swong, Mac Armit, Armo Gamble, Jesse Bailey, John Stevens, Hendrix Fallat, Calman Simon, Santo Amico bringing up the end of the top 10 or so. The noise behind us, so we're just going to go and talk to Joe, and that will once Joe's talked to our very worthy winner, Henry Hales, that will bring to an end today's performances. Events. Next karting on Karting Live TV is a few weeks' time. It's the NKC round number 2 from Forest Edge. And then we'll be back on the Kart Championship the week after Le Mans, which I think is the 22nd and 23rd. It might be the 21st and 22nd of June. And that event will be over at Rowra. So lots more karting on Karting Live TV and lots of other things happening as well. Some full-size racing for Joe and I. Joe is going to be doing some historics next week. So if you like the sound of Joe's voice, and who doesn't? Who doesn't like the sound of Joe's voice? And once again, Joe is helping the youngster get his gloves and his helmet off, which is really this is his uncle, granddad Joe, you see, doing what he should do, and having a little look around. But yeah, so we are back in a couple of weeks' time, 3 weeks' time, with karting from the NKC round 2, and then back, because it's a bit of a break now between round 3 and round 4 of this championship. But the good news is the young Henry is now able to have a quick word with young Joe Bradley.
Henry Hales, wow, you made that look easy. I bet it wasn't, though.
No.
Tell me how hard it was.
Impossibly.
Really? Why is that?
Because you had to manage all the fields in the kart not to spin. And all these emotions going through you were just as hard as impossible to manage.
So you mean you were really nervous there, but you know, you knew the checkered flag was coming, you knew you had round 3 of the kart championship in your grasp, but it was still hard to keep the kart on the track, yeah?
When I was on the final straight, I was like, don't spin. And I just felt like I won the Worlds. When I won, I just felt it's the best feeling in the world, really.
Well, I saw that the way you were bouncing up and down in your kart as you took the checkered flag. Everybody loved that on TV. The other thing I want to talk to you about is every lap you were the fastest kart on the track. The timing screen was having your lap times as purple every time. It was a really cracking drive, Henry. You should be very proud of that.
Thanks.
Well done. Henry Hales there. Thank you, Henry. We'll leave you to go to scrutineering. I don't know where your parents are. There's your dad. Be very proud. Thank you, Henry. You can go now. Well done. Tell me about Grandad Chris. He's what?
He's the British world champion.
The British champion in what did your dad say? 1970 British champion.
Yeah.
So Chris Hales is your granddad's name, yeah? And has he taught you how to drive?
He says take the handbrake off always.
Take the handbrake off. Is there a handbrake on that Bambino?
No.
No? Okay. So you've obviously got your granddad's genes. Was your dad any good as well?
He went a couple of times.
All right.
He just went to have a little bit of fun and enjoy it.
All right. So you must take after your granddad, eh? You must be as quick as him if he's the British champion.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well done, Henry Hales there. Great win. You guys can go. Well done, Ben.
You've now got too many children, haven't you?
I have, Nick. Hey, I tell you what. All right, the weather has been an absolute challenge today. Yesterday it was absolutely glorious. The sun was shining. It was probably ideal. A bit chilly, yes, but the sun was shining. Today, a completely different day.
Completely different. The rain really separates, I don't say the men from the boys, but no one's older than 16 here, so it's the boys from the younger boys or the girls from the younger girls, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
No, fantastic racing. I don't think we didn't see the close battling at the front we've been seeing the previous 2 rounds, but that's because you've got people who just know how to drive in the wet, and it's a really interesting process watching these drivers learning during the day and learning during a race. But still, great action and great fun, and yeah, I really enjoyed it.
Well, everybody, it's down now for me and Nick to say goodbye. We've had a great time. Why wouldn't you have a great time at Warden Law? I'm going to be home in 10 minutes. Nick a little bit later.
Just the 4 hours.
We look forward to Rowra and Fulbeck.
The week after Le Mans.
The week after Le Mans, the end of June. A little bit of time to wait, but I'm sure we can fill the gaps in Karting Live TV. See you next time.